Hello, y'all. Welcome, welcome. The wonderful world of Hades. Hades is a video game where you usually spend time befriending friends and collecting meta progression to help you escape because it is a game based on Greek mythology, in which you play as Zagreus, the son of Hades, and your goal is to escape hell. Why? You don't know yet at that point when starting out, but everything will be explained in due time. Do not worry. I will be accompanied by my commentators, Fives, Steps, and Sophie. I may occasionally pitch in if necessary. With that being said, I'll be starting very soon. And by very soon, I mean in 3, 2, 1, start.
Few tales are told of Hades, whose very name inspires fear and penitence, reminding us of the inevitable fate which we all share. I, however, mean to tell you such a tale. Listen carefully.
If you've never played Hades and that doesn't make you want to play Hades, then I can't help you. Such a great opening.
It is in Fresh File. You see it in every run, and I'm not getting bored of it.
I just had to mute myself so I could quote it like I always do at the start of my runs. I can hear it in my sleep. So, how many times do you think we've probably heard that intro? Between how many?
Oh god, I'm not sure I want to think about how many times I've heard this.
No. How much in-game time have we spent?
We're just going. It's fine.
Oh,
Everything's fine.
wow.
I misclicked.
Oh god.
So, all right,
Choice was an error.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So this
The
is
normal
already
choice
starting off on a
here.
great note.
All right, here, let's give some context for those who might not be as familiar with the game or the speedrunning options. The first choice is normally Divine Dash, which is Athena's boon. So just to give everyone a little context, Athena, one of the goddesses helping Zagreus escape, she specializes in protective boons that make Zagreus safer in general. So her special is deflecting attacks back. So usually the very first thing, she always offers the same first 3 boons in that option, and you're supposed to take Divine Dash, which makes it so that your dash deflects attacks away from you. It's a very safe option. And Alex has misclicked and taken Phalanx Shot, which makes the cast, the little red bloodstone, do deflect. It's not a bad boon, and no one's...
At least it does damage.
Yeah, it's not as bad as taking Divine Strike, which would have kind of messed up the whole thing.
Which I was joking about earlier, and I would have laughed. I would have had to walk out of the room if you'd have taken Athena attack after.
But this does make an already notoriously unsafe category and notoriously unsafe run a little less safe, and requires seeing Athena more times. So we're looking for even better RNG to make sure that we have the right boons to make sure that our kit is working. So this is, I think, in many ways, the most apt possible beginning to a low percent run.
There we go.
There we go.
Hey!
But think about it this way: the burst damage, though. Oh, this fight's gonna suck.
Oh, this is the tough fight if you don't know the dash.
Yeah, those bombs usually get deflected by your dash.
I still get hit by them anyway when I have Divine Dash.
Right. But Alex is a safe player. Alex knows what they're doing. Masterclass here in keeping good distance, using the basic attack, the dash strike, and the special in combination to circle the enemy.
Yeah,
There we
everything's
go.
fine.
There we go. We are
dash.
right on. This
Perfect.
could
This
very
one's
well have
blessed.
been how it went, you know?
And
Well,
if you think about it this way, we already have cast in the pool, so it makes our ability to get what we need easier.
Yeah. So, Alex, you said that this was mostly a lore-a-thon, so I wanna give people who might not be familiar with the game a little bit of the context of what we are seeing here. For people who already know Hades, you know all of this, but for those of you who might not know the game as well, obviously it's based in Greek mythology. The main character here is Zagreus. At the start of this, you've seen the start of this, you really don't know much at all. He says he's apparently Hades' son. He's trying to escape. We don't know why. We will discover over the course of this, because this is going to be 10 successive wins, the plot will be revealed. However, Alex is going to be really breezing through the dialogue, so we are here to provide some of the context of what is happening. And so we don't know at first what Zagreus is escaping, but we will see that he is searching for something, and the thing he seeks can only be found above the surface. And his father, Hades, does not want him to leave, tells him that he can't leave, and is doing everything in his, Olympian god power to keep him from leaving. So everything you're seeing are these different wretches, the souls of the dead, who Hades is commanding to keep his son from leaving. The game is in 4 distinct biomes. This first one is Tartarus. In the Greek mythology, this is the lowest level of hell. And this is where Hades himself lives, and therefore where Zagreus lives. So he's starting at the bottom and working his way up. So that's kind of the basic. You'll see different enemies, different bosses, the different biomes. I think that's just kind of the very basic stuff. And as Alex hits the plot points, we'll try and throw in a little bit of the plot that comes your way. Any plot stuff off the top that Sophie or Fives want to add, just to give everyone context in case they're not as familiar?
No, I think you got everything. Honestly, I think you've already said about as much of the plot as I know personally.
Yeah, we have Big T over here, actually.
Yeah, so I have.
Clearly, you guys did not play the game casually for 200 hours before picking up speedrunning.
Oh no, I played it casually for 400 hours on my Switch. That was just only 5 years ago.
Oh, okay. You don't have an encyclopedic memory for lore? Okay, all right, fine.
No.
I'll just take my neurodivergence over here.
Because I've only spent another 1,200 hours. I've reset in Tartarus way too many times to know what happens after Tartarus. Sophie, do you ever play this game past Tartarus? Because I don't.
Tartarus is definitely one of my favorites. Anyway, so we are now reaching the end of the first biome, and at the end of every biome there is a boss fight. And this here is Meg. I'm not sure how much we know about Meg at this point.
Basically nothing.
Yeah.
Other than the fact that you two know each other.
Yeah, we do clearly know each other. We have a history with her.
And like many characters, she is very intentionally modeled after the Greek mythology, and the Furies are meant to be tormentors of the damned. So
yeah,
she's not historically a nice character, even if they seem to have a working relationship of some sort.
Yeah, and you can see that kind of in there. You'll see that over the time of the character with the way that she does certain attacks. Like she has the whip attack, she has the spins, that kind of stuff, which that fight was very fast considering your damage is non-existent.
Oh yeah, I baited her over to near the top of the arena. That made
that one crit I was trying not to pop off for. Yeah, so we got really lucky with that tart. Was actually kind of crazy considering our start. Like Chain of 12 was the only cursed enemy spawn. We got special, so and the epic pressure points was very funny. So rarity in Hades, especially early on in the game, getting an epic boon from a non-mini boss chamber is like a 5% chance or something like that. Memory serves. And the second boon in the game we got was pressure points, which was epic, and that is every damage instance that Zagreus causes is a 4% chance to crit, doing double the damage, and you'll see that in kind of the.
I think it's triple damage actually.
Triple damage? Okay, I don't remember. It's so triple damage, which actually makes it go kind of crazy because you'll see the exclamation marks with the damage, like that, like a basic kind of hit there did 90 or 70 damage. The downside to Artemis is that you get because they want you to feel the impact of the crits, is you get a bit of a hit stun or like a screen stun effect where it kind of extends out the animation and it pauses everything for I think it's quarter second. I don't remember exactly what it is off the top of my head, but especially if you're doing certain patterns, they can like throw you off. But usually we practice with it for a hot minute. It also affects you less than like 30 frames per second because of it's a frame based thing.
I'm loving the real Asphodel gameplay that we're seeing, by the way. Ooh.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay. This is very
Here we
optimistic.
go.
So we're looking.
No.
This is. We're in Asphodel, the second biome. Obviously, the tranquil meadows overflowing with lava now. This is what a mid-boss fight we call the power couple. Floating massive Gorgon head and the massive skull crusher working in tandem. Pretty tricky fight, and Alex's damage is not as high as it should be at this point in the run. But Alex, again, doing a great job, taking more risks than usual, I think.
Yeah, I'm playing
good
this
news
not
here.
too safe.
Yeah,
it's
you were
fine.
playing that pretty. So the
that was
huge
pretty
thing
for
with
Alex.
So the huge thing with this fight, that's actually why damage matters so much, is the enemies actually move based on your frame rate, and the Gorgon head will always try to move away from you.
Yeah.
So there's times where the Gorgon head will just go off into Narnia, into the lava, where you cannot damage it without going and taking damage, and it sucks. So having the damage there really, really helps, and it was honestly a really good fight considering that we did not have much damage.
And the good
Anyway,
news
I think we
now
picked up our last core boon. So in the game you have like 4 there's a lot of different boons that you can pick up, and that will be different in every run. One for the attack, one for the special, one for the cast, and one for the dash. And those are the 4 ones that you see like at the very left of the screen. And now we have like our basic kit. Like this is what we want to see in a fresh file in the first round of a game. Where we have Ares attack, which causes this sort of sword of Damocles hanging over enemies' heads, and then the rest.
Animations in the game.
I never even thought of that, but it is the sword of Damocles, isn't it?
It is what it is.
I never ever thought of that. That's poetic.
The sprite
Good on you,
effect is
Supergiant
awesome.
Games. But yeah, so in the game you need there's a special boon that we're looking for. That's a duo boon. So if you have some certain boons from Athena and certain boons from Ares, then either one of them might offer you a very special duo boon called Merciful End. Sometimes we call it ME, Merciful End. That makes those little sort of Damocles things just happen right away instead of waiting a moment, which obviously is an enormous DPS boost. So now that Alex found the Ares attack, they are eligible to get that duo from Athena or Ares. And so that's really the DPS. That is the DPS. That's kind of what makes it viable, because without that, you have to play much safer to take the time to kill the enemies as they get a lot more HP in the next biome.
It also allows you at certain points, especially certain enemies, you can do a damage rotation that effectively makes it so that you can just always deflect certain attack cycles because of when you're specialing and when you're dashing to just do damage more effectively. And it allows you to just be safe, like kind of shockingly safe, while also not taking, while also being able to upkeep your DPS, which matters a whole lot, because the longer some of these fights go on. Did you sell pressure points?
Yes.
Yeah, that was.
I want to get
Just
Tom's on
for
the
the palm
attack
pool?
up, so.
I know. I was just like,
Yeah, wow.
I guess you don't need it anymore. It carried you. But what, you didn't want to go for can we even get
No, you need the cast.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, you need a core for a divine. So there's also a duo boon.
I was
for
thinking
Artemis and
about getting the
Athena.
legendary boon. I was trying I was like,
Oh,
can we
fully
get
loaded?
Fully loaded?
Then you need a second one. Then you'd need a second.
That'd be really funny.
B tier, yeah. Yeah, so there are, this is a game with boons and what's the word for those skill trees where you have to build things. There's dependencies. So there are legendaries. Each god has a legendary that's unique to them but has prerequisites, and then there are duos between any combination of the gods. Some of them are very good, game-changing. This will carry your whole run, and some of them
Merciful
are
End.
pretty useless. Yeah, Merciful End is one of the best boons in the game for several
okay.
weapons.
Worst duo off the top of your head.
Worst duo?
Unshakable Metal.
Okay.
I don't know any of the boons past first run. I think
It's the worst duo is the one. It's the what's the Demeter Aphrodite. Your cast shoots at you.
True.
Yeah, that one's
That one
one's
is
really
because
bad.
it's such a bad. They're both such bad
Let's
things
do
to
it,
start
do it,
with.
do it.
They just
Give us the
aren't
thing,
useful.
give us the
Alright,
thing.
we're looking for Merciful End? No.
Ooh. Okay, we got
Impending
Impending.
Doom. That's a
fine,
good
though.
one. That actually makes the delay of the drop longer, but it substantially increases the damage. So it's a little bit
Especially
of a
when you get
DPS
Merciful End.
drop, but once you get Merciful End and the proc is immediate, enormous DPS boost.
Yeah, it
So-
allows you to start doing some stupid amounts of damage for the fact that you're in first run of the game. Yeah, it's... And you'll start noticing kind of the attack patterns. That was rude. But you'll kind of basically always doing a cycle of attacks where you're doing, dash attack, like a slash, and then a special to kind of on a rotation. All right, can we keep? So this fight is the butterfly ball, and these little eyeballs that are spawning go to these little ghost weapons on the ground, and they will spawn armored versions of the Elysium enemies. This fight, when you don't have damage, is awful.
it's honestly so impressive how Alex is playing
That
this.
was impressive
Very good.
considering your damage is not great.
Yeah.
I'm really good
Very
at
dance-like.
keeping those at bay, yeah.
Yeah.
So these guys right here are one of the most frustrating enemies in the entire
Yeah.
game. For fresh
Super
file,
stuck.
for high heat, for any heat, these sword guys have a little move that's faster than anything Zagreus can do, and they can kind of just do it any time. So no matter how you're playing, you might just take 10 damage. And
It also just randomly decides to pause, and then they delay the
Yeah.
attack.
and like just they dash sometimes in random directions.
Yeah, that swipe there. That
Yeah.
is the damage.
Come on. However,
it's
Alex,
very tough to consistently avoid.
Playing this
yeah,
game
and
so
Alex
well.
still
I
doing
hate
a
this
thing. Yeah,
burden.
doing so well, keeping them around these little barriers so that they group up because they do not. The sword guys, in my experience, do not group up on their own super
No.
well.
They are second only
They're
to
not as-
bowmen.
Yeah, the bowmen are the worst, but the
They
swords
will
are the
actually
second
just run off
worst.
into the middle of Narnia and just shoot
Yeah.
at you.
But by using the environment there, Alex is forcing them to sort of like come to him in the same way. Fantastic stuff.
Anyways,
These are
anyone
really
want to
unfriendly
introduce
rooms.
this biome?
Oh
that
sure.
hadn't
So
been
here
done
we are
yet.
in the third
Pain
biome
and
of the
suffering
game.
the biome.
This is Elysium, the home of the champions. It's very nice, as you can see. Lots of fields, and everyone here is known for their renown, and that renown means that they know how to fight, which is why the enemies here get harder. And one of the, again, sort of brilliant supergiant moves in game design here is that all of these little blue boys with their weapons have very, very similar movesets to Zagreus, using those same weapons. As the game goes on, Alex will not be doing this because, again, this is low percent, no unlocks. But in a normal game, you would unlock 5 different weapons in addition to the sword. And of these 6 weapons total, 4 of them are represented by these champions in Elysium. So the spear, the sword, the shield, and the bow. I think it's just really cool game design to point out that like they basically do almost identical moves to Zagreus. And so in a way, they're recycling these movesets and forcing you to kind of face yourself, and I just like that. I just wanted to say that it's one of my favorite parts of the game.
Is there like I never thought about this, but is there actually something there where the Supergiant is saying that like you cannot be like a renowned fighter if you're using a gun?
I think the idea, I think in the lore of the game, actually in the codex, it remarks that the adamant rail is a singular thing, and it was an invention of Hephaestus or whatever, of one of the gods, and used only by the gods. So that one is a divine weapon, and so that this is of course the spirits of
It was
mortals,
given
soul
to
of
Eris
mortals.
as a.
Oh,
and
right,
Because
that makes
sense.
it goes into it even more on the Eris rail, where it's like,
That's right. Yeah.
where it was given to like Eris as a gift of some variety.
Yeah.
Um,
So there are lore reasons why those the fists and
why
the
am I pretending
and the
like
rail
Eris is open
are.
up 80s right now and check what the codex says.
Ooh, let's
That's the
go.
thing.
Also,
So here we're talking with both of the gods.
There it is. All right, merciful
Just for
lens.
getting the boon.
Thank God we got the thing right
And a
before
perfect
Heroes, 'cause this
timing.
would've sucked otherwise.
They
Here we have a fun. This is Theseus is of course anyone knows the game. Theseus, the heel of the whole game, just a real prick, real
dude, he's
insufferable. Yep, and they do a perfect job writing him as an insufferable twat, just start to finish. Absolutely, nothing really likable about him. It's sort of impressive how insufferable he is.
Asterius is the best though. For putting
Right,
up with
Asterius,
that.
great, just fantastic. Would get a beer with Asterius, and then he'd be like, "Hey, is it cool if I bring my friend?" And you'd be like, "Come on, dude, no, I invited you. We have a group chat, and I did not send this to the group chat. I sent it to you, Asterius."
Right now, we don't even know Asterius' name yet. Like, we are really sort of
Oh, you're right.
over the
Oh, yeah,
months, we are
just a
really
minute
becoming
ago, yeah.
friends with him.
Yeah, it's because
right.
we haven't fought him yet.
Oh, that's right. Also, in Asphodel, the boss of that biome was the seven-headed Hydra, who, of course, people have played the game. We know it's Lerny, but that's a name that that Zagreus gives the Hydra after fighting that like 4 times, 5 times, something like that.
I think it's like
Way
20.
more.
It's like
Way
20.
more? Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah, it's
geez,
like
I
20.
don't. All right, never mind me. So
But yeah, it's really nice how sort of even those little sort of enemy labels they change as the plot progresses.
Yeah.
It really just shows how much love went into every part of the story.
Yeah. Yeah, and these different gifts that you're getting here, that ambrosia is like one of the. It's actually kind of a late game thing. You don't even have any use for it until you've sort of maxed out your friend bars with other people. So the game really intends you to not even get to this boss and defeat it until you've made friends, very good friends, with many members of the house. Whereas Alex has not died and is supposed to have died many times at this point. So
Yeah, normally you're like hours in, like.
Yes. And of course, the guardian of hell itself, Cerberus, the three-headed dog.
The
Now,
hardest boss fight in the game.
Yeah. If we were doing this the normal way, we would have been home back to the House of Hades many times and seen Cerberus and seen that Zagreus and Cerberus are good friends, very good friends, close friends, besties. However, Cerberus still has a job to do. And so Cerberus says, all right, fine, I'm not going to tear you to shreds, but you got to go get me a snack, a big, yucky bag of rats.
Bribery.
Yeah. And so here we are actually at the surface. Zagreus has escaped from hell technically, but hasn't escaped from the underworld or, something like that. And now is fighting satyrs and these little pests and monsters that are on the surface. So these are living creatures. And some of the hardest ones in the game, those rats spew out poison. The traps here do an enormous amount of damage. Anything else about sticks?
We've also got like an item from that we purchased earlier to make traps do more damage, I believe.
Right.
Yes,
That's a
I love
security
Stygian
measure.
Shard. I think it's a very underrated item, especially useful in categories where you don't get much damage, like in low percent, for example.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh, nice. Ooh,
I say that and then get all the damage in the world, but
So yeah, like we are collecting coins along the way. Sort of coins can both be rewards after clearing a room, as well as just like enemies drop coins that they have on them. And there are 2 places that we can use them. Either we use them in the shops that are run by what's his name actually?
Charon.
Charon. The boatman.
Chiron, the bow dude, the bow centaur.
Oh yes, the bow man and the boatman. They have similar names.
Yep.
And similar titles.
And then also not to be confused with Charon.
Oh yes. Anyway.
Oh, that's fine.
And so we can partially use it in the formal shops to purchase like boons and other permanent upgrades. But there's also sometimes these wells full of like weird purple liquid where we can buy temporary upgrades.
Which are also run by Charon. Those are Charon's wells.
Yes. It's like a vending machine in ancient Greece.
Epic attacker place.
no.
And and I think it's fun to point out another bit of lore here. These coins are, of course, obols, and where these come from is they are placed over the eyes of the dead to pay the passage. So Charon, in the mythology, kind of greedy by design, right? Like, give me your, I'll ferry your soul over to the world of the dead for a cost, and then in the world of the dead, that seems to be the currency everyone uses, which kind of raises the question of like, how is he losing track of it? Now, Alex has stumbled into one of the more difficult rooms in the whole game. The non-boss rooms and sticks are
And
really
do we start explaining
difficult.
sack? Do we start explaining?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, go ahead. Someone else do it.
So Hades is a gotcha game.
Let's go
Um,
gambling.
And there's a reason we mod this most of the time, because it sucks. There is a basically kind of it's like on the second one it's like 35 or it's a 50% coin flip after the second tunnel that you'll see the satyr sack, and that's what you need to get out. However, when you don't get them, the rooms are horrendous because they don't have armored enemies, and armored enemies are worth more from like the combat rating of the rooms. And so
This is one of those things that like I think casual gamers don't really realize, but in stakes like the mini bosses are so much easier than the non-mini bosses.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because the rooms
I've
are
always said-
gigantic.
Yeah, that was one of my biggest, realizations coming into speedrunning. I was like, oh, I've been making it much harder on myself by doing these rooms.
thank
I was
God.
like, oh, if these rooms are hard, the boss rooms must be really bad.
Yeah. Are you gonna go shopping?
Sure, I have
You should
plenty
go
of
grab,
work
you
to
should-
do.
you should-
Let's
you should
do
go
it.
look
grab
for
the end.
DP.
Go grab the
Let's
end.
do
Go
it,
grab the
DP.
Endel.
Let's see.
Hey!
There it is.
Hey!
The Athena
Rewarded.
legendary divine protection,
We say,
which will
oh my! I just realized how much
negate
health you have.
some damage.
This
is
is
very, very
as
safe.
safe as runs
This is
go.
the safest fresh.
Lots of
first
damage,
run
divine
ever.
protection.
So normally runs are not this easy.
Normally you have like 150 health maximum.
All right, so Alex, next time start by picking Phalanx Shot.
True.
Noted.
Into epic divine dash.
All right, so here's the first really, really big dialogue of the game where Zagreus confronts his father, Hades, and he's like, all right, of course, I've escaped from the underworld, and you're here. And he's like, yeah, I'm here. You're not allowed to leave. And he's like, what? And he's like, I've been nice to you. And Zagreus is like, you have not been nice to me. You've sent people to kill me. You've been a dick to me. And again, at the point you reach this, you're supposed to have seen tons of backstory, little snippets of story and background stuff where Zagreus...
Him roasting you every single time you died.
Yes. Yep. Him saying mean stuff to you. Him history, little what are they? Videos of him teaching Zagreus things as he's growing up and being a real dick dad. And so this conversation is meant to kind of land like he's like, haven't I been kind? And he's like, what are you talking about? But of course we haven't seen any of that context because Alex is playing Zagreus like a pro. And yeah, he says, look, I've been really patient with you, but now I'm not going to be patient with you. And I believe it's in this dialogue the first time that Zagreus says, I'm going to find Mother. So he says he's looking for his mother. So now we know that Zagreus is looking for his mother. We don't know that much about her. If you've died many times, you will have seen some backstory explaining this, but Alex isn't playing it that way. Alex is just getting cut into the quick.
For those who didn't
Anyone want
know,
to talk about the fight? Oh yeah, go ahead.
For those who didn't know, this fight actually has special dialogue at the start, which I promptly skipped over, but for first run, the dialogue is different than usual. Slightly.
Yeah, it's a very small change, but I think it's like there's a line of, oh yes, you've whatever like sent so many like of your lackeys after me, but now I defeated them all or something.
No, to kill me over and over, he says.
Oh yeah,
Whereas here
but
he
now
says incompetent wretches. Because they
oh,
didn't
that is
manage
good.
to kill him.
That is good. That is very satisfying.
Supergiant Games is fantastic, and I actually pay attention to this stuff on like.
Wonderful. So yeah, this
for
is
me, seeing the special dialogue was what got me into running this category in the first
incredibly
place.
clean.
That was
interesting.
very
That's
clean,
cool.
very nice.
Took 50 damage. Definitely had nothing to do with the fact you had divine protection.
Yeah.
So yes, this was the first defeat of
9 more.
9 more to go. And this is like we have 2 categories in the speedrun community. There is the fresh file category, which would stop here.
a
Where
great
you just
category.
escape one.
We were just saying that it's a really
Definitely.
fun category to play.
It's definitely. But here we're doing like the longer category, which is fresh file 2 credits. Which is, I guess, if you're looking at it from like a real sort of
Thickest scenes in the game right
traditional
here, by the way.
speedrunning kind of point of view, fresh file 2 credits would be like the normal run, kind of, right? Because
be some
that's how
sort of-
most runs.
Would be
games are
some
run.
sort of 100% run, even though it's not epilogue, because that would take
Yeah.
way too long.
We've timed that out. It's like 16 hours or some nonsense.
Definitely
the
suitable for
category-
this event, though. If anyone wants to
True.
get together and do some relay run, then I'm up for that.
Oh, that might be fun. Relay.
Oh.
There we go. This is also, I just want to
Look
say,
at the
Darren
look at the
Cor-
sunrise.
beautiful.
He's skipping
And
this
Darren
one.
Korb's soundtrack is so
Boo,
good.
boo,
Alex, you promised me you would see the sun.
boo.
We talked
It's a
about
good
this.
It's fine. I'll do it.
Okay, so-
I'll do it next run because you can actually like dash around, which will make that less punishing.
It's like one of the best It's like one of the best like shots in the game.
All right, let's give the folks a little bit of lore here.
Okay,
This is
everybody make
Zagreus'
your
mom.
read really fast.
Yeah. So basically, Zagreus meets his mom, and she at first is like, "Wait, you're not my son. My son is dead." And he's like, "What? You mean Dad didn't even tell you that I lived?" And she's like, "No." Then they catch up. He tells her how he got there, which in this case is a short story. I left. I killed everyone. I came here, and and
Yeah,
then
it wasn't
he
that
dies
complicated.
anyway. So this is how the game establishes like a really beautiful roguelike certainty. Like you have to do it over and over because Zagreus cannot live on the surface. Like his father, he is bound to the underworld.
And it makes
So
sense
he's gonna
with
escape.
mythology.
It makes perfect sense. He like his father is the underworld, right? In Greek mythology, it's like the underworld is Hades, and Hades is the god of the underworld. So it makes sense that his offspring is bound in a similar way. So so he knows that his mother's there, but he can't even finish the conversation he wanted to have. He can't even get all the answers because he's sent back after, an indeterminate but short amount of time. And now we're into the next one. Now, I want to also say really quick that this whole sequence in the house that we just breezed through is kind of the rich lore part of the game. There's all the people to interact with. Achilles, who trains Zagreus, Hades himself, Cerberus, the dog you get to pet. You might see Meg there, Nyx, who is Zagreus' adoptive mother, who for some part of the game you might think is his real mother. It's kind of ambiguous at first, but obviously given the pace at which we've gotten through the dialogue here, we know that she was only an adoptive mother. And yeah, there's a lot of lore and a lot of fun cosmetic unlocks, and you can get this whole the lounge. It's really enjoyable little Sims elements in the game. But no, none of that. We are just killing enemies and killing our father over and over and over.
Unlocks are for scrubs anyway.
So why didn't you turn on FO2?
Oh gosh.
I was rather expecting a question about Tight Deadline 1, I'm not gonna lie.
No, okay, yeah, yeah. You actually probably should turn on Tight Deadline.
I should
Yeah, you
not
probably
know,
should.
it's less consistent. Yeah, I know.
Is it?
Yes,
Do
I
you
did
wanna
some
take
testing.
Okay, I was like, do you want to deal with that room though?
Yes, I do. It's not that bad, as long as you run away enough.
You run away.
Maybe for the audience. So
Yeah, give us some context. Ed.
there are like after the first run, there is the game enables certain new types of rooms to encounter. Like previously, we've only seen the same sort of combat rooms over and over again, with like a little mini boss in between. But now there's a new type of room that's become possible. It's a survival room where you don't have to kill the enemies, but instead you have to survive the room, like
45
survive
seconds.
an onslaught of enemies for I don't know how long.
It's 45 seconds,
45 seconds, and the enemies just keep coming.
which is not great in RTA for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we might not like it as speedrunners, and you can disable those from happening if you turn on like an extra difficulty setting called Tight Deadline,
Yeah.
where you only have 7 or 9 minutes per.
It's 9.
fight.
Yeah. There's
9,
3
7,
levels
5.
of difficulty. Yeah, exactly. There's 3 levels of heat that you can apply for Tight Deadline. The first says you have 9 minutes. 9 minutes of in-game time per biome, and then the second is 7, and the last is 5. 9 per biome in-game is pretty easy even at fresh file for experienced players. But Alex,
There it is.
here's the survival
Yep,
room. So this
instantly.
is 45 seconds.
At least this is a really good room to get it in because you can actually run away in this room.
Yeah.
There are
And
some
also-
there are some
also
tiles
having
that are
elec-
smaller that are really tight, and with this, oh god, with these at least this doesn't. There's some enemy spawns that you can get in these survivor rooms where it's just all projectiles and it sucks.
Yeah. But I think also having the shot and the static discharge is a little helpful in this room. That's nice.
And the fact that we got static discharge
goes a long way.
Witches are gonna murder themselves.
But yeah, no, I did
So,
some
yeah.
testing, and not enabling it is a bit safer within a marathon context, so I didn't enable it.
Oh, okay.
Makes
Like
sense.
just kind of because some of the tiles that you can get.
I think
actually,
Alex is
I'm
saying that.
worried about timeouts.
Yeah.
That was a greater
Oh.
concern.
Oh,
It's-
if you get like common Dio attack or something.
I'm talking about
like-
nasty back half mostly, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah,
There was
when you
that
get elevated
common
really
deal
hard.
attack, I guess.
Oh, hey, speaking of,
Yeah. There it is.
Yeah, I guess if you get like 30, get like really 33'd or something like that, like, where it's just unarmored, like.
What I
you-
think what
like
Alex is
flame
talking
or
about is
something.
that you're talking about low percent, no unlocks, and having to play safe just to win. This is a category that sure it's a speed run, but it's a very difficult category, and just playing to win, you can just get bad luck throughout Elysium. Even on a regular fresh file attempt, you can get a lot of tiles with unarmored blue enemies in a row who, as we were mentioning earlier, have these fast attacks that you can't avoid. You can just get a little bit of attrition, and if you don't have a build with a lot of damage, especially in the later runs after the very first one, when you're much less guaranteed to have a substantial build, you might just end up adding 20 seconds to every single room just to play safely, so that you're not eating 20 health of room, just to make sure you can complete the category. That's the sense I've gotten from
Yeah.
speaking with Alex about this category, and so I think that's
one
the
of the
concern with
huge
tight deadlines.
things. One of the huge things to keep in mind is the fact that, ironically enough, in a normal run, it's fine, right? Because
Ooh.
you get
Ooh.
you get
Love this.
you get the ability to So here's Sisyphus. The best character in the game is his rock named Boldy.
I love that he's already calling us Princey. Like, do we have like a rapport with this guy?
Yeah, he's like,
Yeah.
you chill with him.
You've visited him
Lord.
before. I think it's established that he's like, hey, Sisyphus. He's like, oh, hey, I haven't seen you in a while, but like,
Yeah,
seen
you would come. You would do like tours of Tartarus and stuff like that, and then you'd come see him.
Yeah.
But one of the things to kind of keep in mind is, ironically, in a normal fresh file run, or first Friday credits run, it gets easier because you're able to unlock stuff. You're able to kind of force certain builds, because you're able to take keepsakes, that kind of thing. In fresh Friday credits in low percent specifically, the later runs sometimes actually get way harder because your boon pool is way wider. In the first run, you can only ever see the first four gods. You can only ever see Artemis, Dionysus, Athena, and Ares. And you can only ever see in shops ones that you've already taken. So it kind of allows you to kind of force certain builds.
Well done.
That is not the case starting in run 2. You can start getting some really, really scuffed combinations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one's not too bad because you could get there's some good duo boons you could get.
This
I
is
have to
good though,
get
actually.
Rod
Having
and
Artemis
G.
and Zeus. Yeah, Rod is great. Rod, even
Rod's
with just
amazing.
one cast, Rod really makes a difference.
Rod with Jolted is insane.
So Rod
So-
is another of the duo
Go ahead,
boons.
Lightning
Every two gods have a duo boon together that you need to have certain boons in order to become eligible for it. And Rod or Lightning Rod is the duo from Artemis and Zeus, and it's good.
It's real good.
It took me a while to figure out that it was good because the way
Yeah.
people talk about it is always kind of memey. But it really is good.
Yeah,
It-
it just
it's
allows you to
good
throw your
because-
cast out and just not have to worry about it.
Exactly. Passive damage. There's not
Yeah.
too many sources of
It
passive
just
damage.
does
in the
50
game.
damage, I think. It does scale with global damage, obviously, and it just consistently hits things. It also allows you to kind of throw your cast off into the void and then not have to change your rotation in order to go get it. Plus, it can take out certain enemies that spawn, especially like numbskulls or the kind of these or like the unarmored flame wheels in Elysium that spawn off on the sides, where you can just throw it off, and then they just happen to accidentally just get taken out without you even having to think about it.
The actual
It's a really-
reason the actual reason I took that there is because it allows me to play ranged, which in this category where you only have one dash at all times, normally you get to unlock more dashes and stuff.
Yeah.
Is really important. Hey, Athena, look.
Oh,
Let's go.
Athena is always there for safety. We want
Yep.
Athena's dash in every single run if possible.
I have to find the thing.
Shit.
Yeah, I think that realistically, there are two gods who we pick up whenever we have the chance. And those are Athena and one of the gods we haven't seen yet, Demeter. But that is the last. Now we have after this we have a full god pool, right?
Yes.
That's right, yeah. So right now the only gods Alex will see on this run for future boons will be Artemis, Zeus, Athena, and Dionysus, because Alex is not unlocking the keepsakes, which allow you to sort of force a god into one biome.
Yeah.
There's no flexibility. It's just this is it.
Yeah, in normal circumstances, any run can only have 4 gods
Take
show up.
Zeus.
I would go Zeus.
Zeus,
I agree.
so-
I was considering the options, but Zeus is probably
Get
better.
double strike.
I mean, if you already had Riposte, I might go Athena. But...
Okay, and this is up. Yeah.
I
this is-
think-
We are
Thankfully, I
very
dashed.
glad that we picked up that dash.
Yeah,
here.
that dash really
Yeah,
making a
it makes
difference.
this it makes this room actually pretty free, even though it takes a while.
Yeah, this room is one of yeah, it's very difficult if you don't have an Athena boon, and it's very easy if you do.
Alex, I appreciate the fact that you are using the sword to actually get rid of the projectiles.
It's
This
good.
This rotation works on Meg projectiles too, in fact.
Wait,
It's
it
really
does?
yeah, you can do that during her projectile attack, and it sends back everything.
I hate everything.
It's not the fastest, like by far.
No, but that's like where you
works.
just die sometimes.
Yeah, it kind of just works if you don't care about speed.
Yeah. In hell mode, it's just like you just get like, oh, that's insane.
Okay.
Are we doing
Okay.
the really funny, like the FDS like any heat build where it's just like Zeus attack and everything?
I mean, clearly we are, because the Zeus attack has been taken.
So when are we getting rush delivery?
Hermes has to appear for that. We're
Yes,
not
what,
going to
run
see him
4?
until run 4, exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes he can just not appear on run 4 as well. It's really weird. But
Zeus attack is one. What's funny is, so for context, Zeus attack is actually one of the better attacks in the game. It is, especially when you have a weapon with a lot of attacks, like Rail, for instance, is really good at using it. Spear is really good at using it, and because it's anything like else with Zeus, it chains to enemies, so it helps pick up like small enemies without a lot of having to think about it too much. It's just very awkward on sword.
Yeah,
because you kind of have
it's
to
one
walk
of
up to
those-
things and whack them.
It's one of
You
those
don't have,
boons that is really, really good for what it's good for, but it's
Yeah.
not really great
It's
for
otherwise
slow rate of fire.
horrid.
Yeah.
However,
So,
because
are
we already
looking
have jolted,
for
it's
Ooh.
kind of crazy.
Nimrod? Yeah,
Let's
there
go.
it is.
Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna do the thing in chat really fast. Hold up. Um,
Yeah, so this is exactly why I didn't know that it was good, because it's like we always got to do the rod.
Yeah, because normally you're using your cast as a part of your damage cycle, and because you only have the one cast in Fresh File, you rarely want to actually go pick it up, especially when you have like something like Zeus cast, where it just bounces between enemies and just goes off into the middle of nowhere. So you can just like we have it now. It's just sitting around the main learning head, and it'll just do damage. And then when we get back in, we can pick it back up and then throw it, and then it just allows you to. That's a very awkward spot for that. It's behind that pillar.
It killed the heads over here if you didn't notice.
Oh yeah. I like this build. Having jolted makes this epic Zeus attack like a lot better. So to explain to why Jolted's amazing, it's anytime you deal lightning damage to an enemy, you apply a curse to them, which whenever they move, no, it's whenever they
Whenever they attack or do
Yeah,
something that is
attack.
classified by the game as an attack.
Yeah, that's what it is. And then they take a burst of damage with that attack, and so it allows you to just do things where, like, with the reason, it's one of the reasons that Zeus attack itself is really, really good on certain weapons, is you can just chain apply it to enemies, and especially when they have like witches do, where they just attack constantly, or bowmen or anything like that, they will literally just do the job for you.
Yeah,
And
it's one of the bigger numbers that we have.
yeah, it also, when it's epic, is stupid. Like, it actually is insane how much damage it does, especially when you start getting scaling damage, like when you get Burst Delirious and that kind of thing. Oh, good. Bowman. My favorite enemy to fight on sword.
Yeah, these are probably one of the most
Awful.
miserable enemies in the
I hate
entire
them.
game. They run away in random directions. And this game has a sort of interesting scaling where you'll notice that some enemies have the yellow armor bar, which is, bonus health before they take damage. And the basic bowmen fire one arrow. The armored bowmen fire 3 arrows, and then in the dad fight, the Hades fight, if he summons super elite bowmen, they fire 9 arrows.
Yep, it's
before they.
horrendous.
It's ridiculous. It's wow, really
Yeah,
wild.
Worst dad fight pattern in FF is like getting either the shield brimstones and like armored and the super elites bowmen, or like chariots and like bowmen, because they just have so much health and they just disappear off into the void and then just
Yeah.
shoot you.
Alex
Plus, they
taking
also do 10 damage a shot, which is actually crazy.
Yeah. Alex just took the flame wheel release item from the well, which I don't see it that often, but it ensures that no more of those little flame wheel exploders will
Yeah.
show up.
I don't
It's-
have an
it's
Athena
both-
special, which would
Yeah.
make me be safer against those. But since I don't
Makes
have
them
it,
free.
I cannot reliably deflect them, and so I picked that
they
up.
deal
So I
10
don't
damage
have
when
to
they blow
deal with
up.
them.
Oh, we learned his name.
There we
Yeah,
go.
you learn it, I think, in the first
You learn it in your first interaction because
one-on-one with him.
yeah. Yeah, so the funny thing about Flame Wheel Release is it's a time loss in fresh file in like anti-heat runs in some capacity, because getting armored flame wheels is actually really, really good because they're small enemies, but they actually have a very high kind of like combat rating for what they're worth. And you can kill them all really, really fast. But getting unarmored flame wheels is horrendous. That's awful.
Yeah, because they always trickle in and take a long
They
time.
trickle spawn, they deal 10 damage for some reason when they explode.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. And you can see here in this Asterius fight the way that the Zeus build works as well. Every time that Alex is hitting Asterius with an attack or with a cast, the Jolted is applied, and then each one of Asterius' attacks, he was taking that like 150 or whatever from the static. It's a huge amount of damage against bosses. Really great stuff. We like seeing these chariots. They do a bunch of damage, but they have a pretty predictable move pattern, and they're pretty easy to confuse with barriers and hit stun them. And
Except
like
when
those,
the phantom attack happens.
They are like, we like them, but only because we practice them so much, I think.
Yeah.
Because on a melee weapon, if you don't know exactly what you're doing, they're horrendous.
Yeah, there are 2 enemies like casually that suck. It like especially on sword. It is the armored shield guys, because they do the spin
Shield guys
attack,
are the worst.
and they are awful, and they also literally will just block you from the front, so you have to get behind them. But when you get behind them, they try to spin on you, and it sucks. And then armored chariots, because they also have a phantom attack where they can still hit you even though they stop moving. And
Yeah, the
when
hitbox
they're-
just stays for a while, and you just have to know
yeah,
that.
they have a lingering hitbox, which sucks. But also when they're armored, you can just like divine dash iframe, or you can just iframe through them. But then they can just keep going and hit you anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. With armored enemies, they don't get hit stun until the armor goes away. And so with melee weapons, that's kind of what you're relying on, is grouping the enemies so you're hitting all the enemies that have the possibility of hitting you and keeping them in hit stun. And the damage rotation that Alex is doing tends to keep most enemies in hit stun as long as they're in the rotation, but the armor just doesn't help. And so yeah, those armored enemies can be a real dangerous enemy. And as you can see, the Void Stone makes some of the enemies invincible temporarily. The little blue guy down there can shoot out a little protective coating that makes everything else invulnerable. So there are a lot of considerations about what you're trying to hit and what the danger is at any moment. But Alex is doing a great job routing
Hurrah.
everyone. And yeah, and there's this guy just running away. Come on, buddy. You had one job. I personally like the spear guys best of the 4 types of blue guys in Elysium because they group the nicest and they have the slowest attack. That's my experience. I mostly play sword. I don't know if the other ones are better for other weapons, but I find
There's other
them...
weapons than the sword.
True.
That's right. That's right. We're talking to fresh filers here.
This is some very clean gaming.
Yes.
This might be one of the better ones you can get for this chamber.
Oh, and Alex is doing a great job keeping them in that corner where they don't have a lot of
Yeah.
options, but to get...
You can get some very,
Yeah.
very, very, very rude spawns in this chamber, and this is one of the rooms that kills any heat runs
That's
like,
such a terrible room.
all the time because you can get stuff like unarmored witches, and they will just go off into the water where you can't hit
And they'll
them.
just chill there. And they have
And they will sit
no
there.
they have no reason to move, yeah.
And
Or
when
things
you're on
will just rush
sword,
across the bridge and you don't
Yep.
realize it, and they like run off the screen before you've even seen them, and then like you're like,
Or-
where is it? And then you have to run across this enormous room just to find
or
one
the
guy in the
eyeball,
corner.
or the eyeballs will get stuck
Oh, yeah.
behind something, and then they'll just
Yeah.
you won't see them just go back to a spawn, and then it's like an unarmored bowman who just literally, like you said, just goes off into the corner, and then you're like, where is the last guy?
So
Yeah.
And it always seems to happen in like Chamber 33 or 34 because the way the game works is basically the
Hey.
farther along in the game you get, that's great. But the farther along you get into the game, the more enemies you have to kill per room. So when you get to Chamber 33, Chamber 34, it's the highest it's going to be in the game. And each enemy has a rating that they're worth. And when you get stuff like unarmored flame wheels or unarmored, blue men or witches, they're not worth very much, so they would just spawn forever. So you can spend sometimes, like in the last, like in any heat, you can sometimes spend a minute to get to Chamber 33, and then spend another whole minute doing Chambers 33 and 34.
very common.
Yeah.
Many such
Oh,
cases.
and any heats, maybe for the unfamiliar, is like the post game speed run.
Yeah, that's the main-
is,
that's
like
kind of the main
most
category.
popular
20%
category that we have,
yeah,
where
it's our
you have
20%,
all the
80%.
upgrades. It's very fast. It's very big numbers.
You can you can take an actual like artillery cannon of a weapon called Beowulf Shield and just do the stupidest things imaginable, where you just hit enemy, you instantly phase enemies.
Just gotta say, we're seeing some fantastic play here. I don't want to be. We are doing
This is
low
actually
percent.
insane.
Let's not mention Beowulf because I think Alex is absolutely crushing it.
Yeah.
Really great
Wow.
play, losing very little health, just keeping the focus, keeping the pressure on,
Hit the side.
keeping the casts out. Really great play.
Bruh.
Sorry, it's my fault. I made you self-conscious by drawing attention to how well you were doing. It's entirely.
Nah,
Poseidon
Poseidon
is
someone's
not a
just
great
bad.
spot.
Yeah,
he's
that's-
just,
that's
it's
true.
awful. The hit stun's The
No,
only
he summons his circles on you instead of on
Yeah.
Theseus or on a fixed location, so you have to use a dash to avoid that. That's why he's
Ah.
terrible.
Ah, yeah, there you go.
and yeah,
Oh.
the Demeter's one also like terrible.
Demeter's
because
is
of that.
very bad. Even in any heat,
Um,
Demeter's pretty
oh,
bad.
it sucks.
Also, Alex, this is a lore run. Don't forget to you skipped over the important lore here in the last room.
Oh yeah,
Gotta remember.
there's a supportive shade that you can see during the fight, and that Zagreus can greet after the
Yeah.
second hero's win.
Right.
Yeah, you
Oh, okay, so it
you
is
show
actually-
next run. You show next run.
All is fine. Yeah, I'll do that. Lose
Anyway,
5 seconds.
I see that we got like $100 in the chat from Ghosty Boy for Transgender Law Center. Thank you so much, Ghosty.
Yo, thank you, Ghosty.
You're the supporting shade. Yes. Ghosty, one of the members up.
Oh,
the
Ghosty
game.
is a ghost is a shade, a supportive Ghosty boy shade. Perfect.
Actually. What were those sandwich spawns? I was like blessed.
That's the eye of the Lamia. These enemies sometimes drop little sandwich. I love that what
No,
makes
it's just more that we
healthy
actually got
is,
like 2 of them
heroes. Oh, yeah.
because it's only like a 10% chance to happen or whatever.
I don't remember. I feel like it's the Eye of Lamia does one of 2 things. It doesn't do anything, or it drops a shit
Correct.
ton. There's
Yeah.
only it doesn't do anything in between ever.
Yeah, there is literally no 0 in between.
I'd like to call it
Zero.
Eye of Lamia or Eye of Scamia sometimes because it doesn't do
Ooh.
anything.
Yeah.
I think those names fit well.
It's like I call urge to kill, urge to snooze because it just is bad.
Holy!
Oh,
crap.
even more damage. That's
We are
the,
getting
so that
some
is
good luck here.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
On both
that is
runs.
Zeus's legendary boon, Splitting
Is
Bolt, which says
insane.
every time, see that little extra yellow bolt going out? Every time a lightning boon is used, that thing is going to go out, but of course it has its own internal cooldown, so otherwise it'd be
Yeah.
spawning constantly. But it still is nice to just have extra little bolts going out, throwing damage around.
Which all scale off of like your kind of, you can't really get that right now, but like later in like normal runs you can get damage boosts, damage bonuses, and
Yeah.
it all scales off of that, and it gets crazy.
The visual clutter in this
It's
game
a lot.
can get pretty intense.
Especially when you have
especially
Rod,
six.
Zeus attack.
Oh, so we're dealing with at least another 3 sack here.
We're playing it safe.
This is one of the denser enemies in terms of HP in the game.
It the
Come on,
So
man.
so here we're using the traps. Like this room has these pressure plates that trigger these big
Come
swords.
on.
that's why
Ah.
because if you
Yeah, all of that green stuff is poison, and
it
as
stacks.
you know from other video
Yeah.
games, the red numbers mean health is going down.
yeah, and poisons to stack. So
You
it gets
can lose a
rolled up.
lot of health in very little
Yeah.
time.
If you get stuck in, especially in those gigantic rooms like we were talking about before, if you get poisoned and you're not near one of those pools, or you have like enemies that are like camping the pools, you can lose a lot of health really, really, really fast.
But we're doing good. We're like
Yeah.
No, this is actually crazy.
we often think of the second run as being one of the hardest ones. But Alex is making good work of it.
Incredibly
Boons
blessed.
have been on our
run
side.
indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting early jolted's helped so much, but beyond that, it's like the amount of skill it takes to actually properly use Zeus cast, especially in like run 2 where you don't have, and
Bruh.
especially in low percent where you don't have any additional cast stones.
Sorry, real quick. This is at least
hate
a
the
4
style.
sack, so we have this is a rough room, and you know this
Oh.
is a room though where we're very grateful for Rod and for Jolted because it's you don't really have a lot of options on sword to get through these enormous pools of goo without killing yourself, and so you
But
just gotta
especially the
wait.
giant gap in the middle of the room makes getting to some enemies just
Oh my
hell.
God.
Just like it is cruel and unusual punishment. At least these are good spawns.
And you can, so I
But-
think this room right here and the 4 sack is a fantastic example of why Alex says that even tight deadline 1 is not as consistent, because if you get a 5 sack and you don't have Rod and Jolted and this pretty powerful run 2 build, that could have taken 2 minutes in itself, that room, easily.
Yeah. Oh,
Exactly,
absolutely.
steps. Exactly.
If you get like, and here we were even quite lucky about where the laser crystal decided to stand, because if the laser crystal is deciding to stand on top of the gap, you just cannot reach it by any means.
And then you're just
Literally,
dealing
you
with
have to
like
just
a
wait.
bonus trap at all times. Yeah.
Yeah. You just have to wait, or you have to run off screen so it follows you.
You can also thrust it from one side to the other and then just pray that it doesn't move back, but that's not
Except when it
consistent. You might see that happen
when it-
later in the run, and I might just die to that if it happens at the wrong time. Hey, look at
Oh
5 sack.
no!
5
5 sack.
Okay,
Oh
here we go.
no!
So this is like
for the build.
this is absurdly like bad luck.
Very bad luck.
It's
This is a pretty
supposed to
big
be that
room.
like 50% of the time you only have to enter 2 of the tunnels, and here we're gonna have to enter all 5. Which, what's the probability of this? Like 2% or something?
2.9, I
stupid.
believe it is.
Yeah, because it's
under 3.
like a 45. It's like a 45% or 50. It's 40. It's close to 50% for a 2 sack, and then it's 50% every other time.
I feel like you don't need to know this game at all to have seen that room and known that that's a very hard room. That's a very, very hard room. Alex, great job, man. You are playing so well.
That's like
very
the
much.
second worst tile, I think. The other one with all of the traps in the center, because you can just sometimes get trapped in the center and then just keep getting hit by the traps. Yes, the serenade of Zeus boons going off. It's like a symphony.
Oh, I love pushing the rats into the big chop trap kill.
Yeah.
There we go.
Ooh, really, really long-a-thon
I'm
indeed.
shocked we got it here.
Could have been a 6 sack. Maybe it was gonna be a 6 sack.
The magical 6 sack. You have to go buy it off a Charon. It's just
Yeah.
he just actually grabbed it first and just holding it hostage.
I do appreciate that they were like, should we animate Cerberus walking away? And then they said, no. No, we should not.
No, they do a great job of like one of the things about the way they do this game with all the animations and everything. It's like super artfully done, but they're super.
So
They
quick
do-
plot update, Hades
yeah.
is telling you nothing. Let's keep go back. That's it.
Yeah, he literally just doesn't care. But yeah, it's like they do a great job from like an animation perspective of being super kind of cognizant of not unnecessarily putting animations like for that kind of stuff. They do a really good job of fading to black when you need to kind of like adjusting things, which means you're not wasting like animation dev time on like animating all this stuff from an art perspective. And it means you can spend more time making all of the gorgeous backgrounds that we have in this game.
Yeah,
all
really.
the
It's a
amazing
nice
character
game to
design.
look at. I've played
I-
this game for many, many hours, and I still enjoy looking at all of the biomes.
I have played 1,500 hours of this game, and still do not get tired of looking at it, except for Tartarus. Sometimes you get a little tired of that. But it makes all the other biomes better, because when you get to see them, it's like, oh, I haven't seen this in like 10 hours. Let me just play all
Really
the bad
clean
runs because
player.
I get to see more things.
So good.
This
I
build is
remember the first time
insanely
I reached the dad fight, like when I was playing casually, I don't know why, but I was somehow surprised that dad was standing there.
Yeah, same.
And
Hold up.
I genuinely, this is not a joke. I genuinely had no idea there was a phase 2 the first time I beat phase 1.
Oh yes,
So
yes.
Everybody.
I lost it. I had no. I was
Yeah.
like, yes, and then
I did the same thing.
No. When I realized that my journey was only about halfway done, I was like,
Yeah.
are you kidding me?
My first
And then they
ever
got like
phase
the
one-
shock wave that goes out between the
Dude,
two
right,
phases.
right,
That's just the
right.
cheeky getting like killing
Oh,
you
that's-
without
That was like
recourse.
the worst spot he stood. But no,
Ooh,
like
yeah.
I remember the first time I fought Dad, I beat him like the first time I beat phase 1, it was like I was on 10 health. And I was like, it was like I was like, yeah. And then like click through the dialogue, it was like cool, and just like had relaxed. Like did my pop off and everything, and then just he went, nope, and then just gets up. I'm standing next to him and just immediately hits me with a shockwave.
Yep.
And I
So
just died.
this
Like,
attack here is so good, by the way. So
Yeah,
like he's shooting out all these lasers, but there is a safe spot like really close to him.
you have to
just hug
stand
him.
on his stomach.
You have to give him a hug.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Yeah.
he's doing it now. The way that this fight works too, I believe he is allowed to do that move as often as once every other move.
Yep. And it's actually surprisingly really good for DPS because you can just because
Yeah,
sometimes he does
you
attack
can't
patterns
move
where
around, but you can kind
he just swipes at you and runs away, and you can't move because if you move at all, his shoulder hitbox will push you in the lasers, and then you just die.
Yeah,
That
like
is-
it does a lot of damage, but like if you hug, then it's all good.
There are
If we
some visual
swapped-
cues for it. If you want to learn them, you can just play a dad fight for a while,
Yeah.
and that'll be fine.
See the sun, see the sun,
see the sun,
see the sun.
sun.
But no, if you looked at that boon screen, that end screen there, that if you swapped out the Athena dash for Poseidon dash, this is one of the best shots in the game, by the way. If you swapped that out for Poseidon dash, that actually looked like an Eris anti-heat build, like an insanely good one.
Minus RD, of course, but we'll
Yeah.
get to that later, maybe.
If we get RD, I wouldn't run 9 to be like Immy with RD, and just actually just be an anti-heat run.
Yeah. So here, for plot reasons, in the second visit, basically Persephone and Zagreus are both confused about why Hades did not tell Persephone that Zagreus lived, and also didn't tell Zagreus that Persephone was his real mother. So, but they don't really get any answers. There's just a little bit of context where she's like, yeah, I left because I was sad that you died, and then I pieced out here, and I told him I was leaving. And he's like, but like no one ever said anything to you? And she's like, no, I thought you were dead, and I left, and I thought you knew I left. And that's it. So it's a little expository, but it doesn't really give you that much. But oh, here we get
Ooh.
Oh,
a
that's
dataless
fine.
hammer. This is a very big power upgrade, even for low percent, because it's not an unlock. It just the game starts producing them. Lucky you. And these fundamentally change something about the weapon itself. Here, you see the special now hits twice. We love that. That's one. Sword has some of the worst hammers in the game.
You mean like the other two
the-
that were on the screen?
Yeah, and only has about I think like what 4 that are good. I mean, there's there's like
do we-
5 or
Do we
6.
consider Chop good?
Yes.
I think in this context we
Very.
do. Yeah, in this context we do.
In
it's
fresh
like
all the
the-
credits, yes.
It's the greatest, I think. It's the most consistent for sure.
So
yeah, I
yeah,
guess double edge is only consistent when you have a good attack.
yeah, double edge is the best for any heat because it makes your dash strike simply hit twice, which is very easy to build around. However, in this category, Alex has no guarantees about having the attack really be as meaningful as they would like, and so not as guaranteed. The one that Alex was talking about, Chop, that's called
Ares.
Ooh, yeah, Ares.
Mm.
Yeah.
Chop,
you
that's
can
called
do
World
one-
Splitter, and that one turns the attack into one really big, powerful attack. And so Alex is saying that's a more consistent build for this category because then it's like if that's all you need. You have
Yeah,
that, you don't have to worry so much.
It does
Other
90
builds.
flat damage when
Right.
your normal slash does 15.
I think
20,
it's
20,
20, 25,
okay.
30. I think it's 20, 25, 30 for the
Where's the
combo.
Where's the stat? There's one of them that's like 15.
I think that's Spear. Actually, Spear has
Yeah, it's
Spear. is
Spear.
rough.
Yeah. Let's do it just standing. Ooh.
Oh, is that Poseidon?
It is.
Please take Poseidon special so we can see how nonsensical that is.
No.
I would take Floodshot probably, and maybe Cod.
Indeed so.
Ooh, actually, I like that idea.
That's what I was going for, indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind. don't
So
listen to me.
this will be the first appearance of Poseidon, god of the ocean. His boons all have a knockaway effect, which is it's good and bad. Oh, perfect. That's I mean at least.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Be safe.
Oh.
Taking
Be
the
safe.
healing, being so all right, all right.
Yeah, Poseidon is the frat boy of Hades.
Yeah. But his if you got one of the boons, you'd see that they have a knockaway effect, which is both. It can be very useful and beneficial for grouping, but it does take some skill to use. I certainly never really got good at it as a casual player. But once you kind of understand how it works, it can be a really huge mechanic.
It's one of the main damage dealers, especially the dash for any heat runs.
Yeah, for certain aspects, they really build around the dash and around, especially for sticks where you have all those really small rooms. You can get a lot of tier 2 boons from Poseidon and synergies that allow you to really just kind of clear a room with a single dash, knock them into a wall, and everyone just explodes. It's fun.
Yeah, because it's actually interesting because the way the dash knockback works is with the way, because in most cases doing a dash attack is always quicker and is always more, has just higher DPS. So what you can do is you can be dashing at enemies and are knocking back, and rather than you continuing kind of past them with your dash attack, they're actually getting pushed with you, so you can actually keep up damage while also grouping enemies, which is it takes a lot of skill to do, but it allows you to do some seriously crazy things with damage uptime. It just doesn't exactly. The downside is, and we haven't actually discussed this yet, but with the way your iframes work in Hades with your dash, is you get iframes for the entire duration of your dash unless you make an input that is something other than basically a directional input. So when you dash attack, as soon as you hit that attack button, your iframes go away. So you can have times. So you can have times where you.
Real quick, this is two Sisyphus in a row, which we do not expect to see Sisyphus that often. And for lore reasons, Sisyphus by the second visit is kind of like, "Hey, buddy, I don't see you around here too often. What you doing?" And he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it. But if you happen to see the Furies, just let them know I'm not. Just kind of get out of the way." So you get a camaraderie with the people that you meet along the way that I think is one of the things you really look forward to, especially as a casual player, is kind of like running into them and being like, not only do I not have to fight anything, but there's probably like a silly little dialogue, or like they have such personality. It's fun.
Yeah, the way the character writing in this game is insane, especially considering it's a roguelike, where especially these, story rooms that you're seeing, you don't see them every single run, and it does a great, like, there were times when I was playing this casually where I was just like, especially the one that is in Asphodel, I was just like playing just to see the story rooms, just because they were such cool characters.
And a lot of the plot, there's like there's achievements, there's the minor list of fated accomplishments or whatever that kind of rely on you unlocking certain story thing. And it's really, that was definitely the driver for me as a casual player. It's just like getting the unlocks, the plot unlocks.
Like that's kind of your quote unquote way of kind of guiding you through the story, is to do those, because it forces you to meet certain characters, do certain things, unlock certain things that matter for the actual overall plot line. It also forces you to kind of take certain duo boons and stuff like that, or it forces you to like go through all the duo boons so you can see all the character reactions there. The fact that you did that fight without taking much damage was kind of crazy, considering your damage is.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of damage actually. Like, if you look at the timer, we are fast.
Yeah, Double Nova's pretty good.
Double Nova
is really good. Yeah.
I forgot how good Double Nova is from a damage perspective.
It's like you don't like it in like any heat, but like for like FFDC, it's maybe the best hammer that we have, honestly.
Yeah, from like especially if you get something like Athena Special, where it's like 120% scaling.
Yeah,
it actually gets crazy.
Like I think I prefer Double Nova over like Double Edge.
Yeah, if I was like, the only time I would ever kind of take Double Edge is if I already kind of had like a like Afro attack or something like that, just because the way the scaling works. But going back to kind of what the hammer screen looked like, you had two of the scuffed hammers, cursed /
No, I got Shadow, not Cursed.
No, Cursed was on there. I think it was Cursed and Shadow.
Oh, alright.
Yeah,
it was
I think
Cursed
so
and
too.
Shadow. Because I was gonna make a joke about the fact that if only it had been Dash Nova as a third option, and then we would.
I like Dash Nova. Dash Nova is not a bad.
It gives me a migraine.
Hammer. It's not a good hammer for speed, but it's not a bad hammer. It gives you, if you can. I've played some heat runs with it where I've gotten it as a second hammer, and I've been like, sure. And you have to be a little careful because you don't have iframes on the dash, but it's not inherently bad.
It allows you to do some
It is kind of bad. I'm a hater. I will
All right,
I will come out a
hate on
hater.
it. All right.
But
Counterpoint. Sophie, can you please substantiate your hate?
Oh, we're getting good luck. So like the awful thing about Dash Nova is that it moves you.
Holy.
Like oh,
That's insane.
we are getting some
This is
good luck
very
here.
good. We are getting the things we
yeah,
want.
it's the fact that it just teleports you.
But that's the point. Is it's basically a dash, so you get another dash with no.
No, but it's, like that is
are a
like
thing.
the purpose of Dash is iframes. Like if Dash didn't move you and it only gave you iframes, I'm not sure if it would even be worse.
Yeah, and what's funny is Dash Nova, as much as we joke around about it, is better than it was in early access because the original version of Dash Nova was called Snap Nova, and it had zero animation. It literally teleported you, and it was the most jarring thing ever.
That sounds bad.
It was real bad. It gave me. I could not take it because it would actually just give me motion sickness. To use
Well,
it.
Chat, make up your mind for yourself. Are you a Dash Nova hater, a Dash Nova lover, or are you completely indifferent on Dash Nova? Let us know.
Let us know. Especially, I want to hear from any haters.
Unbiased, by the way.
Oh yeah, not biased in the slightest.
So here, this is a room, sort of like, okay, so maybe like every time we are like looking at doors, we can choose what the next like major reward will be. And so this room, we know that we will see Aphrodite. Who's a god that we haven't met before. She has a lot of boons that do have high numbers for damage scaling, and they inflict weak. Weak is actually quite a good status effect here. And if an enemy is weak, they do less damage to you, I think.
Yes.
And
And in
50% reduced damage, I believe.
yeah, in FFTC that is kind of worth the effort. And I think right now our god pool is at 3.
Insane.
Like it's not full yet, I believe.
But we also from Aphrodite got one of the better ones you can get in Fresh File, in general, which is called Life Affirmation, which all of your health bonuses are increased by 25% at the common value, I think.
30.
30? Okay. And it just allows you to take more hearts and get more health out of the hearts and it allows you to then potentially take more palms while still maintaining the kind of that health value that you need to just be safe. Double Nova with Athena special. It's so good. Double deflect.
This is going so fast.
Yeah, this is actually a great build.
This is so much fun to play.
And Merciful End is open. Could also get that later.
I know. Yeah, that's actually insane DPS. It also makes that fight in particular super safe because of the fact that you can just
Much of it is deflectable.
yeah, like all of the Hydra's just attacks really are deflectable except the slam.
And the magma AoEs, to be fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
No, wait, the god pool is full, right? Because we got Poseidon way
Right,
back
right,
in the
we
day.
did. Yeah, Poseidon.
Yeah, so we have 4 gods in the pool right now.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
this
yeah,
was
yeah,
great.
yeah.
We are on run 3 actually. Yeah.
Sure, you. Hesitating with palming the attack, but I'd rather get the money up, buy a boon and shopper or something.
Even palming the special would be good, I think.
Yeah, I think at this
I
point I'd
think-
rather palm the special.
I think it makes sense to get the money because if you got a 50% chance of seeing Ares or Athena in that shop and you did not have enough money and I don't see, you're not necessarily getting 9 in this.
Oh yeah, no,
room.
getting the gold is definitely the probably.
It's
optimal.
tough. I really get used to when I switch between playing fresh file and any heat. I really get used to that. In any heat, you have the urns that drop gold appearing sometimes, and you
also
kind of
just that starting 100 gold, which is actually does a lot to
Huge,
up
of course.
your economy.
But yeah, in fresh file, you gotta keep track. I guess you're good though. I didn't think you'd get this much gold in that room. I would have gone with the gold as well, but now seeing it, I think the palm might have been the better choice.
It's fine. I can
Yeah.
just
In
buy a palm in
retrospect-
the shop. It's equal value.
Oh,
Palms
Okay,
cost
that's
100.
fair. But the
True.
gold is
Or you just
fungible.
take
And
palm
look, you
here.
can get a palm. There you go.
But no, so like, what's interesting here is there. Oh, here we go.
Raw.
There we go. There was the double flame wheel.
There it is.
Woo, yay! But there's actually kind of an interesting argument to be made. Ooh. At least we have dash. At least we have double nova. Oof.
Dash Nova, imagine.
Dash nova actually would. This is like the one use case for dash nova because you can just like.
You can
deflect
do the
frame.
exact same thing, just normally by dash specialing, though. There's no point.
Correct. Correct.
As an Ares, that's
Yeah.
tempting.
So there's an argument. To be, there we go.
Ooh.
There's an argument. Let's go.
Ooh.
Okay. Good. So there's an argument to be made now that we have merciful end. This makes the argument moot. But there's an argument to be made before we had merciful end to palm the special just because of how much more damage you're getting out of it. Just because of the way the percent scaling works.
I mean, I think we are still getting more. We're like, are we getting more damage out of Emmy?
I guess
right now?
because-
I don't think
no,
so.
because I guess because it's common attack. Oh lord, I have to do math off the top of my head. I think special is better.
I think special is better right now, but like it's
Yeah.
it's an investment. Like,
Ooh, we get a new friend. Lore interruption.
We get emo.
We don't know
Lord.
who this guy is. Yeah, this guy's real salty at first. He doesn't even tell you his name.
It takes a long time to learn his name as well.
Actually, I
It
think
takes-
don't you have to like complete? You learn his. You the
I think
player
it's
learn
6
his
or
name. But he
7.
doesn't tell you his name
Yeah.
until
It's like 6 or 7 interactions
much
before
later.
you learn his name or something like that.
No, you have
No,
to
I
check
th-
the
I think
codex,
you get it-
actually.
Yeah,
to
the
be
codex
fair.
you get it almost right away, but he doesn't tell you what it is
Oh right.
until
Yeah.
much later, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a very helpful one.
Oh wait, that's
Indeed.
actually so cute because of course the codex knows what his name is.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we get the codex from his boyfriend.
Right from
Correct.
Achilles.
If you
So
decide to
Patty
pick it
is,
up, which
you
I
know.
won't be, but still.
You won't even
Yeah.
speak to Achilles once. We won't even see Achilles once.
We do.
This
We
whole
do need
time.
No,
to
we have to talk. We have to talk to him
once.
one time.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You have
That's
to
how
talk
you
to him
get
one
into the
time.
room. Yeah, that's how you get
Yeah.
into.
Right.
What room we're not
Um,
going to say yet, but there
we'll-
will be a
we'll-
room.
we'll see later. We'll see later.
No spoilers.
Not
No spoilers.
But yeah, it's Patroclus Patty has saved so many runs because normally in any heat you have death defiances. You'll notice if we get another Patty, when we open up that menu, you see that there's only 2 options there, and there's like a blank spot. There's supposed to be a 3rd option there that basically, if you're using normal death defiances, refills them all, the ones that you're missing, and then if you have the other option, it makes it heal you for more.
Oh yeah, Patty's rewards are so good.
Yeah.
Anyway,
saved
I wanted
many
to
runs.
now that there's other people in chat, I was talking about this with Alex last week. Can you both pay attention to how many Emmy procs we're getting? Because I think there are cases where we're seeing one more proc than you would think, and I don't
Wait,
know if
hold
this is like a double Nova kind of weirdness or like the procs are going faster right here. Like these are more procs than we should be getting, and I don't know why. Or like at least it feels like we should not be getting this
Are
much
you
damage.
fitting in an extra slash between Novas?
I'm trying to,
That
yes.
shouldn't be but is that possible even? I don't know what is happening here.
No, because the animation finishes and then it adds the second special onto it.
Oh,
like,
because the wave sort of is still going
Yeah.
outwards after, like, you can already do your second
yeah, if you spaced
animation.
it properly, because it's actually the wave that procs it. Like, it's basically the deflect hitbox that actually procs the merciful end.
Oh, okay, that does make
So
sense.
if you got to like max spacing, and we're doing like the normal rotation of, you know, special and then turnaround slash, you should be able to fit it in there if you're spaced out properly. Oh, good, Zeus. This is a fun one because it just like randomly can just hit you. But that was actually crazy.
We've got a lot of damage.
Yeah, our damage is insane. Do we have-
These can be very tricky if you don't know where. Ooh, Spur Shade.
Board of Shade.
That
Have I
shade
got a
there. Have I
fan?
got a fan? Ooh, yes.
You sure do.
Do we have impending yet?
We do not.
Okay. I didn't think so because we were only doing like 180.
Still, very blessed run 3 as well. This is like probably some of the best builds I've gotten ever
Yeah,
in
it's actually
my
insane.
in
Yeah,
my like
nice.
35 runs of low percent so far.
I would take this in normal FFTC. What are you talking about?
Yeah, absolutely.
I would pay to get these
Bruh.
these builds.
I love geometry. I could have just dashed there, that's on me.
Oh, so yeah, 156. Yeah, they don't have impending.
Anyways, let's just hope that the sticks RNG doesn't screw me over again.
Yeah. Let's get 2 sec.
So what, we're at a what? We're at a 4 sack and a 5 sack, right?
Yes,
Yes.
precisely.
That's right.
Nice
Pretty bad.
bomber.
I'm opening
It's
up.
making up-
Notepad
it's
really
making up
fast.
for-
I'm just gonna keep track of this.
I think it's making up for how good the boons are. It's like it's still giving you average
True.
run times. You know,
It
speed through
is.
the rooms with a good build, but you have an additional 25 rooms or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might not be that far off with 25. The earliest you can get into that is chamber 50, so yeah, that sounds about right.
Can't do that. Not now.
Oh hey, that
Hey,
makes up
2
for some
sec.
things.
forgot how-
Never taking that.
You didn't, why not?
The attack replacement, of course, that's worth.
It wouldn't do anything to your DPS.
What are you talking?
What do you mean? Your DPS is fine.
So true.
You're never late, Father.
Looks like we've got a donation from Rainbow Unicorn Phoenix, $15. Thank you so much for that.
You really believe?
More contributions always welcome.
The lore bit that just happened is that Zagreus tells his father that he wasn't supposed to be born according to his mother, and his father tells him he's a liar, doesn't know anything. Shit.
Glacial exposition with Hades.
Oh, I thought you were about to make glacial Claire jokes.
Oh no, we haven't seen Demeter yet, and that's okay. We don't need
The
to see
best
Demeter.
boon.
I'd
If
rather
she wants-
not
if she
see her
just
the whole
wants-
run, honestly.
If she just wants to chill, if she just wants to literally chill up on a very frosty mountain and not assist Zagreus with her
Fine.
Werther's
She slows
originals,
things down, and that doesn't cause any issues. I definitely haven't lost multiple Fresh Fall to credits runs because of her. I will explain that when we get to her.
Useless.
Nice dodge around the shockwave.
yeah, that was really good.
Yeah, that was
really
actually
good.
That was a gamer moment.
Hardest
forget
part
how-
of this fight for me is that little pause that you have to do
Shit.
sometimes. That's when I always eat a
the
sweet.
delay.
Just the little delay, and Alex
Yeah.
keeps nailing it. Just that little wait
And if
before you
you-
dash a special.
Yeah, if you don't do a full delayed dash strike, you will just get hit every single time.
Oh yeah.
Let's finish this.
That's the exact reason why I had to learn how to do delayed dash strikes. Just because I kept getting hit by that. That's a great pattern. Like we actually have crazy damage, even though, like from like a scaling perspective, we don't have actually a ton of scaling.
And we have Emmy. The scaling's great.
Right. It's more for an IMI build. This doesn't have a whole lot of scaling. Because we're missing Impending Doom. Oh man, what a good pattern. Actually, that's actually insane. Actually, wait, hold up. A Double Nova.
Double Nova goaded, I keep telling you.
Yeah. The
With Double
goated.
Nova,
We
with
keep
Double
telling
Nova, that spawn that pattern's insane. Because you just literally just sit there
Oh yeah.
and you just do
Give
your
him a nice
teleportation
big
and
hug.
Ow. I never thought
Alright.
about that.
So this one's winding up, and I think I'm gonna have to return to real life now at the conclusion of run 3. I leave you in the capable hands of Sophie and Fives. Thanks for having me, Alex. Good luck on the rest of the run.
Have a good day, Steps.
All right, I'm going to go
Train
ahead
on.
and pull up the wiki really fast so I can remember how the story goes.
Most knowledgeable speedrunner.
I at one point started replaying like a fresh save so I could play through the story again, and then did the full speedrunner thing, and just kept trying to speedrun on the new file.
Oh, I know your struggle. It's so difficult to actually remember to not skip through the dialogue.
And I was like, ah, crap.
Yes.
I would just mash through dialogue and be like, shit, every single time.
It's just a hunch.
So, Nick saved Zagreus from death, which is why he didn't die, per se. Or rather, he did die, but he got revived by Nyx. And she told no one
Definitely not
about it.
explaining. It's definitely not
For
explaining
real?
the.
Huh.
Yeah, that's it. It definitely also doesn't like make the entirety of the way the game itself works, like with the reborn and everything like that. Like the way he can revive. It's kind of the way of kind of allowing for that to exist, because Nyx made him.
Anyways,
Here we go.
hi, here's Hermes. The one who's going to win
Oh,
us
let's
this
go.
run,
Let's
actually.
go!
The run's already pretty much won because I need one of Divine Dash or an extra dash from Hermes to have a really good time, usually.
Yeah. Okay. So now we have infinite iframes essentially.
Come me my blade.
Yeah. So Hermes is like, he's a special god. Partially because so like normally we can only see 4 gods in a run, but you can always see Hermes because he has special boons that are more. I don't know how would you describe what Hermes' boons are like? They make
Speedy.
you faster.
I mean, they do actually just make you faster. But they're kind of ancillary.
Utility.
They're utility scaling boons. So like some of them make I can't that's a bit of a spoiler, but some of them like just naturally make you just actually literally move faster, like greater haste. Some of
Like
them
some of the strongest boons are from Hermes for sure.
the best boon, 2 boons in the game come from Hermes, like hands down. Or the best boon in the game, I guess, comes from Hermes in rush delivery.
And it's really the kind of stuff that is useful no matter what your build is, which is why you can always meet him. Hermes is also story-wise, he's a very interesting figure. For example, like because he likes to be fast, Hermes' dialogue will actually notice when you turn on the speedrun timer, and he will comment about it.
Yep. And he
at
also
some point
gives you an
even-
option. Yeah. Yeah, he gives you an option eventually to like ask if you want to disable his dialogue.
so that you can go faster. It's beautiful. I love him.
But yeah, he's also just he's just kind of a chill dude that just he pops in, hangs out, and then is like, gotta go.
I think he is also the only one that we're like in cahoots with.
Yeah.
Because okay, so here's I guess a part of the story that we haven't explained yet. But so what is it? Sort of like the gods, like
Yeah,
the Olympian
so-
gods, don't know where our mother is.
Yeah. And they also are convinced what we're actually doing to escape the underworld, so they'll help us out, is to come see them. That's why they're helping us out, is basically so we can go to Olympus. So they think we're trying to go to Olympus. And none of them are actually kind of like really showing up. Hermes is actually coming down to the underworld because he's allowed to.
Yeah, and so Hermes is the only one who knows what's up.
Yeah, he actually knows what's going on because he's in cahoots with Nyx.
Yeah.
And Charon.
And yeah, and he and Charon are buds.
They're
homies.
are they not like brothers or something, or is that am I making that up?
They're co-workers, no?
They are
Oh yeah,
co-workers. Oh,
yeah,
there we
they're
go.
just co-workers. Yeah.
Make the dash.
I'm not
Could have gone
insane.
beam.
Okay, that was the correct the correct choice.
So yeah, that was Demeter, our grandmother, or like the mom of our mother. She has ice powers.
Notably, Zagreus doesn't know that Demeter is his mother's mother.
Correct.
We only learned that later.
Yes,
Yeah,
there's a voice line
she's
where
one
she
of the
calls her Kore, and that makes Zagreus realize.
And she's one of the few kind of ones that you learn she actually does a decent amount of lore drop, because she kind of talks about like what happened like with Persephone and like that kind of stuff. So, but she's one of the few gods where you learn a lot of it over a very long period of time. Like she trickles dialogue to you, kind of story bits with you. More so than the other ones, because the other ones are just kind of there going like, hey, you know. But she definitely just kind of trickles in, like, telling a storyline. Plus, also, she's just, for no pun intended, very cold.
Breaching, nice.
You didn't know anything?
Wait, actually, sort of the fact that Demeter does so much like lore exposition, it makes sense because sort of Demeter can only show up after you've seen the surface at least once. So you gotta like have made some amount of story progress before you can even meet her for the first time.
I believe her initial dialogue even refers to you going to the surface and seeing snow. Or it's either that or it refers to Dad in some capacity with him being up there. So like it would actually be entirely like a spoiler in some capacity for her to show up any earlier.
Oh, yes.
Or it's either that or the lore reason is that she felt your presence when you reached the surface. So that's how she was able to come see you, like able to kind of show up. Because the thing to keep in mind is the gods themselves are not actually showing up. When you're finding their boons, you are basically, in a way, communing with them to be able to kind of astral project or whatever to...
Yeah, it's like they're like cell phones, the boons.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just receiving a WhatsApp message basically from the family group chat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically a bunch of like Snapchat conversations, which is actually really sick because it makes some of the epilogue part of the game. Yeah, that's fair. That was a fair sell. It makes some of the epilogue pieces pretty interesting because of the way it kind of expands out as you get past the actual main credits of the game, because the epilogue part of the game, which is actually a pretty chunky part of the game, is to accomplish something, and it allows you to kind of progress the story while keeping you still playing the game. And it's not even really an epilogue, it's kind of more of an act 2 in a lot of ways, if you want to look at it that way.
You can very much play the game after epilogue, just to be clear. The people in chat here.
Yeah, I only played 1,100 hours of this game after epilogue. No, definitely. It's a very unplayable game after the epilogue, you know.
So yeah, and we can Hermes can only show up twice, or like we can get 2 boons from him.
Sometimes still one
Normally,
in Stick's shop.
Yeah, you can only get the third one in the 6th shot for 500 obols.
Sometimes.
Oh yeah, it's a 50% chance to show up. Or no, it's like 40% because the other ones that can show up too. That I always forget about.
yeah. And a while back I mentioned that like run 2 is the most difficult run. Or like often we consider this the second run out of the 10 to be the most difficult. Because sort of like in the third run we can see the hammer, and starting in the fourth run we can have 2 hammers and 2 Hermes.
Yeah.
And those really are just huge power-ups.
Yeah, the fact that we literally have 0 actual damage.
Oh yes,
that's,
it's fine.
That's unfortunate. We have 0 actual damage here, but our pace is like fine, and we're safe because of the fact that 3 dashes is this fight might be awkward. 3 dashes is crazy from a safety perspective. Like again, dash strikes are the main way of doing damage, and because they actually deal more damage than your normal attacks, they deal 60 or 50, something like that. And you can just spam them essentially when you have plus 3 dashes, which is why we popped off so hard at the fact that it was an epic Hermes boon, because Hermes boons have an even lower % chance of being epic than normal boons. It's like 2% or some nonsense. It's like an astronomically low number just on its own. So getting that is kind of crazy, because with the dashes one, yeah.
We're
Okay, now we're invincible. But it's also epic. It's also epic, so you get that juicy like 2 damage more. Because Athena Dash has the best scaling in the game.
True.
But each rarity for dashes from Hermes is a +1 dash. So common is a singular extra dash. Rare is 2. Epic is 3. And when you're playing in with mirror unlocks, you can get a second dash by default. So you can get upwards of 5 dashes, or with the storeroom we're about to get into, you can even get upwards of 6.
Hives, hear me out. Gamble.
Fuck it, go for it. What are you gonna
Let's
palm?
do it.
What are you gonna palm?
Like there's only gambling here.
Ah, damn it! A hit quick recovery.
Oh.
I forgot you could. I forgot we had that. One of the more useless boons in the game. Because kind of doesn't do anything, especially when you have your health as low as it is. Is like you take 10 damage and it's like, cool, I dashed and I recovered 35% of it. That was ooh, yay, 3. I got 3 health back. Yay. I'm pretty sure it's somewhat useful in high heat. I don't play high
Yeah,
heat,
it's
so I
fine.
know
It
you.
bypasses lasting consequences, so that's
Yeah.
fine.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so this was very much a meme pick that Alex was doing here.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
like
we should just get
sort of like, so this was, I think we haven't seen the story room before.
This
but
is Broccoli Mom. She's the best character in the game.
absolutely, yes. And she gives 3 options. Either she can upgrade your current boons in rarity or in level.
It's 4
or
random
she-
boons.
Yeah.
Upgraded.
Or she can make your next boons have greater rarity.
So
So
yeah,
here we
it's
did kind of the meme pick. We made 2 of our 3 boons more rare, with the idea of getting 1 more dash for funnies.
but we lost the we lost the coin flip twice.
Yes. This was a 2/3 chance and we lost it.
But yeah, it allows you to sometimes get 6 in any heat. You can get 6 dashes with that, which is crazy. It also sometimes becomes
happy with my-
uncontrollable.
sorry.
It becomes uncontrollable because you're just literally zipping around like you're Lightning McQueen.
I'm not unhappy with the Divine Dash rarity bonus because Heroic, which is what I have right now on it, the red, is the
20?
highest that it can go, which means the Divine Dash can no longer be replaced by another god. which means I have slightly
Actually,
higher
true.
chances of getting things I want from
Not getting
Dust
screwed
Boons.
over.
Oh, that is actually
I didn't think
true.
about that. Yeah.
So yeah, like boons can get replaced. Sort of if you already have an attack boon of like common rarity, and if you then pick up another god, they can offer you an attack as well, which would replace your old one, but then it would have a higher rarity. So you would get from common, you could upgrade to rare. No, from common to uncommon, it's called. From uncommon to epic.
Common, rare, epic, and then
Oh
heroic.
yes. But now, sort of, because our dash is the highest rarity possible, it cannot be replaced, which means that any slots, sort of, that we can never lose that coin flip. So the rest of our luck is like slightly better. But yeah.
Looking for the double edge or piercing wave hammers here, those would help out a fair bit.
Does piercing wave proc when you dash strike?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's actually crazy.
It's discounts
the one-
Dedge basically, and also a ranged
Yeah.
option, so in a sense better than Dedge.
Yeah, it's better than Dedge in most contexts in low percent, just because of the fact that it allows you to kill those random things that just run off into the void.
Yeah, and it pierces, and it doesn't require boons to scale.
Yeah, sure, I'll take that.
Ooh, P-Wave. Nice. That's exactly who we were talking about.
And I can actually take an attack now, I think. I'm not unhappy to go Afro now.
This is really good gameplay.
That's why I'm running here, right?
True. So one fun fact about enemies that took me hundreds of hours to realize is that every enemy spawns facing right.
Yep.
So if a new enemy spawns and you want to hit them in the back, you can just stand to the left of his summoning circle, and it'll work.
It is insanely helpful for the shield dudes, because you can kind of get behind them automatically and whack them before they turn around and then just immune your attacks over and over and over and over again.
What are we
We have
doing here?
You take that.
I'm pretty sure as well, yeah. Rip.
Damn. Oh, just APB, yeah. We get epic attack here because that scaling is actually kind of cracked.
This is actually pretty good damage.
Weight is a lifesaver here.
I would not be dealing this much without Hermes dashes, just for everyone who's not aware.
Hermes dashes RR damage.
Sure.
I guess,
Or
yeah.
crits.
Some extra health would be nice here.
This is kind of nasty, but I'm gonna be in the standing strike cycle really quickly because there are two modes on the sword in terms of standing strikes. Or rather, dash strikes. You can either get the dash strikes or you can keep doing standing strikes like that. I'm using the latter, the standing strikes, to keep greater control over Zagreus. The other one locks you into an animation for a while.
The sword has a lot of different, very comfortable damage rotations.
It is one of the mechanically more complex weapons to play safe with, for sure, because you are constantly trying to manage animations and making sure you're free to dash if you need to, or free to deflect something if you need to.
Yeah,
it's definitely not the most powerful or fastest weapon, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, It's so fun. It also has some of the best build variety in the game, actually, like that are viable builds.
For sure.
Like even in just in any heat runs, like you have 3 different main build styles that you can go for if you count the Lapras strat of Underdash. But which is crazy because you very rarely kind of get that when it comes to just kind of the overall meta. Ooh. Okay, P-Wave's here, and Lifesaver here.
Oh, this is like the fact that this works so well is of course because Alex plays keyboard and mouse.
Oh,
Because
right.
doing this on controller, sort of like
Does.
running one way and sending the P waves back, would be horrendously difficult.
It's really hard. You have to put the attack input in and then immediately like cancel the animation with a backwards dash. It's real hard.
Yeah. And this is so like I think most players in the community run with controller.
Yeah, it's probably
But
like
there's a good
85.
number of keyboard and mouse players, and like for good reasons, honestly.
You have
Both have their own
okay,
advantages for sure.
Okay, these spawns are.
I still have no boons pretty much.
I know. This is like the most high heat of builds ever.
It's like yeah, we're the run is not at any risk, but it's also not at any risk of going fast.
Did you turn on UC2 on accident? Like I think that's the first time you got that dialogue. It's about the regenerating. This is why we hate shields, by the way, is because they just sometimes sit against the walls and then just make it so you literally cannot damage them.
I mean, we've got P-Wave. We can't damage them.
Yeah, like without P-Wave, they just sit there and you're like, cool.
Yeah, for sure.
They're like, fuck me, I guess. It's just like I've had times where it's just like I've literally just like lost runs just because they've just sat against a wall. I'm like, I cannot damage you.
Here's the fee.
Wow, still
Where's
not.
your attack?
Oh, the game is
shouldn't
not
have-
cooperating.
You shouldn't have sold in that attack earlier. Got punished.
Mild regret. Whatever. I'm still fine though. Like even in the event where Theseus here, this man decides to summon someone nasty, I'm still fine. Frankly.
Wait, why is he still called the Minotaur again? Like we already know his name.
I'm pretty sure
It's always
always the
like
Minotaur in
this.
this fight.
Oh, is it? Really?
Yes.
Did I just never realize?
It's his dialogue box where it changes, I believe.
Oh. No, but like I think during the mini boss fight.
Oh no, it might
I think
it might matter. I think if you call him Asterius in this fight, I think might be where it changes.
Oh. Okay.
I don't think
okay.
Theseus knows that you know his because we haven't. I think you have to either meet him enough, either see Asterius enough times to where you and him get chill, and there's like a dialogue that happens in this fight where Theseus gets either butthurt or like self-conscious, and then Asterius and him have like a bro moment, and yeah, it's because kind of like how the learning ones where it's like the learning fight where the name change kind of happens like slowly, where because you're like talking to learning and then you start commenting about names and then you eventually go, you know what, I'm gonna give you a name, and then you
True.
try different names until you find one that fits. Also, Theseus is not being super rude here. He keeps on, like, actually walking into good spots to do the throw.
Bruh.
Oof.
I love geometry.
That was a geometry moment. I need my Lat Miller emotes. Just Lat Geode really fast.
It's actually wild how much sort of separate threads of just like character development are happening, because there's also just this whole plot about like where we learn why these people are friends, right?
Yep. The crazy thing about what you miss out on in low percent, just because you can't really talk to people because of accidentally unlocking certain things, is the is just you miss kind of all of these characters referencing each other and talking to each other, and then just a bunch of this side context to everything, which they do such a good job of integrating into it being a roguelike, because each time you go to the house, you get a 30-second to a minute and a half long conversation with characters, and it just. But then you do a 20-minute run, and then you come back and you have 7 people to go talk to again, and they can be in and out of the house depending, because they kind of have their own cycles that they do, because they all have jobs to do, which is such a masterful way of doing it. Also, he can poison himself, by the way, which is really funny. That he manages to get hit by his own call.
He's hitting himself. I thought it was like from our deflecting of the spin.
No, it's because it's a combination thing. I believe it's either coded as a trap or it's something like that. I forget what it is at the top of my head, but he can get poisoned by that call in some capacity.
Oh, okay.
Which is pretty funny. Without spoiling too many things with the game as a whole, it's one of these games where just playing it, I remember playing this thing and I cared so much. There were times where I died on purpose, just because I wanted to go back and get to like the next plot bit with certain characters.
Speaking of the plot and dialogue, the dialogue's incredible. Yeah,
the voice acting in this game is insane.
For all the lore
It's
folks
absolutely
here,
wild.
you would love playing this game casually.
It's
I
so
highly recommend playing
well
it.
researched, and does such a good job of telling a very kind of unknown kind of story, because Zagreus is an actual mythological character. There's some really funny jokes. There's a character we won't meet in this, because you have to unlock the character. But there's a song that's about where you basically kind of play a joke between Dionysus and Zag play a joke on the character about saying that like you're actually like kind of the same person. And it kind of there's a whole storyline, which is actually an actual thing in the mythology, is that people kind of equated Zagreus as a character and Dionysus in some capacities.
You can say the character's name, right? It won't pop up in this run, so it's Orpheus.
Yeah, that's where I was like, how much is... Yeah, it's Orpheus the Muse. You basically gaslight Orpheus into thinking you're Dionysus. And he sings an entire song about it, which is very funny. But it's like, it's not even like a huge major plot point. It's kind of a small like dialogue thing with you and Dionysus and Orpheus, and then just kind of doesn't come back up again.
Yeah, there's so many of these just little things, and they're all voice acted and even with like the supportive shade, like our one fan in the Colosseum, like sort of the Colosseum is full of shades who don't like us, and they cheer whenever we get hit, except for one who likes us.
Great.
And there is sort of Zagreus has so many voice lines talking to his one fan that are all different.
Yeah. And like,
be careful here because I don't have an Athena special.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, this can be rough without that.
I've been nearly one-shot by this
free.
before.
This fight is free when you have Athena special though, because you just deflect the bombs back at it, and it's just like, cool, dead.
I lost.
This is the fourth.
I lost a low percent run to getting hit way too much because I didn't have an Athena special on that, but thankfully didn't happen this time. Yes, this please.
Okay. So this is the third.
Let's see.
Right, so bringing this up now so people know, this category allows up to 50 minutes worth of breaks. at any point at the House of Hades, I will be pausing. And during the break, the timer's paused, so if the people organizing the event are watching, which I assume they are, then please pause the timer during that part, alright? I'll be announcing the moment I unpause.
Are you pausing after this run?
Yes, I need to take a short break.
Oh, good. I can go make more tea.
So are we in run 5 or 4 right now?
This is
Run 4, we just got Hermes for the first
Run
time.
4. Oh, yes.
Yeah, we just have no damage, so this is why it's been taking a hot second.
Yeah.
2-sack, yeah, it's pretty much the same pace as the few previous ones.
It's 3-sack, no? Like, we got both
Yeah, that was
Oh,
a
right,
3-sack.
3-sack.
That was a 3-sack. Gotta add that to the counter. That's also partly the reason I'm keeping counter, so I know which run we're on.
Shit.
So in the, like, it's not that long ago that we had, like, a vote in the community, I think, about allowing breaks during these longer runs.
Not that long ago. That was like 2 years ago.
For real? Really?
Yes,
Oh,
actually.
God. Oh, God, I'm getting old. I'm old.
Don't worry, I had that I'm a grandpa moment the other day, where I was thinking about like, oh yeah, I started speedrunning this game, you know, it wasn't that long ago. And then I went, oh God, it was 5 years ago.
Exactly what it's going to take.
Shit. So, these casts that Hades sends out make me take double damage from his attacks for a while, which is why I have to slow down a bit whenever that happens.
Yeah, it's pretty free when you have the Athena's special too. Just because you can. That was one of those things where I was mentioning earlier about the kind of the damage rotational timings. You can kind of pretty much freely deflect those because of the way the Hades animations work. If you time everything properly. But when you don't have it, it gets kind of terrifying. Because if he hits you once and you take a spin, the spin does like 50 damage. And
It does 40.
you can just die. Is it 40? Yeah, I don't know. You just avoid it. So you just take 80 damage from the... Oh, I'm thinking of the actual skull attack is 50. If you're skull.
Yep.
But if you just take a spin, it just is 80 health. It's 80 health, and in normal runs where you're not taking a bunch of health because of speed purposes, that's like usually more than half the health that you have. So between the 25 from the skull and then the potential 80 from the spin, or the like 60 from the stabs, like it can just be 65% of your health to half your health instantaneously. Which is also one of the nice things about the main Fresh File build being Merciful End, is the fact that you get to take these really safe boons while also doing the most damage you humanly can, which works out pretty well in our favor.
Also, Fives, I would very much like to thank you for responding to messages in chat. That's a lot.
Oh yeah, my ADHD helps out with that a lot.
Most safe most free triple spin iframe ever.
Yeah, we're getting so much value out of all these dashes.
You don't even have to like interact with the triple attack, which is normally the most annoying thing on the planet in this fight.
On Mono Dash without Divine Dash.
Which, yeah, because you just have to run away, and then if you're feeling really ballsy, you can dash into the spin, which is just also how you take 24 damage like that. And yeah, that's rude. That's the one time the lasers are bad. Though I guess hugging him is not very conducive, because you can't exactly do a whole lot of damage right now. Could you stand behind the pillar and P-wave him?
Hmm.
If he was like laser attacking, like really
I
close
could
to
have
it.
done that. I think I forgot.
You could just like dash into it's you have to like space it properly so you don't dash through it.
But yeah, I could have done that. I forgot.
I was just thinking about some really stupid damage optimizations. Oh, look at that crit on the P wave there. At 2% pressure points.
You. Bow.
Oh, right. Let's get that first.
Nice.
There we go.
GG's.
I've done that so many times when I was doing like multi-runs because I'm so used to kind of like pausing on that, like on the boon screen at the end of runs for any heat, just to take a break. And I was just doing a multi-run and then just was like, oops. Need to actually press A here to continue.
I'm here.
So yeah, but you can also see that we've still got all our dashes. Sort of when you get to like this part, normally you drop all of the boons, except Hermes' boons you take with you because
Which is
Hermes is in cahoots with the scheme, whereas all the other ones, all the other gods, you don't want to see that mom is actually still alive and living here.
Yeah, it's also
right,
a fact.
yes. I'll be taking a break right now.
Break
I would
starts
like
now.
the timer to be paused until I come back and give the countdown for continuing. All right. Lovely.
Oh, look at that. Perfect timing. You paused on a 0-0. But yeah, no, it's pretty dope because then also the Olympians think that you're coming to Olympus, so they have no reason to be giving you boons anymore once you get to the surface because they don't think you need their help anymore to get out of hell.
How long of a break are we taking? Is the question in chat.
Probably say about 5. Probably say 5. Probably.
Probably like 5 or
I
like
forgot to think about that ahead of time.
yeah. I would expect it to be like 15 at most. Like
Yeah,
we're
it
definitely
is at most 15 because that's what we allow for.
no I think that like the category it allows 15,
15.
but I think Alex said 15 1-5.
Yeah. Well, yeah, 1-5. It's 15 per what was it?
I think
Hour
it's
and a
5
half?
minutes per run in multi-run
Yeah,
categories.
that's what I was.
And
It's been-
because this is a 10 run, so we get 50 minutes of breaks, which is I like that we're allowing breaks right now.
Yeah.
Really makes these very long runs way more accessible.
Yeah, it actually
Um,
made a lot more people start playing our multi run categories, especially something like FFTC.
Right.
Just that.
So I have returned. I'm
that's
sorry. About interrupting things. I will be unpausing in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, that was a very quick. We were expecting it to be a longer break.
We're being very economical.
Went and got some water. I would like to keep the rest for later, perhaps. In the event I die, I would like some time to relax.
And that's a reminder: everybody hydrate.
Crashing waves.
Oh, here we go. This is the best run.
Ooh, let's go!
All right, we got one of the
this.
best things in the game, which is the call.
Yeah, so this is a new mechanic with a new little button to press. There's a meter that charges up, and it allows you to call on a god's aid for some extra cool effect. And this is the run where we first learn this. It's Poseidon, Uncle Poseidon, who teaches us, and we get this really cool serve move that we might only see used for the first time in the Meg fight, so it'll be a while.
It charges pretty slowly, so it'll only be used in longer encounters for sure.
But the iframes are the best part.
Indeed
And
so.
also Poseidon calls really funny.
It is really funny.
You pinball things around because it hits it hits with so much knockback. It's insane.
It's a bit difficult to control on keyboard and mouse, but if you've played Celeste and you know how the golden feather mechanic in that game works, then you should be all fine.
I see we got a donation from Nunya Business, $25. Thank you so much. Really appreciating the support.
Also, great username.
Oh, absolutely. And so the Poseidon call run, like this is like a scripted run that you get once.
Yeah.
And it is a mechanic that is very close to my heart, because it is like this sort of like introduction of the call is actually part of a glitch that we use in, I think, our like maybe the biggest sort of glitch category that we run, which is the, what's it called, loyalty card.
Yeah, the seeded loyalty card.
Yeah, so there is.
You guys figured out?
No, sort of like, or like, yeah, like we got like a new route that we invented after we found this glitch. But yeah, so there is.
I was taking a break and then came back and I was like, what is this nonsense? I saw that Kareem like posted it on YouTube. I was like, what is this?
Oh yeah, so okay, so like to give a bit more background, Charon, the boatman, who runs the shops, you can actually fight him. He is like an optional boss, and he's like the toughest boss in the game. And we have a speed run where we try to defeat him as quickly as possible. And for a lot of categories, we have both a seeded and a unseeded version of the run. So a seeded run will allow for RNG manipulations and all that kind of good stuff. And in the seeded loyalty card run, we have like a little glitch where we can sort of have two call options active at the same time. Which allows for a very fun and unique speed run.
Hades is shocking. Like in the grand scheme of things, Hades is a insanely glitchless game.
Oh yeah.
And like there are no actual glitches that allow us to like skip rooms or anything like that. There's only one thing that we really have banned, and that's mostly because it's the most inaccessible thing ever, where you can basically open the codex at certain times, and it just makes it so the in-game timer doesn't increment properly.
Yeah, it's
the most annoying and inaccessible thing to do ever.
Unfun to watch and unfun to play.
Yeah, so we just banned
that is the only tech that we banned, I think.
And, well, I guess I also the fishing glitch, but that's.
Does that still exist? I always thought that was patched out.
I don't remember. I remember when it was discovered. We instantly banned it. But like, yeah, we purely banned like the codex glitch because of the fact that doing it doesn't even add much time. Like, it doesn't even reduce the time too much because it's really you can only use it in rooms where, where the in-game timer is running, but there's no enemies. So it's not you'd only use it in like a few different
Ooh, serving.
That was great. Yeah,
so the call charges up when we deal damage and when we get hit. So there, because we took a large swing to the face, we got some of that extra.
It allows you to do some very silly builds, like with like cursed. I was talking to the guys about this earlier today. But there's a very funny build you can do where you can take like the Athena call, which basically makes you deflect and gives you a deflect barrier around yourself for like a few seconds, and you can take Curse Slash, which reduces your health that you have, but every time you hit with your attack, you heal like it's like either 2% of your health or.
No, you heal a straight up 2.
Is it a flat? No, I'm thinking of the fist special one. That's a percentage. But yeah, you just heal a flat rate, so you can just do things where like you can just get whacked for a bunch of damage, but then just instantly do your entire call and then just chain calls while you heal yourself back to full. So you just don't interact with enemies. It's great. It's very funny. It's not fast at all, but it's super funny. It's like if you're like somehow forced into Curse Slash, it's like the only way to not like just get destroyed. Did you just moonwalk? Did you just do the moonwalk thing?
Yeah, because I used Poseidon Call at the end of the fight. That can happen.
Okay, I was like, okay, that was that. Lingering hitboxes, lingering animations, guys.
There's a really funny clip where someone ends one of the Fury's fights, and then while using Poseidon Call, and then lands inside of a trap and dies.
Oh right,
One's I'm only flame resistant.
because you can still take damage up till like a few seconds before the traps actually despawn, like deactivate, which is very funny. Yeah, but like, what's great at Hades is just like we only have a few bugs. Really, that other thing, like there's a very funny one that happens with Mirage Shot, which is on certain thing. It just does. It's supposed to give you a second cast that does 30% damage. It on a certain build and weapon, it just does 100% damage instead, which allows for some insane damage. Oh, nice.
Easy does it.
Nice.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
She's always singing.
Means do I even
Do the
have?
thing.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah,
It's
do
worth
the thing.
it. Let's do
Do
it.
the thing. It's real worth it. It's actually worth it here.
Let's
Let's
go.
go.
Hermes Boon. I'm happy with extra dashes, hyper
Now we can't get call replace.
That,
Call
As
replace doesn't exist, no?
as if that existed, yeah. What I'm about to say.
No, it does. You can.
No.
You can.
Yeah, like, but only in like if it's possible, it's only like a panic kind of situation. I think.
Yeah,
Like normally
I
it doesn't.
think it's if you run out of boons.
Bruh.
If you run out of like options, I think it can be one of the options.
Right, if
It's a little
that's the
weird- it's a
case,
weird
then
one.
today I learned. That's fun.
I think so. Granted, there's no reason to ever really run into it because you should never be taking that many boons. But yeah, Hades has some weird corner cases that happen from time to time, like when you're running out of what's in your pool. Oh yay, the best. That was the worst Hermes screen ever. We didn't even get punished for not taking the
Oh, hey.
the yarn one because the fact that we literally got the most useless Hermes boons ever.
There was an argument for buying the Ares in the shop there, no?
I was considering ME as well. Yes, I stopped
Yeah.
for a moment.
Yeah. Honestly, I'd rather. I think the best kind of
What?
strat here.
Oof,
Yeah, you.
that hurts.
That the witch's not proccing personal liability is oof. Yeah, there's some context to be said about because we can just go for the call stuff because we already have Zeus. I'm trying to think, what are the other call gods that have call scaling? I guess Artemis, technically. It's like the her worst boon, but
Let's go.
I don't know, man.
Okay.
As someone with around 10. Alright, I'll stop.
cool. I have it. I literally still have it in my clipboard from an
Yes,
hour ago.
paste it. Let's go. Paste
From
the
an
copy
hour and a half
pasta.
ago, when one of our community members actually posted it on a Reddit page, and I was able to go find it.
It's an old copy pasta about
From,
why
like-
why Athena Dash is the best boon in the game.
Yeah, it's great. It is a we love it because while we love Athena Dash and Press File and like in ME builds it's amazing, it does no damage. It
I
literally
think
does.
like sort of
Yeah,
later,
heroic,
game,
it
I
does
think
20
the
damage.
the actual best dash is probably Poseidon.
Like from flat damage, yeah. Well, no, flat damage I think
There
it's
it is.
technically actually it's Afro does like the best flat damage, but it's weirdy.
The
Weird.
flattest damage does not sound good.
No, the highest like the damage base value damage. But Splash like Poseidon Dash is just insane because again I was talking about earlier with it allowing you to kind of push enemies in with your dash strikes, and then also kind of the knockback scaling with the way just Poseidon works is it's actually insane. Plus, it also scales pretty well. It's like the third best scaling one.
Yeah, and like
Plus,
big,
you just chain
big area.
enemies. Yeah. It is a really the damage radius is actually kind of crazy. It actually pseudo gives you a range option because you can like hit enemies that are like off in the void sometimes.
For those who missed it, I picked up a boon called Rip Current, which is a tier 2
Yes.
Poseidon boon from that unlocks with the call, with Poseidon's call, and that sucks enemies into the Poseidon call, which means that it makes the call a viable damage option, like even more than it already was.
Yeah. Rip Current is amazing.
Except the beefier enemies because they can't be pushed and pulled around, but still.
Or armored enemies, yeah.
And it also extends the call time, which I guess is more iframes, which is good.
And more damage, technically.
Very true.
If
you saw
you're
that
able
small
to,
skeleton, that happens.
yeah, if you're able to optimize the,
It's such a big number, by the way, sort of.
and this is unpalmed, like the palm scaling on the especially heroic Poseidon call is actually crazy.
Enough.
I like how it's actually like
big plus. I love that.
I like the. That's funny.
Onward then. Sounds like progress to me.
I like how you could actually even use the not that we would ever take Poseidon call in actual runs like anti-heat, but like there's like that small like RTA optimization of just like using the like moonwalk to like get to like the room reward. Like it saves you that whole like quarter of a second.
Thank you. Shit, I deflected the arrow. Enemies will basically only spawn on screen, so if you see me stand in the corner, that's why. I'm trying to manipulate the spawns to have them all grouped together nicely. Lovely. Sure. Don't mind flame wheels too much right now.
That was a big leap from that guy.
Great shields love. Armored great shields love delaying their spin animation if they got deflected right before.
It's awful. It's the
Or hit
easiest way to
stuns.
just take stupid damage for no reason.
So that's why I wasn't attacking. It's right there. I
Yeah.
knew it was coming.
It punishes you sometimes so bad if you stop thinking about it in just like normal fresh raw runs.
Okay, he had that actually spun. He didn't see that.
Oh, value.
But yeah, that's the insane level of knockback from the Poseidon call. It's actually crazy.
With Rip Current especially, it helps a lot.
Ooh, God's favor. Let's go. Unironically, actually useful here. Because it auto charges your thing. Do we take that
Ooh.
attack boon?
Should help keep me going.
Wait, on the call? Lovely.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
Honestly, it might have been the the challenge room.
Yeah, trial was tempting, but I don't
Trial,
want to
yeah.
I don't want to
It's
deal with
hard. That's the spawns.
yeah. It's just way too long. I don't know.
It's dangerous. The enemy ratings are awful. Plus also, but the upside would have been there's a couple of really good Athena boons for scaling your call. Plus also we could have just got an Athena special. And also Zeus has some very additional just good options for flat damage. Cast, for instance, that kind of thing. The interesting thing is...
Lol.
That's insane. Very funny. Do it, yeah. But in trial rooms, you cannot get duos. I don't remember if you can get legendaries or not.
You can. You definitely
You can get legendaries, but you cannot get duos because, from a lore perspective, when you take a trial room, you have to choose one god over the other. So the room fight is because because the other god gets mad at you, and because they're petty assholes sometimes. So they get cross with you, and then they just they summon something that interacts with the room, like Poseidon's is annoying as hell, and so is Aphrodite's because they just cause chaos, and then they apologize to you afterwards. So you can't get duos because the duos are the gods working together. So it's a nice little lore reason that you can't take them.
Good enough to eat.
So here sometimes like the room has like there is like elite rooms, I think. So here we had a choice where the room rewards didn't matter between the two rooms because they were both meta currencies that we can't spend. But one of them would have more armored enemies. Which can be good because armored enemies are worth more points. So you typically get, if you get armored enemies, you get less enemies. But here
With the
Alex
caveat of them being harder.
yeah. But here Alex is clearly preferring getting the room with fewer armored enemies because it's safer.
That's a rude location for that.
Ooh, yeah.
That man. Rip Current actually helping there because it was able to pull him into the wall.
Taking elites is definitely faster, but it can also sometimes backfire if you
because you can just
nasty
get
enemies.
you can just get armored swords, armored bows, armored shields, armored
Can we use
chariots, and then they all happen at the same time, and then they just kill you.
Voidstone armored chariots.
It's awful. Voidstone armored swords, they just come and hit you in the face. They do the melee just dash dancing and then just whack you in the face like they're playing Marth.
Anyone enjoying the pool table gameplay right now? That's what this looks like.
We're bowling.
There we go. That's even
Yeah.
more
Ooh,
damage.
nice.
That'll help in sticks.
Honestly, sticks is not a concern right now. I'm not gonna lie. Even before that.
Yeah.
Well, you mean we don't have a ton of damage for walking into rooms with our God's favor and just immediately whacking things?
Ow.
So yeah, so Poseidon has a lot of boons that are all about dealing knockback. So either they really do deal a lot of knockback, or they increase the damage. In this case, we got a boon that when an enemy gets slammed into a wall, they take more damage from that. There is already a wall slam mechanic in the game, but now they get dealt more damage, which is good. For the spear throw, Alex, do you go off of the sound cue, or do you look at something?
I don't even know anymore. I just play the game and it works.
Yeah, it's like vibes.
I could not
actually
tell
do-
you what I do for some things, even though I had to learn it somehow.
Yeah, I was thinking about it the other day. Because when I was trying to do some practice for this fight, and I was like, when I was actively paying attention to the throw mechanics, I was getting hit more. The very funny interaction when he stands and faces you and you hit him and you bounce him back with his shield, so he just doesn't take damage.
Oh, we got Demeter call.
We got
I don't
the fun
care.
one.
I have a Poseidon call. Everything's fine.
Yeah, you have Poseidon Call, it's fine. This is like the
True.
main run where like it's whatever.
True. So, okay, so sort of maybe to give some amount of explanation here. So, whenever Theseus gets in like half health, he gets to like his second phase, he calls on the aid of one of the gods, and it's always a god that you don't have a boon off in that run.
Except first run, where he will just default to Artemis if you have all gods, since there are only
Correct.
4 gods available.
To make a thesis.
Which is the very awkward thing about not taking Dionysus, is because that call's annoying as hell.
Yeah, so
That's fine.
sometimes,
I
so
like it.
definitely sometimes we take a god's boon, not because we actually want the power of the boon itself, but because we want to take that option away from Theseus. And I think that is especially relevant with Demeter, at least for me personally, because Demeter's call is very annoying. It's pretty, depending on your build, it can be really hard to not get hit.
I think it's so
but-
fast too. Like,
Yeah, but like now, like Alex just had the damage to like not really worry about it.
Demeter and sometimes Poseidon can be sort of painful.
yeah, because we
And
discussed
Athena,
it
of course.
earlier.
Athena's one of the worst as well.
Yeah,
Along with
Athena can just chain stun you because it's so fast and it doesn't hit very hard. So it just can like just stun you and then cause you just to take hits.
Oh, that's not the reason. No, she just has a greater spin AOE for whatever reason. That's not what she's
She
known
does?
for. I don't know.
Wait, hold up, what?
Yeah, it's really cursed.
Does?
I don't understand it. What were they
Okay,
thinking?
I rarely run into her because I just if I see Athena, I take Athena because I
Yeah.
hate that call.
It's really cursed. The spin becomes like 50% larger. Okay, I might be exaggerating here, but at least 30% larger.
It's definitely very difficult to dodge away from. Like normally you can like most attacks you can get out of range if you do dash and you walk. But this is one of the ones where that is, I don't know if it's always possible even.
When I was trying to figure out how to get this category down consistently, which I have now halfway done,
Oh, yes.
I was wondering, how do you even avoid Athena's spin, because it's just massive. And as it turns out, you can actually you can time a dash. I don't know if it's frame perfect, but it's really tight, where you just naturally iframe both parts of the spin, both hits of the spin.
Oh, because you can't do the normal dash through because of the fact that it's bigger, right?
Yeah, you can it's very difficult to outspace it unless you play extremely safe. So I figured out at one point that you can just iframe the thing altogether, which I will try to do, but if I don't got the spin timing down one time, if Athena appears, then I will just give up and resort to
Run
playing
away.
safe.
Yeah.
Confirmed already.
Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Now back to
This is 2 tunnels.
Yes. This was a 2.
Nice.
2 sack.
Got 2 sag. Let's go.
Boss has the
I can go.
That's 2 sacks.
Reminder to stay hydrated.
That's what the Poseidon calls for.
Guess there's only one thing
As
left to
somebody
do.
noted in chat earlier.
Isn't that so, Father?
Oh, but
Oh, shut up.
your mo- prepare.
And now the fun part, actually, lightning reflexes is like not and imagine if we had the dashes from last run with lightning reflexes. It's actually a lot of damage.
One 0. Alright, all is fine. whenever he tosses out a cast, and I don't plan destroying it, I have to count in my head or out loud what the timer is currently at.
Yeah.
Just to
Sometimes-
Yeah,
make
the
sure I
numbers
don't
are
get
very
it.
small,
Yep.
and they're like white on white. It's
Sometimes
one of
and
the harder to
especially-
see things.
especially if the timing is bad. If you get hit, oh, you're greater calling. If you get hit by the shockwave, Dad can then just spin on top of you, and it's so much damage that you take from out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh, call really is just all of our damage, isn't it?
So are the little numbers actually more readable when you've got the colorblind mod pack?
Yeah, I the two I have it turned on. Like I'm not even colorblind. I just have the colorblind mod enabled for Aspo and sticks because of just contrast.
Yeah, the sort of the one of
outline
the I
mod.
think weaknesses of the game is that between just a lot of visual clutter and like not everything is very well colorblind adjusted. But the community made a mod for this to make it more colorblind friendly and just higher contrast. And that is normally we don't allow mods for the game in unmodded speedrun categories, but the colorblind mod is an exception. That's always allowed.
Yeah, it's the only approved one for every category. All right, surf's up. Oh,
Now,
today.
I was waiting to
Today I
see what he was
remember-
about to do.
Yeah, if he was gonna do like
fair.
if he was gonna dash dance on you or not, because that'd have been awkward.
Yep.
Also,
Lose
today I
like half
remembered
of
that
half of the
default
call's
call-
value because of it.
Yeah, default call on keyboard is F, which is your. I guess you're have to pay respects for your dad here.
Not even close.
Ooh,
That was
nice.
way too late.
Hey. Okay, I'm not gonna say it. I'll say it afterwards.
Never. All's fine. I'm a
Ow.
god.
Ow.
Never punished.
I'm so good at this game.
You? Okay, I was not gonna say it, but at the same time, that was hitless, by the way.
Damageless.
But damage.
there's a
okay.
distinction.
Sorry. I
Wow.
know. I know. There's a damage. There's a
I'm
difference.
trying to fix it. To be fair, I've submitted
Thank
a
you.
complaint
It's
to Team
dumb as
Hitless,
hell.
so they changed their definition of a hit.
It's very stupid. But yeah, you had no business not taking damage on that.
Yeah. Oh god.
You
That
dashed inside of the lasers. You're not supposed to be able to do
like
that.
no with like no extra dashes. This is like
Yeah,
really impressive.
you managed to dash into the other like however many pixels it is window.
I mean, it was the only chance I had. I was blocked against that there, so I knew that I
Yeah,
had to
that's
dash.
You're like, I guess I'll just go for it.
Either way, I'm taking laser damage if it backfires, so why not? I forgot what happens in that Persephone cutscene, but it must be more of the same. I don't know what is happening or why. Why is Dad hiding this from everyone?
I don't think so.
So one thing that is just really adorable, is that sort of so Dad can be in the house, but sometimes he is not. And I think whether or not he is present in the house, like sort of if he's sitting behind his desk or not, is like if you kill Dad, then clearly he is being sent back to the house before you, so he is present. But if Dad kills you, then you get back first, and so Dad is not sitting behind his desk.
It's pretty dope.
That is just such a cute little bit of attention to detail.
I have no idea what happened to that ringer stun and grab animation, but I'll take it. Because I was supposed to be stuck in place for a moment there. The ringer grabbed me, I lost 5 health, it made the Q, and I just didn't get stunned. Whatever.
Good. Come on in.
So the attack has like a 3 swing sort of combo by default. If you only hit the attack button, it's like you
tab.
slash and then you like thrust, and you can use the thrust to like push enemies away, like into a wall or into each other. And sometimes you can see Alex get in like a cheeky bit of extra damage by doing that. By making them take extra damage, slamming into each other, slamming into the wall.
Like right here?
Like this is using the specials knockback. But previously I saw you smash a witch into a skull, which dealt a nice bit of extra damage as well.
You.
And those types of like small little minor optimizations, at least in Tartarus, before you pick up any boons, they can really add to your damage.
Yeah, there's a, especially in normal fresh file, we do it in the first, we do it in, definitely do it at the beginning, but we do it in the first room a lot, just because of the first spawns of enemies. Except it's just like randomly decides it doesn't want to do damage, which is very awkward.
Sure, this again.
Yeah, I guess. You didn't want to take call?
As much as I enjoy a nuke on a boss,
It's a tactical
no.
nuke. It's like 2,500 damage or some bullshit. Like,
It is basically just a free meg, that's
Insane.
true.
yeah, it is literally just a meg. It is a summon. And then if you get like,
So yeah, to explain the jargon, maybe if you talk to your friends long enough, then at some point you unlock different sort of help from your friends, and one of the helps that you can get is from Meg, the boss of this biome, who will come in and deal a whole chunk of damage to like a lot of the room. But we're not going to see that because we're not unlocking anything.
Oh no, all of this
That was
sucked.
great.
I just clicked at random anything that wasn't cursed
I mean,
slash.
Supernova is
Yeah,
good.
Supernova is fine because it's
It's
20%
mid.
more damage. It's 20% more
And
damage.
like it's a big range, like that's a good hammer.
It gives you a range option, you know. It's better than the other two. Which is a low bar because the other one's
Counter
suck.
argument. I gained like 0.5 seconds because I didn't look at the game I'm playing.
Oh, okay, sorry, my bad. My bad. That 20% damage is worth that. No, it's very funny because sometimes we just like. What's really fun about our modded categories is sometimes you just can just take things without thinking about it. You just click. And it causes you to do some very funny things sometimes. Like we had one guy that was on world record pace for like a multi-run category and like took a very like unfortunate like replace on like one of the core boons by just mashing through a boon menu. Stuff like that, but
Funny part is
It
I
does
don't
feel
even
hard to
play modded.
yeah.
That doesn't apply to me.
You didn't want to take the dash?
No, never.
Hello,
I'm
mate.
never taking that.
I mean, even the call,
It's a
no, like the
range.
cast, I could have seen just to fill up. Oh no, wait, what was the other? Like,
It was
There was
called
no
dash.
cast.
It was called dash in Frozen Touch or whatever it is.
oh yeah,
Took Frozen
Um,
Touch because I don't want to deal with.
Yeah, the call's not actually bad. It's pretty good for just because it lasts forever.
Meh. Not
I mean-
convinced. I don't like it.
It could be worse. It's like a good B tier call.
so Meg is one of those fights where like the arena is actually huge, but you can very effectively bait Meg to only stay in like the top little spots, and that makes the fight a lot easier because
After
you don't have to
her.
run after her.
Except for when she does that one specific move.
Yeah.
But then you can rebait that move pretty easily.
Lovely. Anyways, I'm now near the door because I I did that correctly. Smile.
I'll take that.
Oh yeah, it was the last dash back was
Let's hear it
it was an RNG manip.
No, I could just get chop. Smile.
Yeah.
Exactly where.
Yeah, curl thrust with chop would be very funny.
Wait, chop is unavailable. I'm dumb. Unmind me.
Yeah,
Draw wings.
because I was like, you can't take it.
It's so
Yeah.
over.
Yeah. Dedge works still.
More info about bombers?
Yeah, right. I'll just get that, right? That's how this game
Yeah.
works.
Yeah. It's definitely not going to give you Dash Nova, Shadow Strike, or Shadow Slash, and Cruel Strike, whatever it's called, the really, really bad one.
At least I can't get Flurry Slash. That's an upside.
Okay, yeah, that one. Hey, you could do some. That is one of the strats with the Athena call thing. Is you get Flurry, and you get Flurry and the healing one, and then you just sit there and you just
Yeah, I was talking
wave
about
your
that.
arm like you're a child with a lightsaber.
I was talking about this to Steps the other day, and I was like, that strat exists, but it requires 2 hammers to work. I'm not ever going to try for that.
Oh
It's
no,
not,
you
it's
should
not-
never do it. You
It's
should
not
only ever
good,
do it
but
if
it's
you're forced
fun.
into it. Ooh,
Ooh,
do it.
what
I
a,
think I
this is
would do
the
it.
choice.
Boo.
Okay.
Lord Hermes.
I mean,
Boo.
it's honestly it's fair.
That is the correct choice.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a funny one.
So like there were two of the good picks for Hermes on that screen. One is get an extra dash, which is just good because it gives us extra iframes and all that stuff. The other is a boon called Hyper Sprint, which every time you dash, you gain a little interval where you run really fast. So you're just zipping around the room very fast, and that by itself is nice. It adds some safety, it adds some speed to your movement, but it also is very good in combination with another Hermes boon. There's one boon, it's called Rush Delivery,
Useful.
that every bit of movement speed you have gets turned into extra damage.
Sorry, Sophie.
very
What
powerful.
was my god pool again? I forgot who I sold.
You sold a
Demeter.
Dem.
Demeter. Okay,
yeah, you
thanks.
sold Demeter.
I'll
I was like, it's Demeter. Yeah, you sold Frozen Touch.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Oh, hey, Barge. Man, it's
Why is
what?
the Barge?
Run 6, and this is the first time we've seen Barge.
Why? It's the Barge of Death.
It's a cutscene.
Interactive cutscene, everyone. Right,
Woo! It's a cutscene where you can die.
We promised you some cutscenes. There they are.
So you know how in Mario games, that kind of thing, where you have your auto scrollers. Yeah, this is the auto scroller of Hades. It's great.
Yeah, it takes a very long time.
It's
It's
also
not it's not
tiny
actually an auto scroller. It just feels like it.
Yeah. It's a tiny boss room, too. So sometimes you can just get very awkwardly trapped, and then they just yeah. How that happens.
There's like most mini boss rooms are faster than a regular room, but this is one of the ones that is absolutely not fast.
It's awful. Do the dash.
Yep.
Yeah.
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 there's this gate that keeps you in, and you can like dash through the gate before it opens, and it's a very
it's
cute.
counted as a wall
cute little-
rather than like a boundary, so you can just dash through it like you can any other like wall thing.
It doesn't help for anything, but it's just a cute little
It doesn't. It
little bit
speeds
of
you up
tech.
by like a whole 500th of a second. It's like nothing, but it's very funny. And I vaguely remember back on I think it was the devs react to fresh file speedruns. Like they didn't even notice you could do that.
And it's even like actively bad because
Oh,
this
yeah.
was a Dionysus boon, And the thing about the Dionysus boon is that there's one boon option that makes it so that every time you pick up an orange juice, you get like a bit of extra health, and then it gives you 1 orange juice for free. But if you're standing on the boat, you can accidentally leave with the boat instead of pick up the extra orange juice.
Because of the way the way the interaction menu happens.
Yeah, so if it goes wrong, you miss out on like 25 extra health, max health.
Noted, never using cruel thrust again because I just
It's bad.
I just took damage because of it.
It sucks.
So remind me what it actually is.
It
What does it
modifies
do?
your thrust.
Your thrust does more damage and can crits, basically. Pretty high
Yeah.
crit rate to be fair, but still.
No, it actually it does a ton of damage if it works, but it also like
Learny, please, thank you.
yeah, like
I mean, that was a nice little hit for sure.
But it changes up your attack rotation slightly, like just enough to make it awkward.
No, I don't think it does. I haven't noticed a difference.
I always feel like it does, like, or it's like the it's either like the thrust comes out faster. I don't know. Maybe it's an entirely like mental thing. But
Yeah, no, I don't notice a difference with that. Feels identical.
maybe it's just the crit stop that I'm thinking of that makes it awkward.
The real downside is that, first of all, it's kind of worthless because you're not thrusting some of the later enemies. And it locks out World Splitter, which would be a really good hammer to pick up.
Because there are a few hammers in the game that are mutually exclusive. Just because they can't actually interact with each other. 'Cause, that would be awful to code. Also, because
Learny,
Chops
please,
would
thank
remove
you.
your thrust.
Here we go. Sure.
Nice and cool up here.
What could possibly go wrong? There are less than 3 detrimental hammers left at this point, since I've already taken one kind of bad one.
Oh, so there is actually nothing that can go wrong here, is what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much.
If you look at the boon screen before clicking. Yeah, so like we don't always like, so you can get 2 hammers in a run, but we don't always take the second one, just because if you get a bad hammer, that can really jeopardize the run. But now apparently there is
Ooh,
nice.
I'm not
rewarded.
sure what to take
You got
here,
that.
actually.
Oh,
Between P-Wave and Dedge.
yeah. Like, so the third option on the screen, Hoarding Slash, is absolute garbage. Total scam, but like the other 2 are good.
Yeah, you have to have what? Something like 1,500 ovals for it to be like more damage than like piercing or anything like that.
Raw. Death on me. Doing these delayed dash strikes to space enemies properly.
Yes.
Yeah, you, body boon. Got me up to the 150 threshold.
When does the yarn dialogue unlock, actually? Like, is there a specific moment when you can get it?
What do you mean,
Or-
yarn dialogue? On Theseus?
When you-
Yeah, Yarn Theseus dialogue.
I have no idea.
Walk in with it.
So okay, so
I
like
think
to
if we're
explain,
walking
so
with it-
like one of the like the well item that we bought here, it's called the Yarn of Ariadne, which is from like Theseus's story.
This is suddenly
And-
more tempting.
Ooh, yes. And so what the yarn does is it makes you like it makes one boon have higher rarity. So it's a pretty good item. And because it's from like Theseus' story, if you manage to take one into the heroes fight, there's actually a special dialogue line about it, which is just one of those like super niche things that most players might never see. And the game is just full of those.
Speaking of which, this game has a metric fuck ton, excuse my language, of dialogue. Within thousands of hours of playtime, it's possible to not have seen them all, and in fact, it's likely because people who play for that long generally are focused on one or two specific tasks.
There are times where I like that still happened where like even like 1,000 hours in where I would just be playing and would randomly get like a dialogue menu and was like, wait, what? And just like wouldn't mash through it because like I just wasn't expecting it to happen.
Good call.
Not the greatest time to use that, but it's fine. I'll get some value on it on Theseus and that for sure. You.
No use.
A room full of like elite archers is not what you like to see.
It's fine. That's on the other end of the room. I'm never getting there in time. Yep.
You want to go?
Oh, whoops. For some reason, still thought I was on Poseidon Call run. Again?
We all love Poseidon Call. It's an understandable mistake.
I mean, I have 2 dashes. This is correct.
No way.
Ooh. Ooh, that's an interesting question in the chat. Like, how long would it take to get all the Hypno's death dialogues?
You could
so
actually-
Hypnos is one
you
of
could
the
actually
people
route
in the house, and he makes like snarky comments about like however you died. Like you say, giving all these clever advice, like, have you tried not getting hit?
Have you tried moving out of the way?
Exactly. And his dialogue sort of differs based on what you died from. Which is, I think, sort of like there's at least one dialogue per type of enemy.
Yeah, or per like the witches don't count as like different enemies, but like because even though they're kind of different splitters and that kind of thing. Oh yeah, the traps.
Yeah, and traps too. And like for sure, if you get killed by dad, and I think another one if you make it to mom. Probably Charon has a separate one as well. Like this would take a while to see them all.
Yeah, Hypnos gets very confused when you die because you reach the surface. Because he's like, I have no idea how you actually died. Like if they didn't say you died here, you just showed back up. The fun part about running that route would just be like it's gonna be a long time, obviously, because you have to like we're gonna have to route out where you die, but it's like figuring out what would be the most optimal. Do it.
Let's go.
Can we get enough gold? Nah. Boo.
No urns permitted in this chamber.
Yeah, but you'd have to like route out like what would be the most optimal like times to die to like what enemies.
So, can you leave?
I wonder if there's any glitches where you could like die twice to like some enemies and like causes him to like like replace dialogue, something like that.
Horn. There we go. They're spaced out now. Love that.
Yeah.
Hey, wait, you didn't want to keep getting bullhorned over and over and over again? Where it just hits you through the wall, even though they're there, because the extended hitbox?
Yeah, so Bullhorn is their like combined attack where Asterius throws Theseus at you. It's absolutely cursed. The hitbox does not make any sense. It has like no wind-up time.
And can happen while the two are separated because of a bug.
Yes. It also has an extended hitbox, but it essentially happens as soon as their models make contact, or the game thinks their models make contact, which is why the bug happens.
And I think later on in the story they get like a second combo attack with the two of them, but that I don't know, like I haven't seen it ever since I played casually. I don't know how you get it.
Okay, knock knock. Who's there? Okay, that's free. I'm going to use the call later on. As
Yeah,
soon
Artemis
as I've
is
disposed of-
very cheap. It's very easy.
There we go. He's almost dead, and goodbye, good sir.
We have a question in the chat. What is the best loadout for trying to take as little damage as possible? I've been trying to get the butterfly achievement.
You probably want to
Just,
run a
take
Hestia.
rail. It's either,
Hestia
it's either
rail
run.
is the meta for hitless, damageless.
Yeah, it's either Hestia, which just takes some getting used to, or you can do like Eris, and just take like Zeus attack, and then just
Delta chamber.
never interact with it. Never, yeah, just take Delta Chamber, which is great because Delta Chamber, like when I was mentioning earlier, where using an attack input causes your iframes to go away. Delta Chamber does not have that happen, so you get iframes while dashing with Delta Chamber. So you can just like take Delta Chamber, and then just spam dashes. Take something like a Athena dash, for instance, and just spam dashes, and then you just can never get hit.
Cruel thrust value, trust.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
Nice.
There we go. We got one. Yeah, you can do it with bows too.
Rama's good.
Rama's good. Yeah,
Special
Rama
spam,
is a
mostly.
height heat all star. You could also do it with if you feel like torturing yourself. You could do it with this is me being totally biased, but you could do it with Zeus. Purely because Zeus, you can throw the special out, and you still get the block option from being able to like sit in a corner and just
Yeah,
shield up.
Zeus shield is a very safe. It's
Yeah,
like the
it's one of the reasons it's used so much in high heat.
yeah, it's the weapon that we saw the first ever like 64 heat clear on as well for
First
good
two.
reason.
The first two.
True.
First two, yes.
Yeah. Doesn't Rama have one now?
Yes, play out.
Rama has
just
one now. Yes.
Recently did it on Rama. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, which is crazy because, yeah.
Also, today I learned that Aphrodite Call uncharged does 1 damage. Lol. That's actively detrimental. Why did I take that?
Oh, it's real bad. Oh no, you have to do max call. It's awful.
It's fine.
No, you actually would. You want to use Hestia purely because Hestia is actually because what you can do is you can run away from things, and you can just use the reload to get a super high damage shot, and the range on that shot is insane. Like absurd.
Yeah, so like for if you're playing Hestia, you want like a big percentage improvement, like Afro or Arty.
Yeah, you just go with that, and what you do is you just use your dash to just iframe things, and then just reload, shoot, reload, shoot, reload, shoot. You could just like take like Athena call for safety, Athena dash for safety.
That's 2, I think.
Yeah, that was 2.
Athena legendary for safety.
Yeah. It turns out Athena's really, really good for being safe.
I still don't have the butterfly achievement.
I don't
think-
have it on my Steam profile because I did it on my Switch, and because of the way the Steam Cloud works, those are that and like the EM3 achievement are one that check when you're doing the run, like when the value is hit.
Yeah,
Rather than
like
the other one's checking like after
importing a
progress.
save doesn't work.
Yeah, so rather than checking your progress when, like, because the rest of them is like it's based off progress and storyline and some of that. So yeah, I still don't have EM3 or Butterfly on my Steam profile because of the fact that I just haven't been asked to actually redo them.
Yeah, I have like 3 missing achievements on
even
Steam
close?
as well.
Sorry.
I've been thinking if any of the achievements would make for like a cute little like speed run, like fresh file to butterfly achievements. I don't know how long of a run this would be, but it seems doable.
Let's see. Let me go check.
Like the only problem is you would first have to meet Thanatos in the first place, which is of course a bit
So
sketchy.
I think the fun one would be the Haste of Hermes one. Get a 20% dodge chance on Plume.
Oh yeah, that should be like
That would actually be like a reasonable one because you can get Plume pretty early.
yeah. I think that would actually be make for quite a fun run.
Plus, you have to clear the rooms fast enough to actually allow for it to get the Plume because it's not based on damage taking; it's damage based off time. Which that is the only reason I have that one is because I am a bit of a meme lord and have unironically I've taken Plume multiple times on Zagreus Sword for the damage stonks when it comes to rush delivery with the movement speed bonus.
So is that a meme build or is it like a semi-serious build?
I did it in a tournament run.
Oh,
Like I started. It was a Big P's event like 2 years ago. Our team was behind by like a whole minute, and so I was gonna go like shackle or like splash dash just for safety, and we were so far behind that I was like, you know what, I have to high roll this. So I just forced epic. Forced epic Ares attack and just like hard ran for Emmy, and then had Emmy going into Meg.
oh,
And so I just went cool, and just switched to Lambent Plume, and then just kept it for the entire rest of that run. Hit RD like our team was 30 seconds ahead at the end of the run.
oh, jeez.
Because I was doing like 900 something damage on my Emmy procs.
Oh god.
It was
Good
absolutely
value.
yeah, with I got rush delivery. Like it was the most high roll of high rolls ever. But that's actually when I unlocked the Plume achievement. Was that one? Was that
Oh,
wrong?
that is cute. I love that.
Because normally you only ever take it if you're doing something like super funny, like trying to get like the legendary ones, because it can give you the legendaries, or it can give you rush delivery, without having the hyper sprint.
There's a place
This
in
is
it when
this is some
running-
good pop gameplay, by the way.
There is a place when
Yeah.
running hitless damageless category where you take it on Hera because you want the legendary. It's really funny.
Yeah, the legendary is insane.
What does the legendary do?
It recalls the stones for you. You don't have to go pick them up.
Yeah,
Oh.
so you can do stuff like quick reload, and you can do like quick reload with that, and it's just like it just turns Hera into.
Oh,
an
that was
machine gun.
actually nice. Doing the big call to stop the lasers.
Yeah.
I could have also
Yeah,
standing
'cause it
struck and
comes in-
poked, but nice.
Nah.
Nice game. Great game.
Hashtag skill.
Yeah, that was risky. I don't
Whoop.
know why I did that. He
I
just
mean,
becomes
you
EM3.
have like 171 damage left. This was not risky.
For my standards, it's risky. I like playing safe.
Health is a resource.
In the name
That's what y'all speedrunner folks say. I'm a challenge runner at heart.
So, like, at the end of every run, you get like a little thing, like a little title describing your run, and this one says 100% darkness free. Is that because we're not using the mirror?
Yes, we'll be seeing that one a lot, I think. Unless I go ham on the purging wells for whatever reason. I've gotten the boon purger text once in a low percent attempt.
Oh wow.
No.
Really cursed run. I didn't get anything good that run, but I cleared it.
I can't.
Anyways, what run are we on?
Oh, whew.
We're about to start 7.
Lovely.
Yeah, we're about to start 7.
This
This
means
is why I
we'll,
have my notepad with.
this means we'll get the alternate Furies now. We'll get to see those. Meg Sisters. Always a
Oh,
fun
nice.
time.
That is cold.
Hey Demeter, you?
Ooh,
Beam.
we've got the beam. So this, like, this is called meme beam.
It's so
by-
good. It's the best in the
people-
game.
You get these little turrets that automatically aim
Oh, dear.
at enemies. They are very bad at aiming, and very bad at dealing damage.
Very bad. Just stop the sentence there, I think.
That's why you take the Afro duo.
True.
You can aim it yourself with your body. Or
No,
you take
there's
the, I guess the
There's an
or you take the Artemis
one.
one, which actually makes it better. Like the Artemis duo is the only reason that you could even take Meme Beam, like genuinely, because it tracks
What-
faster. Don't just pretend the top left of the room doesn't exist. Chaos gates are great. Except
yeah,
when they
I mean-
deal 25 damage to you.
I mean, yeah, sure, that kind of hurts, but I don't know. I could see it being worth the effort.
It could be worth the effort for sure. I think if I was going to take it, I'd have to take it in tart.
Yeah, I've
Just because
taken
you
it.
I mean, we are in Tart.
I've
I
taken
know.
it one
This
time.
is the time where I would.
It was like sort of mediocre on now. Would have backfired way harder than it did when I did.
The nice thing
Lol,
about Sword though,
Artemis.
Sword has actual like
Ready, lads?
more options. It's just some of the curses just literally can just kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Oh
just
right, there's
imagine,
the curses as well.
yeah, just imagine if we got forced into attack curse.
Hell, on 50 max HP, you don't want to take Chaos whatsoever because you get like
just,
reshot by stuff.
yeah, it
this
just
is
deals 25
tempting.
damage to you.
My senses sharpen.
Okay, that's
So,
3
so
gods
you
in the
think-
pool.
And now we can get the duo.
I
Glacial
took that
Flare,
partly for the
whatever it is.
duo, but also because if I see Athena here, I can near guarantee her dash.
That's good.
Few chances here, Athena, please.
I'm at the docks.
That's an Ares. Impending could be fun. I'll buy the palm though.
Okay,
instead.
yeah, the palm is probably better.
Also, the dash is very funny. Is it good? No. Is it funny? Yes, because we can get vicious scam.
To be fair, it does like at full value, it does double Poseidon Dash's damage.
Oh no, it's like actually good. It's just enemies don't sit still.
It's good against bosses, if anything, indeed.
Yeah,
Right,
like
If I get
Tombstone is
world,
fantastic against.
if I have to get World Splitter here, I'm selling the Ares attack. You cannot stop me.
Oh, you should, and then you should just force Afro. You know, with the keepsakes that you have.
The keepsakes that we definitely have, yeah.
Yeah. The game mechanic of being able to force what gods you want to see.
I mean,
That were-
you,
I was gonna
yeah,
say- I was gonna say
good choice.
Flurry. Take Flurry and then get Dire Misfortune.
I mean, like you did get some meme beam value there. There was for sure like one enemy who got like
Yeah.
halfway health
Oh yeah.
down.
Oh look. Oh man. Man.
Like,
Look at that. One
damn,
direction.
this is so
It
good.
took 48 damage in like 3 seconds. Ooh, baby.
Never
And
let
when it's slowed
anyone tell you
down-
that Mean Beam is not good.
Ah, it's great. Rod might be a bit of a meme, but it's actually good.
Huh.
How's the run going? It's great. I've gotten nearly only good builds so far, which I was not expecting.
Yeah,
This
we are
is the most
due for
mid
some
build
bad
so far.
luck.
Oh, good. It's Tiss. Woo, yay.
Okay, so this is a lore development. After you meet Meg a bunch of times, you can start to meet her sisters instead. So she has two sisters. One is to Tiffany, who doesn't really talk. But
And
yeah,
the other one
and
we
then
have yet to see. We'll get to see her next run because that's how this
And
is
she's the
scripted.
worst.
She is
so
the
one
worst.
thing that I learned very recently is that like this is the same arena every time, but it's shrinking.
Yep.
I always thought that Tisiphone like teleports us to another arena.
Oldie.
I
No,
think
it's to the pillars. So the different pillars in the room, the walls change down.
Oh,
Is what
Oh,
is
yeah.
how I believe it. How I believe the room is built. Yeah, because I was thinking about that one time. Because I was like, "Is it teleporting?" And then I was like, "No, this is like the same walls." You really thought about selling that,
I
cast,
did.
didn't you? Yeah.
Fuck up here.
But you know, the Demeter
Can we get
Artemis
Flurry
duo
cast?
boon. The Demeter Artemis duo boon is sort of a Theseus solution. If I enter the heroes fight with that, there's nearly no way I'm dying to Theseus.
You just run around in circles forever, and
Yeah, pretty
He-
much.
he-
and,
he
he
dies.
eventually dies.
yeah. And he's also slowed down slightly, trying to come back. The Nova with the Artemis special is not bad. It actually hits pretty hard when it crits. Ooh, look at that! Look at that damage.
value.
Option.
There we
Oh,
go.
I
Yo.
was joking when I said Flurry cast show up, please. I didn't think you could actually get it because you didn't have more than one cast. Hold up. Flurry cast does nothing when you only have one cast.
It makes the animation ever so slightly faster and lets you like not have to worry about.
It saves you
It's
like
not
this
like
2
as much.
frames or whatever it is.
I
It's-
mean, like all of the Hermes do something faster boons kind of do nothing anyway, right?
Yeah.
It's like
There's
They're not
situational.
nearly-
There are
they're,
cases
they're,
in which they
not
let you
nearly as
do
much
so.
value as they claim to be. This is
Side
like-
Hustle is the best one in the game. Don't you dare slander Side Hustle.
No, it's like I don't know, like sort of mostly I'm just mixed about like faster attacks, faster specials. They're such garbage.
On
They're so
sword,
bad.
definitely. On sword, absolutely.
It's very very funny getting Swift Flourish on like
What's wrong with these?
like spear. It's just like thanks.
Mm.
The special's almost nearly instant anyway, so you're not getting
Yeah.
much value out of it.
Yeah, like it's only somewhat useful on like on like Wanyu because you charge it up slightly faster.
Let's see what's up for sale.
Ooh, yeah, that's perfect. I was looking
Yeah,
for
that's
that.
good.
Take this one.
This was bad, no?
Ares
You
Call
don't
is
want
good.
the,
It's a
you
source
don't
of
want the
micros.
aid?
It,
No,
Yeah, but it eats into your tier
I-
2 availability.
I thought you were going to bring up the Hermes RD odds, but no, we've already
Yeah.
had second Hermes out of the way. We have not. Anyways, it should be fine.
or it's gonna show up in the purging well anyway.
Iframes are important anyway. I think I'm going to keep the
We'll
Ares
never
Call
get
around
punished.
for that.
We'll never get punished.
Holy divine dashes this run.
You
What
didn't want to
the
take the sure
frick?
footing. You didn't want to take the sure footing. It was epic.
So we are on run 7. You've had Define Dash 6 times.
Yeah, and the other time I had extra dashes to make up for it, I believe. absolutely
Wow.
wild rate of
Oh, no,
safety.
you still had Divine Dash in that run.
Brah.
No,
Absolutely.
but we had
insane.
like a flash dash run, no?
Nope.
Oh, true. Yes, we did.
Did we? I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Yeah, we did. But yeah, that had extra dashes.
Oh, was that the 1 dash run?
Yes, that had +1.
Yeah.
Anyways, absolutely absurd rate of divine dashes. This
Which
low
is
percent.
good. It's safe.
Yeah, this is so the viewers might not believe it, but Fresh File to Credits No Unlocks is supposed to be quite a difficult run.
I'm supposed to be stressing half these runs. What is going on?
Like we have not been worried about the future of any run so far.
The god gets added to the god pool. That's what happens.
Yeah, so
it is the only way you can extend the god pool. Or actually, no, that's not true.
Yeah.
If you encounter, if you buy a new god in a shop and there's a new god right after
Different
as well,
one. Yeah.
then it extends by 1 as well. But then the
Yeah,
god
so
pool's locked.
you can have like more than 4 gods in a run. But yeah, so like keepsakes are one way of getting it, and the other one is if you have 3 gods, 1 god shows up in the shop, and the other one shows up on the door
Because
exiting the
it
shop.
checks the exit first. The game checks the exit first, and then it just picks a god to show up in the shop. Also, you can just force as many gods as you want to because it's purely family favorite stunts. You know, that spicy 5% bonus damage you can get.
Yeah, and I guess it's like you can have 7 gods at most.
8 if you force 1 into sticks.
Oh yes, yes.
But
So you can have all 8.
You need keepsakes for that, so
Pure darkness.
I can't do that here. And even if I could, I probably wouldn't. More gods in the pool makes the build less consistent.
And palms.
Just 4.
It's fine.
Oh yeah, palms too.
Everything's so green.
So what did the Selwell have?
I don't remember, but I wasn't shocked by
He's fully recovered.
a boon I wanted to sell, so I just didn't.
Is like what would you have wanted to sell if possible?
I was considering the cast, I think. But I believe it showed up, but then I was like, nah, I can still get the meme beam strat up. It's fine. These empty dashes I'm doing here are a bit easier to do on keyboard and mouse than they are on controller because you can aim in any direction while doing that.
Ooh,
That's a bit
There are
rough.
upsides to movement on controller where like you have the omnidirectional movement. But
Ooh, that's funny.
do it.
Not taking that.
I know, it's bad. Double Nova is actually good here. Chop
We
would
have-
have been very funny.
we have Double Nova and Supernova here.
Yes.
Yep.
Ooh, that's good.
Can we get special
Replace.
Sure,
Yeah,
special
special
replace. You've convinced me.
YOLO.
High roll this. Into
Also the better
ME.
bot.
Wait, hold up. I've just understood
No, that's
what
what-
you were
yeah.
saying. That's a plan. Alright, don't
I
care
mean,
about
it's
that, sure.
like I wouldn't call it a plan.
Oh no, it's really low odds. This is the most gambling thing ever, but we are playing a lot.
We're safe. We can gamble.
Let's go gambling.
This looks so bad. Like, that did not look like it did anything.
Also, Proud Bearing. If you think about it, Hades is just the Balatro
Hey,
of
Dan.
action roguelikes. Because we're cheating
True.
and stacking the deck. Oh, hey, it's Dan.
Yep, he shows up on run 7 in
It's
Elysium for the
Ed
first
Boy.
time. And from now on, he can appear in any biome. And his rooms are basically long rooms that in RTA, that is to say, in this category as well, you want to avoid if possible, but you have no way of knowing where they are. The speedrun mod
But he has a
pack has a
constant
setting to
and he-
disable them, if you wish.
He cannot show up before Chamber 11. So Chamber 11 is the first chamber he can show up in.
But yeah, the first time he'll always show up in Elysium, but after this, he can appear in any biome now.
Yeah, and I guess sort of so lore wise, Thanatos we know him. He is the son of our stepmother. Or like he's like is he a brother of Charon and Hypnos?
I believe
He's,
so. Yes.
he's a brother of Hypnos, yeah. Don't remember about Charon, but
I think they're like the three of them are all
they're all Nick's children.
Yep.
yeah. I think Nick has a lot of children, but like
yeah.
at least these three.
No match for Zeus though. Zeus has some children. Let's just say.
Yeah.
So yeah, like we can meet Thanatos. He is like one of the romance options in the game.
Because yeah,
and,
this is actually a visual novel partly. If you play the game the way it's supposed to be played, and not like this.
Yes. And then and like mechanically, like we're doing like he's there to help, but we're doing like a little competition of who can kill the most enemies in the room. And if we win the competition, if we kill more enemies, he gives us an extra heart. So we get like a little reward if we win. But you can also chill if you don't need the health, you can just like chill out all the time.
The Thanatos bonus heart is unaffected by life affirmation, which is something I learned recently. It's not a chamber reward, so the game doesn't consider it to be applied. I mean, it doesn't consider life affirmation to apply. Pretty funny. So you can.
Does it also not apply to like Centaur Soul?
I believe it doesn't. No, it's only chamber rewards. If you
Who buys
read the
Centaur
description, that's what it says.
Oh.
Who buys Centaur Soul? It's 125 for
100 actually.
Oh, sorry. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of.
You were thinking of regular hearts and shops.
Oh yeah. That's what you can tell how much I buy Centaur Soul. Yeah,
Party
the thing about
chance?
Centaur Soul is it gives you the 25 health. It gives you 25 max health, but it does not heal the health. Which is why it's terrible.
No. If you refuse the romance options, it's done. They don't hold any grudges against you, but
No, you can
it's
still,
for those
I
who
believe-
don't want the romance. Fellow asexuals out there. Bruh. Yeah, that's my fault.
Ooh.
I'm giving pretty low odds on a Theseus victory here. I don't think that's gonna happen. I have like 5 different Theseus solutions right here.
The Theseus is one of these enemies that like before you like study his patterns, he can be pretty tough, but then once you figure out how he works, he gets super easy to manipulate and to just dodge consistently.
And for those who are wondering what exactly she's referring to, it's if you stand close, he's gonna spin. If you stand far away, he's gonna throw a spear, basically. There's a bit more nuance than that, but that's
Which is
essentially
why
it.
when you're fighting him from speed, it's really you have to learn this fight in and out because the timings are very specific, and keeping the DPS uptime is really hard. Man, that actually is doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Ares Call is fine, not just as a source of damage.
Yeah,
Not just
but,
as a source of iframes.
but like kiting Theseus around the room is very safe, just because you can just stand between the objects and him, and he'll always kind of throw at you. But it's really slow. So there's some strats we do in Fresh File when you're trying to play for speed, where you can group the two together. The problem becomes getting instant bullhorned and then just taking like a stupid amount of damage.
It's nicer outside than it is in here.
But when you do it properly and it works, you can save like upwards of like a minute plus just on that one particular fight.
They must have lots of these upon Olympus.
You have to you can still technically get Amy.
Honestly,
You
it would have been
replace
correct there to sell the special. I don't know why I didn't. I think it got
yeah, that's fair.
offered.
Yeah, it did.
I'm not worried about my survival, though. Everything will be fine.
Our damage is fine. Yeah. We have also a billion health.
Artemis special with those two hammers is actually goated.
It's pretty good, yeah. Yeah, because what it has the highest crit chance, doesn't it? It's
Yes.
what it's 20% crit chance.
Unless cast has more, which
No, I think it's
isn't
15%.
impossible.
I think it's either 10 or 15% chance on cast. And then attack is like the other. Attack is 15. I'm pretty sure cast is 10.
Say hello to Stygian Shard value. This is why I love that well
it
item.
actually
that was 3 hits?
Yes, I
It makes
love
like
Stygian
3.
Shard. It's so good.
Not now.
It's so freaking good.
I'm back. Huh. Should check this way.
Use Stygian Shard in your low percent runs, I swear.
Just use Stygian Shard. It costs like nothing. It's what, 25?
That's the value I was talking about in the categories where you don't get damage. If you get that mini boss in particular, then you 3-shot it, and it's so good.
Yeah, and then also Stygian Shard works really well in Elysium 2 with the eggs, because you can kite enemies into the eggs really easily, and then just nuke them into orbit. And also the eggs respawn, which is also really nice.
Anyway, that's why you'll see me take every single Stygian Shard I see.
Ooh, 2-sack.
2-sack, nice.
Also, 300 max
Yeah, that's
health, nice.
That is 4 2-sacks, and 3 2-sacks in a row. So
It balances out the absolutely atrocious
4
luck
to
I had at
5?
the start.
the 4 into a 5-sack
Yeah.
to start with. Yeah, we made back the time purely off the 3 2-sacks in a row.
Haven't you had enough?
Though now we're due for like another 5. So,
Don't bring it up. It's gonna happen. Don't jinx it.
just watch you get the most cracked build of all time, and that's when we get a 5-sack. Actually, that'd be the most Hades thing of all time. The unmodded anti-heat woes.
Now, this is why I don't play any Heat Smile. Not anymore.
Yeah. Because it's very awkward when you're speedrunning and you have to play all the way through Elysium, and then you get to spin a lottery machine.
Nice shockwave bug. That happens sometimes if you leave the game open for too long.
Forgot about that.
Ares call value. Ares call value.
Yeah, that was actually sick.
Get out of there.
The high heat people would probably know more about if Stygian Shard works with dad spots, does it?
I love geometry.
You did get geometry there.
Wretches of the underworld, I command you now to rise and fight
we have a billion health, so it's fine. But I was like,
I love Ares Call.
it lasts so much longer than I remember it lasting.
Yeah, it's real. It's actually solid. No. People love to dunk on it because it's sort of the worst
But
involved
it's probably to
call,
do
but
with
it's
Vicious
fine.
Scam being so bad.
But yeah, no,
It's
frankly,
sort of like
it's
it
fine.
does feel like it doesn't do a lot of damage. Sort of like it feels slow. Like I don't know if it is slow, but it feels bad.
And then you just kind of watch the health bar go, oh, and you're like, ah.
Yes, Shard works on dead pots, which means you, with the Nut Stygian Shard, you can one-shot every phase of EM Pordad.
That's what. Okay, I was like, I remembered there being like that being like a their Alien video or something. I don't remember.
It's
But-
multiplicative.
Yeah. So is movement speed, by the way.
Yep.
If you've never seen the anti-heat routed like seated run, it is the funniest thing ever. Because you literally just Lightning McQueen zoom IM speed through the entire run. You like tilt the movement stick and you zip across the entirety of like the sticks, like between the tunnels, like the entranceway and sticks. It's hilarious.
And you one-shot everything, no matter what.
You one shot everything by just like looking in the general direction. It's great. Like the Zeus attack bolts do like
It's,
1,000
the damage is
from
fine. It's not great, but it's fine.
well, yeah. Then you special hit things, and you just like that special does like a health bar. It's more the movement speed that makes it really, really funny.
Yes.
I remember
Have
when
either
Raptor
of you
came out.
played much like seeded?
I learned the current route as a joke with Lat because we wanted to see because we were trying to figure out with like Talos and like making like Talos and stuff like do like have like a fast run to like try to like sub 4 it like sub 3 or sub 4 it ages ago.
My son.
He has a YouTube video that he put out about it. It was very funny.
Run 8's coming up. We're about to see the last Fury Sister.
The one that murders you if you're not paying attention. She's very rude.
Someone's at the desk next to the throne.
I haven't played any seeded Annie-Heat. I just played seeded loyalty card because it's shorter and easier.
Thank you, Lance.
Route-
Thank you, Candy.
Routed is a fun time. It's very different, but it's a fun time. Okay, here we go. Here's
If I don't get Hermes dashes early enough, I will sell this Poseidon dash.
yeah. But now we get to see the bouncy castle for a little bit.
Well for you.
Oh, right. Other enemy.
A little taste of what and that's why Poseidon Dash is great.
Don't have to lock yourself into any animations and you still kill most things
yeah,
in Tartarus
you
with
can
one
just-
dash.
There is a reason we have a category called Dash Only. That you just take Poseidon Dash and you literally never press any other button other than Dash.
Ringers. Perfect.
No.
I would go for Palmyr.
I'm planning on selling this dash anyway if I don't get a Hermes boon, so I don't care about palms on it.
Is that a visual bug that I just saw? I watched it on stream.
What do we have here?
Yeah, it was a visual bug, huh? You clipped inside of the door and it actually unloaded the texture for like a half a second.
Classic visual bugs.
Yeah, that was I'd never seen that before.
You are so rich right now.
Let's go, lads.
Nourished Soul. Rabwell, that works.
That works too. It probably if the visual bug probably has something to do with the same thing like why the one in the dad fight happens with the shockwaves. Probably a timing of keeping the game open or something like that. I remember the game kind of starts having some panic attacks when you're doing like all aspect runs and that kind of stuff.
What are you looking for here?
I was trying to fill the core.
It was specifically beaten.
Oh, fascinating.
Not for Beam. I was trying to fill the core. I know that's a joke, but yeah.
I'm trying to remember what even the duo boon with Poseidon and Demeter is.
You need Poseidon cast for it, and it makes your cast move slowly and shoot
Oh, it's
hurricanes
that
around
one.
the place. It's
Ice
kind of
Storm
mid.
or whatever it is. Yeah, it's that one.
I have had a really fun
It
run with
like
it in
hits stuff
Heidi,
and
though.
then it like hits stuff and then like shatters into like ice shards, right?
I think, I don't know.
And it like moves slower. It's like your cast moves slower, but does something else. I don't know.
Right, you wanted a dash palm? Here's your dash palm.
Nice.
Power of Olympus.
Woo!
That...
You didn't want to put in a main beam for that like 2 damage extra that you get or whatever it is.
Wait, true?
How foolhardy of you.
It's 2 damage for every single time it hits, which is like 20%
It
of the time.
hits so rapidly too.
Yeah, it's every 0.25 seconds. I think maybe 0.2. I don't remember.
Wait, I'm looking at the timer right now. I might be on pace for PB.
Yeah, I was like, this is actually pretty fast.
Oh yes.
Yeah, we're in run 8.
Prepare for a panic attack on run 9 or 10.
Do you like how we have? Remember, guys, we have an 8-hour estimate. We can die like 8 times at this point.
Nearly made it.
We can also just go pet the dog
True. Yeah, wait.
for like an hour and still make the estimate.
There we go. Kieran's
Perfect.
Ooh.
thank you, mate.
Lovely.
Okay, now we can sell the dash.
Yeah,
Yep.
for sure.
Oh.
That's the
Yeah,
plan.
no, but this is definitely it's a tough category to predict how long a run will take.
Because you can just get some builds that just do no damage and they take like 45 minutes.
Yeah,
And
and,
then
and,
you
and,
get-
and,
and then you
sometimes
get-
you like you play for 35 and then you get killed in heroes.
Yeah, because you do stupid things like I do and forget how much damage you don't have, and then and you have Demeter dash, and they get
Anyways.
slowed down.
Hi, this is
so angry about
Electo. She attacks really fast.
And also throws out basically Ares cast, and it just hits you like a truck and stun locks you. And then she also dashes around like crazy. And when you're playing on
Beam value
Measure-
though.
true, she does like
Rapwell
sitting still. It's
value.
true. Oh yeah, that actually does work that way. Extreme measures, which is it makes the bosses fights harder. Makes this Electo in particular really, really annoying because of the extra pieces it adds onto, just kind of cause you just get hit for no reason. And then you just can and you don't ever really die from it like an anti-heater or anything like that, but it just can like waste like a very unnecessary like 2 to 5 seconds depending on how many times you get stun locked. And it's just one of those things where just it makes the vibes just
That is an
terrible.
ominous-looking portal on the ground right there.
all right. Dashes. And then we laugh about selling the Poseidon dash.
Even
We're
then,
gonna
I
get epic
wouldn't
dashes.
mind it.
Oh, I know. It's just be very funny if we got epic dashes here.
Again.
It was an RNG manip. Like if we get epic dashes here, it's like selling the Poseidon dash was just an RNG manip to get epic dashes, because the game loves giving you stuff when you can't use it properly. Okay, that works too.
Stop bad mouthing the video game. It's
What?
this video game is
It-
good, I swear.
Hades is sentient and loves trolling you.
I mean, are you seeing this run? I don't think so.
I don't know, the amount of times where I've gotten Mirage shot on Eris and then never see on Beowulf is way too high. Or the times where you start Shackle and your first boon you see on sword is like epic Ares attack, and you're just like, cool, thanks game. And then you switch to Shackle, and then you just never see, or then you switch to Ares, and it's just always common.
Lord Ares,
You
I get, yeah, I was like, Battle Rage again?
get me out of here.
need that dash, or want it at least. Probably don't need it.
I was about
Like,
to say, are we just skipping shop for the... Hey, Than.
Hey, Dan. I didn't know Dan can show up in like back-to-back runs.
Oh yeah, no, Than can show up.
Anytime.
It's a random chance. It's like it's after Chamber 11, or starting with Chamber 11, he has a certain percentage chance to show up. Which is why it's very funny when he doesn't show up, and it's also very funny when he does show up in RTA, like he loves doing that. I want to say there's like some random chambers that he's not allowed to spawn in for some reason because of some esoteric code stuff.
Oh, they won't.
This is for the lore, guys. It definitely wasn't a misinput.
We are about to get set up for Merciful End again.
Yeah, I was about to say, which is insane. We get forced attack here. I guess it's a 10% chance that we don't get forced.
Again, demonstrating that this game is good and never trolls anyone. Copium.
Yeah,
Absolutely wild.
get the boons.
I swear I'm not cheating.
You didn't want to take the Casper place, huh?
I might just sell the Demeter cast next opportunity I get because
sell it now, yeah.
It can mess up some duo boon chances.
I don't even remember what the Athena.
Stubborn
And-
Roots. It makes you
Oh,
regenerate
it's Stubborn
slowly.
Root, right? Okay, yeah. When you have no DDs.
Yeah. Wait, yeah, exactly.
Can you get that if you don't have DDs unlocked?
I
me
think
check.
so, yeah. I believe I've gotten it before.
I just think it cares that you don't have any, and the game currently sees that you don't have any.
I know you can get it in high heat, and like I'm talking max heat. So
Hmm.
Oh, okay. Maybe it cares about the mirror. If it's unlocked in the mirror.
perhaps.
No, but I think aren't death defiances in like the first 3 rows of the mirror? Like you don't
Yeah, they are.
actually have to unlock it.
No, like, yeah, you just have to get the mirror. I think you may have to like buy one or something like that. Because technically, like, what how he does it just disables them. It doesn't like, refund them.
Yeah,
True,
anyway,
but-
whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
It doesn't matter.
This is how complicated this game can be sometimes, or like without the interactions, which is sick.
There's so much to learn. Very complex game. Oh, hey.
Ooh, let's
There we
go.
go. Okay, this
Never
is.
mind, I'm keeping the cast
Gross.
runs from pending do mods.
Oh yeah.
Easiest FFTC run.
Low percent
Yeah.
run. Yeah. This is basically a
This is
regular
fast for a-
FFPC at this point.
Yeah,
I'm
this
just-
is pretty fast for an FFTC run, like a normal one. Yeah,
What is your BD, Alex?
it's a 526, I believe.
Oh, we are on very good pace then.
Yep.
Yeah.
Honestly, PBing during the event would be some incredible,
Would be
an
hilarious.
incredible experience. I would love to have that happen.
God, I always forget how
Like,
much.
let's
faster
hope
learning
we
is
don't
with
jinx
the
it here
MA.
by saying this.
You literally just
Hey, even if I lose a run, it doesn't matter. That's still world record in a sense.
true.
No one has
True.
submitted a low percent run with a death yet, and the boards do differentiate between FFTC runs with death and without death.
True. It's a low percent with a death.
Yep. There's the deathless tag, you know.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot about that. I've never submitted a
That
run.
seems like time loss.
I
Go
cannot.
after these guys.
Whatever. I didn't want to
But dying
risk
is a time loss?
I didn't want to risk the bone rakers messing with me, even though I probably would have been fine.
So now we just need palms and health.
I'll take that. One more floor.
Anyways, this is like the greatest RNG this run. What the heck?
Champions of Elysium, I've returned.
You rush delivery, please.
Yeah, we can just fit it. We can just fit a half specs into the end of this into the end of this because of the time.
Yeah. Also, yeah. Just by the way, for the people running this, if in the event this finishes way before estimate, which it could, I am ready to provide filler. I'm free
I was like-
until.
I was like,
however long.
I can boot up Hades and we can do like a race or something if we want
Oh
to.
yeah, let's do a race in that case if you wanna. Gladly.
My rusty ass can. Yo, holy shit!
Gaming.
And it's rare. That
So,
the
yeah,
the yarn was value there. Okay, so now we get to see how much extra damage. It's already like what? Unpalmed rare Doom is doing 171 damage. This is stupid.
Yeah, so this is the mythical combination that we spoke of earlier. Rush delivery plus hyper sprints. It's just a flat like 75% extra damage to everything. Which is
Howdy.
absolutely huge.
So
What
hey
is this?
Retro.
What is this? What is this? An anti-heat run? We got.
Thank you, sir.
Playing it ultra safe here.
Yeah, I don't
the
like to
health.
take risks, you know me. You've seen how I play.
Take the palm.
Yep.
That got better.
Boo.
Hey,
Boo
that's-
Game. Boo.
Impending chance. Yeah, this is PB pace, absolutely. LOL. This could give me the call, that would be fun. Oops.
These are what, third of me? Pretty sure this is Amy's number 3.
At least.
We've only missed Athena Dash one time. The second run with Zeus was very, very funny. We had literally the most blessed like Eris anti-heat build minus Poseidon Dash because we had Athena Dash instead. But it was like we had Splitting Bolt, Rod, Epic Zeus attack, rare jolted in like Chamber 4.
Yeah, no run so far has been bad. Some have been ever so slightly cursed. I'm talking about the Cruel Thrust run, but
True. The only punishment was the fact that the Emmy in the first run was a 4-sack, and then the really spicy Zeus start run was a 5-sack. And then I'm not going to talk about the rest of them then because I'm not going to curse it. So what? One
I need some
singular
health.
bomb.
Thank you.
Did we get a pending?
Yes, yeah, we just got
Okay,
it.
I was
Yeah,
like,
mini boss.
there's no way the singular. I looked away and I was like, there's no way the singular palm increased our damage to 292. I was like, there's no way. What was it? Was it common impending?
Might have been rare, I don't remember. It wasn't that big.
Trying to, I don't know, I haven't
It's
done,
rare,
I haven't,
yes.
done, I haven't done Emmy math in forever. I was
Holy.
I decided to spend like a random day at work one time doing neurodivergent math and trying to figure out the optimal palm values for the different rarities of Doom versus impending for fresh file.
Lol.
The fresh file, the fresh file math is actually surprisingly easy.
Yeah, and then somebody had already done the math, and I was like, oh, I'm just dumb.
Is because yeah, you can really just look at like, oh yes, how much, what is like my percentage-wise increase of
Yeah, it's like
of impending scaling versus what is my percentage-wise increase in attack damage, and that just works.
yeah, it's in any heat where it gets a little spicy because of like your different like RD values and stuff like that. The way that
Yeah, you have different sources of percentage.
yeah. Just when in doubt, just do 1 for 1. Just palm 1 to 1, 2 to 1, something like that. It's like 4. It's like get it to level 4 and then put your first one into impending, and then it's like alternate from there or some nonsense like that. The strategies just get sweet nectar and not have to think about it. And we have damage.
Damn, this is fast.
Shit.
Yeah. Watch me get 5 stack and die though.
I know.
I have little health.
Honestly, 5 stack is the only major
Okay,
list
wait,
that
hold
we're
up.
running.
Wait. Yo. Just the one-time Centaur Soul is actually useful.
Fresh Pelted Credits takes 10 runs, assuming you don't die.
Yeah, and we are on
It is
8.
10 completions.
Oh yeah, right. You do have to beat the run.
Or we are on 8, right? Or are we on
We
9?
are.
We're
I
on
believe we are on 8.
If we were on 9, this would be stupid.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
This would be near world record pace almost. I mean, not quite, but still. Would be absolutely dumb.
That's what record still is. It the arena, is it retro? Or nitro? I don't know.
Nitro has world record.
Yeah, I couldn't remember for FFTC, for low percent.
Let's take a quick look.
Yeah.
Fresh Pelted Credits, no unlocks. The record is 4 hours 4 hours 14 minutes by Nitro Storage.
Ow.
Not yet.
The dude is just a gamer.
Nitro's so good.
I know, it's crazy.
Nice at both saws. Both axes. Axes, that's what they are.
Yeah. He's... What is that, an average time of...
Should be able to get back through here. A moment's rest.
like 35 minutes RTA? Plus like all of the house parts. Which is nuts.
There it is already.
Nice.
Oh, what is this stuff?
I think I am, despite everything, going to check shop here.
Use this.
Lovely. Just like 2-tap that or whatever. No, I'm exaggerating, but still. Should not be too far off.
That's fine.
Value.
Right, we just went from being a glass cannon to being
Nice night, no?
loaded.
She what?
Love that.
Would you? All the
Zagreus' mother, as was just said, was the queen of the underworld. And And Zagreus accuses his father of having made mistakes leading to her leaving. And as usual, Zagreus' father isn't exactly cooperative. So, yeah, classic. Shockwave bug. Thanks, video game. There's a consistent setup to deflect that thrust after the 2 casts on that attack.
Yeah.
You press the special button right as the second cast is being shot out, and that works 100% of the time, regardless of phase.
It is a very. It also stops him.
Oh, true.
Which is actually a very interesting optimization for damage in like the just normal fresh file runs is doing those damage rotations to where you can iframe stuff, hit, and then special on the right timing.
It's such a satisfying fight to play.
Yeah, especially if you get the right patterns from him, you can actually just do the standard damage rotation of, dash attack.
Holy damage.
Yeah, that was like
Good.
400 something doom procs, which I'd be like chill with in any heat, like. But you can do some really sick things where you can be doing your normal dash attack into with the Emmy proc, then doing a turnaround slash and then specialing.
We got the Swiftness of Hermes title there for the run.
That's wild.
Instead of the Darkness one, which is crazy.
Yeah, so sort of, I think you can get that with like a 14, like it's like the barrier for that is like 14 something, right?
Yeah,
It's
sub
sub
15.
15, I think.
Sub 15. And
Yeah.
so, like, do I remember correctly that I came from like whatever the dev's best time was?
Yeah, it's because Darren, he was the
Darren
only
Quirk.
one his PB ended up being something like 12 or 13 minutes or something like that.
And that's why they made the fastest title be sub 12. Because that beats his time.
Yeah, which is pretty sick.
Oh, right, there's this interaction. We have to talk
yeah,
to
you
each
have to-
other.
Oh yes, we get a lore drop here.
Now, yeah.
So this is Achilles.
Hey, do you
He's been mentoring us. He's been teaching us how to fight.
Hey,
Yeah,
do
you've
we
been talking
interact
a
with
lot
the
of time.
cape? Do I interact with the capes?
Yes, capes.
Okay.
So yes, he lets us into Dan's room
I knew
where we
it's
see.
just capes. Anyways,
Yeah. So we go into his room to like snoop on Dan's stuff. We see that next to his bed he has a picture of like him and mom, I think.
I think it's the two of them holding Zangria. No, it's just the two of them. Yeah, it's just the two of them.
Yeah.
Sean.
So there we learn that he still loves her, and now we're gonna confront him about that fact. And then there is sort of like there's a cute little joke there where like Dad's entire wardrobe is just capes.
And
Because
that's why you can burn one at the start of every fight.
Yeah,
exactly.
it's just capes. It's just
It's
capes all the way down.
capes.
Do we take Demeter attack?
No.
Okay.
I'm looking for
I mean,
Artemis,
it'd
Athena,
be good,
or
no?
Aphrodite.
Well, I was like, do we take it? And then, okay, there we go. Never mind.
We got the beam.
Okay, that we just got the dialogue line from Demeter about where Zagreus just wait a second, is Demeter his mother's mother?
Oh,
Is my mom Demeter's daughter?
all that plot development.
Because he has a little dialogue line after you leave that dialogue menu.
Anyway,
You get to
stuff
talk to her
like that is
talk to her like 6 times or something like that.
like that is why this is being showcased at a lore-based event.
Yeah, because we read all of the dialogue.
We definitely
And this is
know
not a
the
dialogue-based
plot
game
of
or
the game.
anything. Yeah, this is definitely not very dialogue-heavy of a game. Very character-driven game. We've talked to a grand total of one singular character outside of the gods, and we click through the dialogue as fast as humanly possible. Oh, nice. We can get the extension. We can get a glacial glare or whatever the one that is that it makes it ramp up in damage or extends the duration or something.
That's not the plan.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to get the usual
The
things.
actual, yeah, no, the actual like way to like scale this is to do stupid things.
LOL.
It's thick.
We got an upgrade to the cast where I
Yeah.
think it's now it lasts longer.
It's
More
30%
beam.
Aim
longer.
towards Zagreus.
It's
There's a very
slightly less
funny-
bad now.
Yeah, slightly. Except your spacing is never behind enemies. You always want to be kind of in front of them. So.
I'm trying to make it work.
Oh yeah, you just have to actively like change your playstyle for it. The strat with meme beam, if you like want to kind of actually make it like do something, is you can do a very funny thing where you can make it to where it applies chill, and then there's a there's like a second level boon that's called Arctic Blast or Arctic whatever it is, where if you get 10 stacks of chill on an enemy, they take a burst of damage and deal like an AoE. So you can just like, and because it hits like as fast as it actually does, even though it does minimal damage, you can just like chain stack that. It's just bad jolted basically. Or the actual way to do it is the duo boon with the actual Zeus and Demeter duo boon, which is your jolted does not fall off when it's not consumed when enemies like attack. It stays on for like a certain number of seconds.
Oh yes. Also, can we appreciate just the amount of skill on display here? Playing Chop is so difficult.
It sucks.
Yeah,
It's so hard.
It's bad. I hate it so much.
Sophie tried it during her run recently, and she did not figure out how to play safe with it somehow.
I've used it.
And ours makes it look easy.
Yeah, I've used it plenty as a joke, and like any heat and stuff like that. But using it in FFTC because it just the fact that it changes your timings.
It changes the
because
whole
that
playstyle. I'm never going to press the
because that-
special button again.
Which is very funny. But like that animation is so long.
It's really
Also, you
strong
don't
in
dash-
high
you
heat
don't-
as well.
You don't dash strike, right?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
There's a...
Well, your dash strike retains the same attack animation.
Yes. There are two different combos on Chop, basically. You can just either spam standing strikes or you can spam dash strikes alternated with standing
Oh, the
strikes.
jerky is good.
Yep.
Can you get flurry?
No, you cannot, and that is one of the reasons why Chop is good. Chop lets you...
Oh, right. Well, I was
lets
just
you-
thinking it'd be very funny if you could get flurry and chop together, and you just spam, just spam like these overhead attacks, like you're like doing like, Kendo or something like that.
You can get Swift Strike, though. Swift Strike pairs really well with Chop.
It does a ton. It makes it like 2 frames faster.
Worth it, honestly. Not over dashes or hyper sprint, though, obviously.
I would take.
These chunks out of the health bar are actually pretty big.
Yeah,
what's
Chop
crazy-
is good.
What's crazy with Chop is when you have like Artemis attack and you manage to hit a crit. If you have like if you have like some chaos scaling, that kind of stuff, it can do like stupid damage.
Right, do I have to be careful not to die here? Never mind, all is fine.
Yeah, it turns out standing next to Electo is a bad idea. She can't
Worst
do much damage at
Fury.
range, but all she does is just okay, yes, refresh roll, yes, 100%. Electo just wastes so much time. Aww.
A lot of money though.
Oh yeah,
Yep,
you got
we're
so much
rich.
money.
I'm King Midas
We-
now.
So what I'm hearing is we can get Hoarding Slash now.
It is an option. I don't think I'll take it, but it is an option.
But it would do a whole. It scales even better because of Chop. It does like 8 damage instead of 5.
You right. You
It's
right.
It's what 5%.
5% of ovals.
value.
Yes.
Yeah. God, it's so bad. Just think about it this way, guys. Even if you have like 1,500 gold, right? 5% of like 1,500 is 75 damage,
Wow, incredible.
which is terrible.
Right, now the follow-up question is, how much do you think they would have needed to buff it to make it viable? Or even
20?
close to?
Maybe 20%. Because you could do like strats where if you got it, you could then take like Charon, like coin purse.
You?
Oh, we actually got it.
Let's go.
Yeah, like I could see like there's some coin purse strats you could probably do it. But like this is the thing, you could have 1,500 ovals, and it still does less damage
Lovely.
Yeah,
Data.
like it.
than Chop
Like
does on
actually,
its
you
own.
would still want to spend those obols in like the final shop.
Yeah, where you could actually get some pretty solid scaling.
Do you again?
Yeah, yeah. Increasing base power would, because then you could get your ancillary scaling.
Oh right, because hoarding doesn't actually like getting an attack
No,
tool doesn't increase hoarding
No, it's an additive.
value.
It's an additive
Oh,
value.
God.
It's stupid. It's so bad.
Dash?
Yeah. Oh yeah, right. It
Late.
can crit, can it?
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, if it was like an extra source of base damage, that way it would scale up global. And
Wait,
crit.
make the extra additive damage just crit instead would make it so strong. Hold up. I
Yeah.
love that idea.
Yeah, if it was able to get increased by your other effects,
Stay dead next time.
so it would be, and then it could crit.
Power of Olympus.
But also we just we reworked the entire hammer to make it good. So you know,
I think the best way to make it good is to like remove it from the game, if we're honest.
the best way to make it better is just to combine it with cruel thrust and just make it stupidly good.
Yeah, true.
Can you even get it on Arthur?
Cruel thrust? No, because Arthur has
No,
thrust.
no, Chop.
No, you cannot because
Okay,
the
I was like,
animation
because
doesn't
isn't
permit it.
Arthur Chop?
For safekeeping.
I was like, they're basically the same thing. There's different, Dark Souls weapons.
What are you going for here?
I'm looking for divine protection later down the line.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
I accept this message.
I don't need it, right? But it would be funny.
This is run 9,
If you
right?
weren't, yes. What sacks did we get last run?
Come and get
Was it
us.
another 2 sack? Did we get 2 sack again?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. I was like,
Which is
I didn't
why it
even
was
notice
so
it.
rapid. Also,
That's why it was so fast, right? Because I zoned out for just long enough because I was expecting to get like a 3 sack or something like that, and then just went, oh, and then I was like, oh, we're in dad now. Because also we were just doing so much damage that everything was melting. Zag just grunting because he's just chopping over and over and over again.
two, three.
Okay, I see the rotation now.
Yep.
Like, chop, like you chop in between your dash cooldown.
I do think that like KBM makes this easier
Probably
than
because you can do the dash stuff.
That's it for us.
Mhm.
I absolutely do.
And you can. It's easier to aim, right? You can just put the cursor on the enemy, and then the enemy takes
Yeah.
damage.
You don't have the very stupid thing that happens where sometimes it just targets a different enemy.
Let's slay some heroes then.
Also, another upside of Chop is that you cannot get forced into detrimental hammers. Like everything
Maybe
is
Curse
either
Slash?
neutral. No, you cannot get forced into that though. You might need. You
Oh
might
right,
pick
right.
it
you
up
can't
at
get
some
forced
point.
into it.
But they're
Yeah,
no
'cause the-
longer
'cause the other
3 or
two-
more intrusive hammers at that
Yeah,
point.
because it takes the two of the 3 bad hammers out, or 2 of, I guess, the 4 if you count Dash Nova.
And it makes Dash Nova irrelevant because I'm never pressing special on this.
Yeah, exactly.
Curse Slash is the only bad one that remains, and even that can be worked around.
It is very funny because of the way Chop stun locks things, is that you can just stun lock the chariots with Chop. Oh, this is awful.
Oh, and it makes Shadow Slash and Breaching Slash really good.
Oh, Breaching is insane. It just one-hits. Like, Breaching's already, like, a really, really good hammer.
No, but
Breaching
like, I'm talking
is
top tier.
extra damage to armor.
Yeah, you do like 300% more damage to armor or some nonsense.
Oh, hey, the cat has come to
That's a
visit.
big number.
Cat has come to visit. Walking in front of my face, that's not gonna help.
Hoarding, do it.
Hoarding value.
Whatever.
All right, guys, we can see let's see. Okay, what is 5% of 650?
He's laying on my hand. This is not gonna.
That is like 32 or something. 33.
It is 32.5. So we got a whopping 32.5 increased damage. Woohoo! That is a singular palm in our level 4 common Aphrodite.
Yeah, so like we go up from like 202 to 235, I think. Something like that.
Like that.
Alright, cool.
Did you know? When you fight Asterius, it makes his health in the hero's fight lower.
Relentless, I accept this message.
Because it makes it
He starts damaged.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think it's like the value he starts damaged is like the amount of health he had left in his mini boss fight, something like that.
No, that can't be it. Because if you glitch out and murder him for real during the mini boss fights, he is still alive.
No, I meant more in like the value that's like supposed to be left, like where it cuts off at, where like the cap is supposed to be.
Right.
Ah,
That's possible.
Something like that.
Not sure.
that would be a very big difference, though.
It's a pretty sizable, like it is a pretty noticeable. Like obviously when you have the damage, it doesn't really matter, right?
Okay, let's keep an
It's
eye
been
on
ages since I've actually fought Asterius.
it. Yo, hyper sprints, love to see it.
Oh, we can do the thing now. So
What?
we have the
Are
money
we
to buy it.
skipping?
Oh, wait. I thought that was on shop
that was
for
not
whatever
in shop.
reason. It's fine. I can
Classic
things
stick.
fair.
We have enough money to take the Styx Hermes. And we're just padding out the runtime. It's fine.
Sure. Yeah, I need to lose a bit of time so we get back on an estimate, right?
Yeah.
Show a death or two, maybe.
Yeah. We can show some of the really cool death interactions.
Talk to Hypnos.
Yeah. We can start routing the Hypnos dialogue percent runs.
Just what I need.
I don't know why I bought that special. It doesn't matter.
It's fine. It was for the reroll. It was for rerolling the nip, right?
Yeah, exactly. The rerolls
Yeah.
that I have.
That you have, yeah. Doesn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong. It does work in high heat when you have that that the bottom 3 turned off, like with that heat pact.
Keys will
that-
still give you rolls, yes.
Yeah, that you still gain the rolls, right? Okay.
Yeah.
You just don't start with any.
Yeah, correct.
I bet Kieran's going to want all this.
I think I beat 32 heat like one time and for the statue.
Oh, same. I struggled with it so much.
Yeah, it was
But then
awful.
you've got like actual speedrunners who say that some of them
free.
call 32 heat like spicy any heat, and I'm like,
Yeah, like they're like
it's a
I can
different type of
like they can sub 6 it in like in their sleep, and I'm like, excuse you?
excuse you.
To be fair, it's like not that difficult. 32 is fine.
See? Case in point.
It takes a tiny bit of practice for you to fresh file, or like any heating like a maniac. But,
Yeah,
no, it's fine.
Yeah, like I am. It's just YOLO strats. It's we unga bunga, and I can't stop doing that.
Theseus.
See, there he called him. Yeah, so I think this might be where the dialogue happens. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. See, he starts damage.
Oh yes,
It's actually like a noticeable amount.
it's a noticeable amount.
And it like rarely ever matters in like any heat or anything like that, but it can actually matter sometimes in FFTC, as annoying as that boss fight is compared to like Butterfly Ball.
Like it does matter for like if you want to do like the cool gamer timing.
Yeah, because of
Like,
how much more health,
them,
because of how much more health he has. Because I'm pretty sure you can DPS them down like together, like actually together, because of the health difference. Granted, you already lost like 30-something seconds purely off of fighting Asterius anyway, but
So yeah, Sophie, are you starting to see the chop rotation?
I am seeing it. Yes.
yeah. I've unironically just been watching the chop rotation the entire time, so that I can use it one time eventually. Oh, good. It's Zeus. He doesn't really hit stun you, so it's fine.
Had to stand away from the pillar a tiny bit there, because the AoE
When he
goes
throws the
through
special, when he throws the special, it AoEs.
Yeah.
That'll teach him.
Huh.
Talk to our fan, Alex. Talk to our fan.
No, I've done that before.
Ooh.
Sad.
I've already lost 5 seconds to that.
You should pet the dog.
One more stop.
You owe it to the fans.
You can get this good. I have like an absurd amount of time in this game, but when I started, I was terrible. Like, it took me 50 hours to beat the game for the first time, I believe.
Yeah, I didn't get my first clear until like the 40th run or so. Like, it was something like nonsense. And then, yeah, I have 1,500 something hours in this game. So, do you know how much time you played?
I don't know. Like my time is split between like multiple Twitch profiles and
Yeah.
Steam and maybe
Mobile,
something
let's
else.
not forget about mobile.
Oh, right, mobile.
Yeah, it's iOS, Netflix, gaming.
World's first and only, actually world's second
played-
as well. Fresh ball clear on that.
I played it
One.
one time. The input latency was so bad.
No use.
I would hit things and it would come out like 20 frames later. I'm like, oh no.
Gigantic vermin.
It's I often look back at that run because it's so cursed. You can sort of, on the one hand, the gameplay looks so bad, but on the other side, you can also see that like there is skill expressed there. It's a very strange run to look back on.
It's one of those ones where it's like, once you played it enough, you kind of go, oh, okay, that's actually insane. Like doing the dad fight on that sounds terrible. It's also a tiny screen.
There we go.
Olympus.
Abstract again.
But yeah, sort of.
Back.
But like, for people to get their first clear of just like first run,
Lol.
it takes people a long time.
Nice, safe.
Very safe.
And like, to put it in perspective, the amount of time like just practicing fresh file alone,
Not now.
Yeah, like sort of even like practicing fresh file meg alone.
Oh god,
Uh,
Crush While Meg is such a blocker, and then Heroes is just awful.
You really feel like you're good at the game, and then you try fresh file, and then you get stuck at mag again, and you're like, wait, I am not good.
Even some experienced speedrunners from other categories try first run, and then they're like, wait, this shit hard.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
I have 1,500 attempts on my main live split attempt counter on my newer one, and the other one I think is like another 600 or so.
Oh wow.
Rip, no Chusak. Yep.
Oh, this is a tough fight, actually.
Yep.
Because he runs away.
I don't have. I mean, I do have Athena special, but I'm not always gonna use Athena special.
I mean, it's
That's fine.
like it's super worth it, no? Like just get like the one thing, and then all of them get deflected.
Yeah, definitely.
In the name of Hades.
Sure. Whatever. Jerry's gonna be happy if they're watching.
I'm back.
Yeah, and then there's Bash, who straight up first tries it, you know. Not everyone is an ascendant being, I guess, but those two are.
Yeah, for sure. Like some of the high heat gamers, they didn't struggle.
Well, Bash is a different human.
Bash is
then-
one of the players of all time.
Yeah, and then there's Big P, who is actually never completed a Hades run in his life.
Yep.
Like, he's never completed a first run ever because he's never played a first run ever.
Even casually.
Yeah. If you ever run into this man ever in anywhere, just ask him about the plot of Hades. He's the lore expert.
It's no use.
Yeah, okay, that makes up for the 2 sacks from earlier,
Yeah, I was waiting for it.
statistically.
Also, we got the heroic dash now. Let's go.
Oh yeah,
Titan
that's
Toppler.
why. This was yeah, heroic Titan Toppler. God, Titan Toppler was so bad. Like that, it was such a slow dash.
Oh, it was like the so
It was slower.
earlier in the game it worked differently. The boon.
It worked similarly, but the dash timing was slow, and it dealt more damage.
Wow,
Ah.
the whole tiny amount of damage.
Yeah, no. If you ever want to, Tonus has he streamed like 2019 Hades like forever ago, like way back in the day. But it's like you should be. I think it's still on the VODs are still on his Twitch channel.
Unless he got deleted because of the 100
No,
hour
he
limit
didn't.
recently.
He didn't save many VODs like
Oh, lovely.
to Twitch. He uploaded most things.
Now.
But like he went back, like had all of the different versions saved of Hades that had come out. Like so he just like went back and loaded it up. Like all the names were different. Like Barbs of the Hunter Goddess or something like that was Artemis Call. Yeah, this was when it was only up to learning.
No use.
Hey,
Satyrs. Oh, good.
You didn't want to take Proud Bearing?
Fresh.
You don't want the Proud Bearing Palm?
Should I go Phantom Satyrs again?
Vigilant.
the math just doesn't add up, smile.
See you, boy.
Gotta get that, what is it, extra... I don't even know what the palm does for...
It extends the duration by a tiny
Okay,
amount.
it's a duration extension?
Yeah, it's a quarter second extra,
Right.
which can get it.
That
It
was,
can come in
that was
handy.
what, a 4-sack?
I believe so. Yeah, I took both
Yeah.
mini bosses first.
Having to
Hey, Kitty, can you like go away from my screen? I cannot see anything I'm doing right now. I'm going mostly off of audio cues. Not quite because I can still see Zacharias, but I could not see that there.
That's also like where this is probably a time where you could do this fight. Like some of us have probably done this fight enough times to where you can probably just do like at least phase 1 blindfolded.
So this is like I have tried this because I always whenever I play this fight I'm always like this feels like I could do it blindfolded, but then I try it and it's always like an abject failure.
It's probably darknesses that make it the worst. Or I guess the spawns probably.
So it's just the fact that like he moves around and you don't know where he is
Yeah.
a big part.
If there was a way for us to manip like him coming at you, this probably make it easier.
But I think there's also like I don't know, some of the timings are just not completely consistent.
Oh, yeah,
Where
so,
you make tiny adjustments to when you press the buttons that you might not realize that you're doing based on
yeah, 'cause some
visual
of the wind-up
cues.
delays.
Yeah.
No, Kitty, stop
Dad-
biting the fucking straw from my jar, please.
This is the handicap. Yeah,
It's
called
good
cat
because
percent.
Alex needed to be turned down a notch, and like
Also,
Kitty
with
was our
cat
only
in-
hope for doing it.
With cat in face, it's still only taken 6 damage so far. I think it was a random, like, I don't know, like splitter hit or something. I'm trying to remember what does 6 damage.
Enemies are weakened, and I also have Ravenous Will, so it might be a bomber.
Oh, it was probably a 10 damage hit. Or an 8 damage hit, I think.
Oh wait, no, Rav Will is like super strong. That makes sense. Anyway.
Oh yeah, yeet Ravwell off into. Yeah, you probably just need to throw your cast out into the water.
Yep. Lat myself.
You just need to intentionally lat yourself really fast.
Or I can just
do the thing.
watch the cast, that works.
Just do the thing you do with rod builds where you have Ravwell and you just like immediately just yeet your casts and just do not look at them ever again.
You may notice I have extra dashes, but I'm not using them pretty much at all. That's the fun part of a shop.
It messes up your rotation.
They're just for the iframes.
You have Greater Call. You need to make sure to use it. It does so much damage.
I do have a Zeus Spoon, which would help.
Do you have Billowing?
Yeah, I do. Sure, let's do it. Full chop rotation here.
Unironic. Oh my god, this lasts. I forgot how long this lasts.
Oh wow.
You still had another 30% of the call left.
Yeah, and that's partly thanks to the palm. It helped a bit with that as well.
Yeah.
The duration. Anyway, yeah, that's fun.
All right, guys, we get to kill Dad one more time.
Yeah, this was run 9, right?
This is
We
run
are
nine.
Yeah, this is run 9.
we are now up for the final one.
The most difficult dad fight, am I right?
We are speeding through here.
To see this each day.
Is that you, Zacharias? Of every...
Mother.
I was fit
No, no.
because...
Zagreus informs his mother that
Won't you?
he found the picture because she wanted him to leave forever before.
Queen.
Like, she was like, don't come back, the Olympians are going to see what we are doing. Like, are going to see me. I don't want to be seen, I want to stay away from things. But now she knows that people at home care about her, Hades especially.
Yeah. Dad still loves her, so now she decides to come back.
You're going to...
Heartbreak time. How'd that happen?
Chamber 2 gold laurel. That doesn't happen every day.
Back to dust.
Sure.
No way.
Would get I increase my odds of divine dash. Lovely. Rip. Then never mind. It got the trap. It got trapped. Lovely. Lovely. Gamer.
Good. Gamer move.
Oops, I no longer have the base cast.
Not yet.
This...
Do you already have enough keys that you could, like, unlock all the weapons?
I have no idea. They're not being displayed right now. But it's not impossible. I know I end up usually like 4 or 5 short, but you can check. Because I've checked this before, right? After a low percent run, I've gone and checked how many keys I got. Ow.
All set.
Wait, true? Yeah, no, I to those who thought there's only the sword, I agree, I'm shocked.
Yeah.
I think Sophie would agree.
The sword is, like, it's definitely the most iconic.
Emitter, alright, get
Well,
her.
I have personally played, what's the other one? I've played Ares, for loyalty card.
I mean, you played Poseidon Call, you didn't exactly play Ares, I think.
It's a good run. It's a good route.
My hand hurts, holy. My left hand is hurting like hell. I should have probably taken a break before this.
Ooh, yeah. So you've only taken like just the 5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. That's rough.
Oh, fun fact, this room has a spot behind one of the pillars that you can hide inside, and no enemy can hit you. I'm not going to demonstrate it here, of course, because there's no point to it, but I could.
Stygius grows stronger. By my birthright. Sweet.
You...
Who's it going to be?
And it's Electo again, alright. Need to sort of focus up, because I don't have a build this time.
That
You have weakness, though. At least. And some health.
Better stop her.
And the hammer was backstab damage?
I believe so, yes, Shadow Slash.
Shadow. Yeah.
We got that timing. Ow. Lovely. AoEs, please. Thank you. You can consistently avoid this by the late
Oh,
dash
this is a-
striking.
This is a nice rhythm.
Yeah, I figured that out at some point,
That
and
was,
it's helped
that was also
consistency a
an
fair bit.
insanely good pattern from her.
I love that attack in the enraged phase. Helps so much. And you don't even have to triangle that. You can just go one way then the other if you want to.
Actually, just keep rotating, right?
No. Goes around. Still kind of want Divine Dash. If possible.
Oh.
So
okay.
what's the yarn for?
Divine Dash rarity.
I have no idea why I bought that. I'm just clicking buttons, I honestly.
Okay, fair.
We've reached to that point of any multi-run thing where it's just to go pure off vibes, which never ends poorly at all.
We do not talk about first Athena boon in the run.
Correct.
Clicking
I
buttons.
don't know. I think I'll keep talking about that first Athena boon for a long time. If I'm honest.
There's a reason like my all aspects unmodded all aspects PB has a death in it because I was like exhausted because it'd been like 8 hours and took it was on Lucifer and I just like forgot that I don't have iframes and just died
Oh no.
like on heroes and was like oops. I was like, well, I've been here for 8 hours already, and I was doing this as a part of a bet with people, so I was like, I guess I'll just finish the run anyway. That is, though, I think the one run that I've submitted ever that like cared about the death.
Ashes? Okay, fine.
I guess greater delivery?
Yeah, we have rush delivery at home. Soon, maybe.
Haste is not bad.
No.
This is PB pace, absolutely. How far?
Oh, this is a rough fight.
Don't have any Athenas to deflect with, yeah.
The best thing is when you have
Going pretty well actually.
It's great when you have Shofreting in this fight and you can just like go off into lava and just like not really care about it.
Hey, can we like not do that? Thank you. Right, one's dead.
That was very rude.
Lovely.
You were getting circle camped by that one witch.
Oh, I tried to change the angle so she would get knocked away using the thrust.
How does this fight work on middle management?
The witches shoot out sometimes shoot out projectiles that cannot be destroyed by the sword. It doesn't matter too much.
That's it?
Yeah, that's pretty much it, I think.
Oh, huh.
They can still be deflected normally and everything.
Good enough. Yeah, because I know bombers is like 4 of them.
Whoops. Thank you, weakness.
Oh, you put snowbirds. That's where the
Yep.
that's where the gold is coming from.
I'm probably going to sell it as soon as possible, though, because
Yeah,
I
is it
don't want
messing
to
up your
miss
timings?
them. Yep. I've played I've played a Demeter attack run against Dad before, and I've like surprisingly not taken damage as much as I thought I would. But
It's killed me twice in low percent.
did you clear? Because I don't see a clear of yours on the board.
No, that's I died in heroes on this run
Oh,
Oh
wait.
no.
because of Demeter special.
Oh dear.
because it was messing up my my Theseus timings. Because he was just spinning on me repetitively.
Oh dear. I wish I wish he'd try again. I think we're a bit lonely on. We're a bit lonely on the low percent
I
board
just need
here.
to practice again. It's more. I think my final kind of goal with Hades before I like eventually get into Hades 2 running is to actually like make my actual first PB be like what I know I can actually accomplish, rather than the 2451 that I have because of the ISS latency.
That was a risky grab, by the way. Getting that darkness that you didn't need.
But once I get that done, I know I can just from there, like once I clear like the first run, I'll just keep like I'll probably just keep running through it from there. Just like when I'm getting to the point, even if I'm like not PBing the fresh file runs themselves, if I complete them, I'll just try to push
No
them into,
reset's good. I agree with this.
Yeah, it's also just pushing them into FFPCs, because part of the issue with doing this kind of thing on like a reasonable pace is just like actually getting through the first 2 runs sometimes. And
Might want
getting
to
the second run in extra practice.
You might want to consider win streaking too. Fresh file win streaking helps a lot with consistency. It doesn't help you learn how to play with that divine dash, but it does help you.
I can play with that divine dash. That's actually not the problem. It's
Lovely.
it's actually the special boons that mess me up, because I'm completely Athena special filled.
Yeah.
When it comes to like mono dash sword.
It's a good boon.
Yeah. It's like my muscle memory is just all like deflect timings and stuff like that. Like it even gets me in trouble sometimes in like hanging heat sword, which is funny. There you don't get punished nearly as hard, but yeah, dying to heroes 2 different times on run 10 was rough.
2, 3.
When is it actually that we nickname Lerny? Because
Very late.
here.
It is like the 20th run or some nonsense.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a crazy time. Like it takes a hot minute.
Should be useful.
I think you have to. It's like there's something like you have to see all of the different like
Different heads. Yeah.
something like that. And then Zagger starts commenting on the different heads.
Wait, speaking of head colors, I
You've
never
gotten
got
really,
never
you've
got
gotten
blue
really
head.
good head luck. Yeah, you've gotten really good head luck.
This is so
Blue head for any Sophies in the chat. Blue head is slammies. The ground slams.
Yeah.
Also known as the
The
bad
thing that
one.
I died to the most.
Yeah.
There's one place where the bottom, towards the bottom of the arena, where no AoEs go, thankfully, but yeah, kind of rough head. The most difficult of the however many there are.
The hitbox is also. There's also the side ones that spawn, the actual like side heads that spawn, can lingering hitbox you. If they die during the slam animation.
Kitty,
Which,
no, stop rubbing your head against my hand. That's not gonna help.
Aww.
That's not gonna help, Kitty.
So cute
Please.
though.
It is cute, and I'm worried he's about to step on my keyboard and make me misinput or something. Because this is not a great run. This is the scariest run I've had so far.
This is the worst one.
Yeah.
for
This
sure.
is definitely scary.
These are what you can just happen like on the 3rd run sometimes.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly, you would rather have it happen on the 3rd run because now we are in too deep to reset.
Oh yeah.
If we would have reset anyway, because of course this is a marathon. It's so unbelievable that Alex is willing to do this in a marathon setting.
Yeah.
I thought I was. I knew I was getting relatively consistent. By relatively consistent, I mean beating like 1 and 2 low percents. So I thought I may as well.
Which is a high win rate for a low percent, just because stuff happens.
But it's also a low win rate for submitting a marathon run.
Yes.
That's
Like-
fine. That's why I set an 8-hour estimate originally.
Fair, fair. Yeah.
Give yourself like 3 or 4 hits.
Just get lucky as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, get the
Hit me
boost.
3 times.
Yep.
What do we have here?
You, thank you. Not skipping that again.
Should help keep me going.
I was
Help
about
good
to
me
say,
safe, Museus.
Athena doesn't love you anymore.
Yeah.
Yep.
You offended her somehow.
Yeah. I was trying to come up with a good pun around thing, but I couldn't think of anything off the top of my head.
What?
What?
Okay,
No.
whatever.
That was BS.
That was like a frame too late or something.
I thought it. No, it
Like
died.
it looked, to me, it looked like it should have
There
been
is-
good for sure.
There is, I think, an animation difference between like where it can die still, but like the actual spawn still happens.
Oh, that's so wild.
That's like a few like it's like a 5 frame, or I think I vaguely remember that being a thing. 'Cause I think I had that happen to me one time. I got annoyed about it. That was what can happen sometimes. With
Panic?
swords and swords.
This is the panic I was talking about earlier. Watch me panic
Yeah.
on run 10, that's it. First time in this entire run that I felt fear.
The Lambia
Ooh, yeah.
help there.
You?
It's probably Poseidon special.
I'm
Or
looking
that's
for
not
call,
special.
actually.
Call. That's what I meant. Yeah. I
Butterfly ball.
was like it was like the call is.
Or like, honestly, dash if you can get it.
Would actually make your damage better,
That's true.
and would actually be a potential stick solver.
Yeah, like sort of that. I think given the choice between dash and anything else, there's a good argument for dash.
Here, I might be in a pickle with heroes.
Yeah, I think the
Oh.
the argument is call for heroes specifically.
Yep.
Once you get back to Poseidons, it's fine. And that's why we hate armored bowmen.
If you have any form of damage, they don't pose much of a threat because they take ages to start aiming at you, but if you have no damage like here, then yeah.
And you can't strip the armor in time, then they will just hit you 3 times in a row.
I have beaten this fight without any spawns, with only 1 boon before though on first run.
That's
So
impressive.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
1 boon is like the ultimate test of consistency, I think.
What, not chamber 2, Dad?
No, test of consistency, not
Oh,
is
consistency.
consistent.
Okay.
Even more so than low percent.
They could be able to like upkeep like dealing with the heads as.
There we go. Patty!
Okay,
Ooh, let's
there,
go.
In
there
my
is our
time of
healing.
need, my savior.
There was our hard light. Okay, that's better. We're good.
Oh, you
Dio.
know, I might take this.
Yeah, take that nectar.
Hey,
Honestly,
man.
the dash
Yippee,
wouldn't even
time
be awful
loss.
either. But this is health.
This is health. Like honestly,
Unironically,
That's true.
unironically good.
and it's actually more
Wow.
healing too. The
We
question is, do
get
we have enough
premium
damage?
vintage plus the heart, that's true.
Yeah, we can also, you know, we don't the
Ow.
Dio's like best boon is not in the pool because we don't. Or no,
Oh, you're losing the game though.
No, yeah, we don't have fountains, so you can't get strong drink, but whatever.
I was like, can you still get strong drink if you haven't unlocked fountains because you still have them in the mid biome?
You need fountains for that, yeah.
Okay. Just having the mid biomes is not enough.
There's a Charon well here, a buying well, so I might be able to buy something here to heal as well.
You're losing the game big time, by the way. So you
Yeah.
might as well like play it safer.
Yeah, I have no damage. There's no chance. I tried. I was
Yeah,
waiting for a
you-
second.
at,
was
at
tied
this
for
point, you can
bones.
just run. Yeah.
This is how you tell how you have no damage. Is when you cannot beat the fan.
If you're losing to Than, then you're either using your aspect wrong, or you have no damage, or both.
Yeah.
Or you're playing dash only and your build's awful. Which is both. You're playing
I mean,
your
that
aspect
trial,
incorrectly
I
and
think there
neurons.
was an argument for that trial.
Holy neurons.
Man, this would have been fantastic if we had damage.
Yep. This would be a great anti-heat seed, I think, for like Hera.
This is actually a pretty good. This is a pretty good Hera seed, yeah.
How many more of these are there?
Because there was an Artemis at some point that we didn't take in a shop.
For context, neurons are these armored witches, and they're called
Because
that
there's-
because they make the neurons' brain cells happy.
Yeah, they're worth such a high combat rating, and they die instantly
Thank you.
when you have damage because they do not have much health at all. Yeah.
Alright,
I was
Poseidon
like,
calls about to carry my damage.
yeah, I was like, what can we even get out of shop from for damage that mattered?
We could have gotten Rip Current if I got a Poseidon boon.
Yeah, like I was like, that's it.
Or
Or
Poseidon
like
Dash.
dash. Yeah, dash would have been good. All right, we need to run away so that we don't get bullhorned.
How dare Theseus say that our battle prowess leave much to be desired? That is
I
that
haven't
is so
died
rude.
once.
He is a whopping 0 for 9 against us. Though he does talk mad shit when he kills you.
Lovely. Had to use that. Whoops.
Oh.
No longer damageless. That positioning was actually great because I saw Theseus throwing and I saw the pillar right where I was dashing. One, two. Two. Kitty, no. Yes, you're very cute, but I cannot pet you right now. You are absolutely adorable. One, two. Whoops. I am going to use this greater call on Theseus phase 2. After the god intro ends. What do you mean? I've not insulted you yet. It may happen though, if this goes wrong. I did not mean to press that button. That was a misclick. Whatever, I'm just not going to take damage during phase 2, right? That's how that goes.
Yeah.
Easy.
Oh, we
Okay,
still
and-
even have a fatty charge.
Yeah, I was about to say that's fun. Artemis, that's free,
Yeah.
lovely.
And Artie, like this is
This is great, actually.
stuff actually got a lot less stressful just now.
I mean, sticks may still suck. The dad fight. but whatever. There we go. Oops.
Okay, I mean, I kind of get Theseus. Like, this would feel kind of insulting if you were him.
But also, he deserves it.
Yeah, and sometimes he says that on run 1 where it doesn't make any sense.
True.
No, I think I keep everything. Wait, what do you have?
Everything. You don't.
Sure, whatever.
What do you have to sell?
I don't even
There is
know.
nothing.
You don't have boons.
I could have gotten Boon Purger text. That would have been the meme.
True. You.
Wait, no. What? How,
No,
what's
but
it
that
called
fight
again?
was actually so good. You're kind of cooking with that, sort of, for considering how shit your build was.
LOL attack replace. Imagine.
Yeah.
You.
There is just nothing here.
Yeah. I was like, You could take Dimit or Dash. It
I am
actually does
unironically
damage.
terrified of Styx here, though.
Yeah, Styx is gonna be rough.
Actual nightmare. You do not want to see this on run 10.
What do we do to what's our strat for Satyr boss?
Huh? Hide behind
How do we beat
pillars.
the Satyr?
Smile.
I was like, do we just circle camp him?
For the
Right?
Satyr, I'm
I
just
think
gonna
our
hide
only
behind pillars.
strats here for Styx, I think, is pray for 2-sack.
Yeah, pretty much. Or 3-sack. 3-sack might be
Oh
fine
god.
too.
Oh god. Yeah.
Wait, we haven't had Tony yet. That's a fun time.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. I completely forgot about that. Ugh.
Mm,
Oh, thank God.
okay.
It's Anthony
I
instead.
didn't- Tony has been kind to us this run.
Yeah, and we have Anthony instead, who we can fight without needing a build because traps.
Sometimes.
If he plays nice and doesn't sit in that specifically one spot,
Can we not?
or do that, he just juke you. He's like broke your ankles.
Ow!
Whoops.
Awkward.
Not even close. I am going to use the call now. Okay.
Come on. Come on, Anthony.
Okay. Where are you?
There's
there.
still one guy. Oh, yeah,
There we go.
good. That's solid.
That's good. That's damage.
More.
Like, unironically, good damage. That is, it was at 300. Now it's at 519.
I mean,
well.
if I get Tony here, then I get to make the most high-profile Tony fresh file tutorial there ever has been.
True. Do we
True,
take
true,
this
true.
well for like a
Yep.
Ethernet or something?
I mean,
For a healing item,
jerky?
first of all.
Oh,
Oh
right.
yes.
Health good.
Health good.
Health could
Be
be
safe.
saved. Honestly, there I was just praying that there wasn't another snake stone on the other side of the map because I wasn't looking.
That'd been awkward. Whenever there's that delay, it's like going into a chamber. It's either like, okay, do we get short tunnel or do we get Tony?
Because for those who, the fact I'm bringing up the Tony tutorial,
Oh, okay.
nice.
Let's
That's because
go.
I would consider myself the best Tony fresh file player. Right, and now
All
for
right,
one
time-
very
time-
scary
time for the
death
hardest
fight.
boss fight in the game. Yeah.
Yep,
We do not have a build.
this
do not
might be
have a-
tough.
still don't understand.
This pace isn't even like horrible considering we have no damage.
Yeah.
I have done.
This could have been a sub 5 with a better build. That's insane.
Yeah, the fact that it took 20 minutes from like mid Aspo to now.
Fight's over.
What?
GG's.
Yeah, yeah. Dad
When
fight
time
GG.
ends, the moment I talk to Persephone here. Wait off on pressing the button. Alright? Wait off on ending timer. Hold off.